Good evening. And that, Scott, is why we always have cake day. It's cake day all the time. But everyone who was on the Patreon got to hear the full story.
Awesome.
For everyone else, good evening. Episode 282 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. And bonus points, Scott, the 345th hobby live stream on this channel.
Nice.
We're getting close to 350.
I won't stay long tonight, but I did want to come by and give my condolences to the kazoo and the kazoo parade. I missed that last week, so I had to get up early. But you know,
you're robbed.
Yes.
Robbed, Scott.
I agree. I even said it in my video. You know, it just to watch your video of riding on a snow trail to give your should have been 100 votes right there. So
well, look, so look, all I'm going to say is I'm going to put a link in the description for the folks on replay. I'm going to put a link in the description. I was on Sammy Thunder's channel last night, and on the channel, I explained not only were we robbed, you know, of it legitimately, and even more importantly, we were robbed of it illegitimately because Brad and I, Judas 8671, not Brad 8671, Judas 8671, and I had an understanding. We had an understanding, Scott, hashtag rigged. This was supposed to be, I had 47,000 votes lined up. And I look at the top of the voting. I don't see 47,000, Scott. I see the winners got like 50. That's way less than 47,000 is what I'm trying to get at here.
Yes.
So this is a miscarriage of justice. It will not stand. It is not okay.
I mean,
will not allow
I
it.
bribed. I mean, I bribed with Canadian money, but I bribed.
Eric, that's literally all you have. At this point, the Canadian money is like 10 times your net worth.
Yeah, that is true. I don't have any real money because Michelle won't give me any, but I had that $25 Canadian. I was willing to send it to him, but nope, not now.
You should have offered it in an interest-bearing account. That would have made it far more attractive. Good evening, Rob. I'm here. Hope to figure out this trade stuff. I'm assuming you're talking about NHL trading. So I did see some stuff, Eric. I wasn't paying close attention. Are we nearing the trade deadline, or is it just some trades happened? I can't remember.
No, I think it was today.
Okay. Yeah, I know I saw some stuff. I just wasn't paying super close attention. So I definitely saw some stuff come across my Instagram. So TGIF indeed. Good evening. Josh, it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Alive. Thank you, Josh. Philly Joe, my favorite person from Philly. No exceptions. Good evening, Carlos and gang. Baseball is back, baby. Let's go. That's right. Good evening, eBay. Hodges, good evening. Deadline was today. Gotcha. All right. That confirmed. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mark here, good evening. Halifax Expo this year, Eric. Start packing. Yes, to the Halifax.
Mark, you're alive.
Hey, Dan.
I'm so happy to see you. I hope everything's well. I haven't talked to you in a while. Let's catch up somehow.
I think you can catch up at the Halifax Expo. That's what he's implying here with this comment.
I know, but I'm not coming. So hopefully I'll see. I mean, he hasn't been to the November Expo. He didn't come this past year. And, you know, he's one of the guys I like to have dinner with and spend some time with. So,
Dan, are you at the Philly Expo right now?
So I did confirm with Dan. I think he's going tomorrow.
Okay.
He's going tomorrow. Yeah.
Mike O is there today. He said it's already crazy. Bedlam.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't surprise me, honestly, because that show's been getting busier. So it's like, yeah, so that kind of fits in. I get that.
Starting to be one of these shows. I wish I was there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think like I said, like we touched on it on that live stream. So real quick, I'll get caught up on the comments here. So good evening, Dan. Good evening, Sven. Sammy Thunder here. Good evening. On Sammy Thunder's channel, you can see this individual. And let me tell you, that was the fastest hour on the Sammy Thunder YouTube channel ever. Check it out. I was trying to teach him the ways, Scott. I'm trying to teach him the ways. Got a media pass. Thanks to the pointer from Sammy. Excellent. Excellent. So yes, in the description, like I said, for the replay folks, I'll leave a link to Sammy's live stream. So I was there with Jason and Sammy, and yeah, we actually covered some ground though. If you like, the usual comedy and jocularity was there, Scott, but interspersed, there were a couple of conversations on some hobby related things. So if you actually listen, there's a couple of things in there Again, you don't have to agree with it, but we did throw a couple things in there and go a little back and forth. It's all true. You only say it because it's true.
Wow.
Name it and send it to Eric.
Wow, your life sucks.
That's amazing.
Eric, coming from you.
Listen, I said 3 or 4 times in the comments, my life sucks. I hate my life. You know?
But Eric, with that said, hold on. To be fair. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad for the start of the show. The thing is, by definition, though, given how much your life sucks,
yes,
every single hour of this live stream is the best hour of your life. The bar is just set so low. No, the bar is set so low. It's not true.
No.
These are facts, Eric.
No.
Cannot be denied. Sorry.
Denied.
Facts. True facts. I don't know if I should laugh or cry on behalf of Eric's misery. Oh, I'll give you a hint. Would you like a tip, Sammy? You could try that. That could work. See? Buttons. If you set up the buttons, this is how it's done.
So I forget, which country is your mortal enemy?
The Dutch.
The Dutch, okay.
And they did lose their first game. So
yeah, did you see the Dominican Republic's first game?
I didn't get a chance. No, I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Oh, all right, I didn't either. I just saw the home run party. That place.
Yeah, I have the cable package that I have, the network. I can go back. I should be able to watch some of the replay. I did watch a little bit of the Team Panama game today. They were playing Cuba, so I wasn't surprised. They actually did okay, to be honest. Like, you know, Cuba isn't as good as some of their previous teams, but again, Cuba generally has a much better. Panama is. I was, because my buddy texted me because he knows that Panama was in it, and I was sitting there like, I was like, buddy, listen, if they win a game or two, I would be thrilled. Like, the reality is they've got some nice young players, like, but the reality is they're underpowered compared to some of these other teams that are just better.
I was surprised how many major leaguers were on their team.
Yeah, so they've done a good job developing them. They're not like the high end, super crazy names. It's not like, but some of these teams are just more overpowered. They just have better talent. So all things considered, it's about as, to be honest, the 2006 team was the best one, because you had some name major leaguers that had a little bit of name value, but that's about it. Like, and the other ones have had some players on there. Like, if you go back to the original World Baseball Classic, they had Carlos Lee. Carlos Lee had 300 home runs in the major leagues. He was a legitimate, you know, he wasn't in his prime, but he was still a good hitter. Like, at least you had a name that heard of. But their star pitcher was Bruce Chen. Like, and it was funny because a lot of people were like, Bruce Chen is like, yeah, Bruce Chen was born in Panama City, Panama, just like me, and he speaks fluent Spanish. So he counts. It's part of the deal. But the other thing, and here's the thing, technically, he decided not to play, but technically their best pitcher would have been Mariano Rivera, which is why he too is Judas.
Right.
Plus he's a Yankee, so I double hate him.
Double hate him.
That's right.
And, one of the funniest highlights is your boy Alejandro Kirk and Tellez scoring on a base hit. Two big
did he chug along?
Yeah,
Scott, you could time that. You could time that with a sundial.
Yeah,
like, it's just
there was some big scores. Yeah, LSU has a guy that's 6'2", 299 playing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Senior this year.
Yeah,
he can hit some bombs.
Yep. Zach says, the way Eric describes his life, there's no way it's better than when he's not here. That's right. That's what I'm trying to say. This is the best time of it. He's living the best hour of his life right now.
It sucks if I'm here. It sucks if I'm not here. It just sucks.
And yet, this is the best hour of his life right now. And Eric, you know what? The best hour of your life is brought to us by AMG Collectibles. AMGcollectibles.ca and AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Look at that segue, Scott. Did you see that segue? It just rolled right through.
That's professionalism right there.
All right there. Woo. Let me tell you. Our friends at AMG, they too enjoy Eric's pain. They find it very entertaining, highly amusing.
They do.
Yes. And I've already gotten the images. Next week, I will be doing another. We're bi-weekly right now. The next week, I will do another podcast episode with Steve, the Collector Scalps, Collector People, and Bonus Blair. And look, all I'm saying, Eric, I don't want to spoil too much, but I got a bunch of scans from Steve, and I got to tell you, I see a lot of Booby Or.
Boobios?
Mhm.
Really?
Mhm.
So you're talking about Brazil's start pitcher, his last name is Takahashi.
The thing is yeah, the reality, the reason why it's funny though is like if the family emigrated there and
Yeah.
they were born there, like I'm sorry, it counts.
Well,
That's why I say like Bruce Chen literally could speak is 100% fluent. Like he was
Right.
literally born in Panama. So the name, everybody looks at the name and go like, what? It's like he was born in Panama.
right. They said it was a town in Mexico that a bunch of Japanese immigrated to.
There was a content. So there were two. There is a little there was. I assume there still is. There was an Asian community in Panama that emigrated there, and also the Philippines.
Okay.
Because my family actually there's an electronic shop, and it's run by a Filipino family, and they actually my parents knew them in Panama, and they actually emigrated here. So my parents like to patronize them on a regular basis. They've actually built a very nice business, but they're Filipino and via Panama, and they were there. So it's like 100% perfect Spanish. You can go there and have a complete Spanish conversation with them, but they've been running that business for decades. So it's about where you are. So it's one of those things where if any of them wanted to play baseball, they could play for Team Panama and be completely legitimate.
Right. Yeah.
So them's the rules.
That's cool. I like that. That's one of the cool parts about this stuff.
Yeah.
I like
it's just nice to have, as long as you can put some competitive teams out there. That's really all I ask for. Just put some competitive teams on the board. That'd be great.
Australia won their game against Taipei, their first game, I think the kickoff game. So that was a little upset there.
Yeah, I still think you're going to see I think basically once pool play, we'll have a couple of games here. I think most of the teams, you're going to see who you expect. You're going to find out who you expect by the time we see the towards the tail end.
The pumper.
Never heard of him. Eric, do you know who this is? This sounds to me like AI.
Non-sport.
Yeah. Do we count non-sport?
I'm not responding to his nonsense.
Wow. Just wow.
And I will not do he's not allowed to pump. First of all, he's not allowed to pump. Second, definitely not allowed to pump from the comments. He wants to pump, get his ass on screen, pump, and then we will make fun of the pump.
Mm-hmm. That only seems fair. Dominican versus Nicaragua has been a fun game. Excellent. Yeah, the Dominican's a great team. For sure. Should be. No, there's more than that, Zach. I think you gotta refresh.
No,
definitely more than that.
6 is good, maybe because the contract permanently states if we get below 5, we get to cancel the show. So
you should actually try, Eric. You should try reading the contract. The contract says if we get below 5, we stay on until we surpass 5, however long it takes, even if it means days.
I don't recall that part of the contract.
Well, you should try reading it with your eyes. Just saying.
Have someone read it to you.
Yeah, in perpetuity. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Ask my mom.
Yep. That's all I'm saying. So I did get one piece of mail in this week, Scott. Like most of the time it's consolidated to ship my cards, but this one I did actually have eBay, the international shipping thing. I actually had it done. Once in a while I'll do it. So I did actually get this one physically in the mail.
That's a nice one.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Very nice.
That is Brad. That would be Brad would like that chunky patch auto on card.
Yeah. And game used, which is the critical piece. It is game used. So transcendent collection. So and then it's got the blue accent to it. So the blue accent to it actually plays pretty good with that. Yeah. So it's a good color. I don't want a lot of them. It's one of those things where I'm looking for a handful. I actually did buy a Dynasty auto. Patch auto as well. So that'll be coming later. That'll be at a future mail day. Yeah, no worries. Josh says, Eric, mom told me to shut up, and I've never been more proud of Kathy.
That's right. Know. So I love my mom. She's awesome. So shithead over here.
Don't talk about Scott that way. How dare you?
Now we got 5 watchers.
So shut up, Josh. Started following my mom on Instagram. So I swear to God. My mom looks at me with the phone, and she's got the phone, and she's like, is this like is someone named Josh is following me on Instagram, and you know I don't Instagram, so is this Shut Up Josh?
Whoa.
I went, it is Shut Up Josh. And she starts laughing, and she thought that was so funny and cool that he would follow her. And she goes, well, I don't know how to use this. I go, hit message and type Shut Up Josh and send it to him. And she goes, oh, that would be funny. So she hit the message on Instagram and typed Shut Up Josh, and off it went. And he responded afterwards about how happy that made him.
So I'm going to follow up on that in a second, but I'm assuming from Scott's reaction that a blimp crashed into a pony, which crashed into a giraffe.
No, Judge just rocketed one out on a 3-0. Got through.
Well, that's not quite as good, but fine. Yeah, that's fine. So Eric, what I am hearing right now from you,
yes,
is that yet the best hour of your life of Shut Up Josh was brought to you by the BIC YouTube channel, because Shut Up Josh is not here without the BIC YouTube channel. Once again, best hour of your life brought to us by this channel.
Listen, all I know is that in a roundabout way, in which I do not want to admit, Josh through BIC, whatever.
Oh, this isn't even adjacent. Oh, this is a direct.
Whatever you want to say, made my mom happy, and I appreciated it. So we had a nice laugh, and I'm glad Josh reached out and all that. But he still needs to shut up, Josh.
You see that, Scott? Changing lives, bringing joy.
He still needs to shut up.
And yet, this fraudulent Hall of Fame, these frauds deny us.
Still needs to shut up.
I'll go look through that list, Scott. Which one of them bring joy? Go ahead. I'll wait. What's that?
None of them bring the joy. None of them bring the joy.
No.
It was an odd grouping of people that won. It was a lot different than years past. It was.
But look, Scott, all I got to say is I was looking for the joy. I was looking for an appreciation of the arts. I was looking for appreciation of music. And you know what I got? You that? That's what I got. Wow. So Joe says, oh, nice. That's right. Good evening, Orlando. Look, we do the best we can. We'll make do. We'll figure it out. We'll regroup. We'll move on. We'll go from there. But yes. No, otherwise, it was interesting because otherwise I was looking at a lot of this stuff and it's like, it's actually been kind of quiet, Scott. I've been kind of interested. I was like, you've been pretty well behaved, all things considered. Like it's a bit quiet in these lands.
I did watch some of your coffee pot, bigger pot, T-Pot. T-Pot. If you go back to my channel, you know where that joke comes from. But one night I could not get his name right. I watched some of that, and I mean, that was interesting. That's about it. But you said you're going to come out with another video with the G off, and have not seen that.
Yeah, I actually recorded it, but I did it earlier in that day, and I was super tired. Like I could tell I didn't have the energy for it. I have to redo it. So that's the only time I literally have an hour, Scott, worth of recording that is now hitting the cutting room floor. So I was sitting there like, I'm going to have to this weekend. My plan is to go back and redo it because look. Jeff says so many things that I can make fun of. I got to bring the energy. The energy has to be there. Otherwise, it's like I'm robbing from myself. I'm robbing from you. I'm robbing from the content gods. That's disrespectful. I refuse to give them a half-assed effort. I got to do better.
You don't disrespect GOAT.
Yeah, I did not have I don't have the energy to go through Geoff's videos to see.
It's easier than you think. Like I like making fun of. I like making fun of dumb. When somebody says dumb things, I like making fun of it. It's one of my favorite things in the world to do.
We don't need to acknowledge every comment in the chat. I just want to remind you of that. Some can be ignored, and you don't do anything I say. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said. What was that? Good evening, Kathy.
Is the devil here with us?
No. Oh, he's wearing red. Don't worry. See? Told you. Very easy. So yeah, we did. So yeah, we had that, and I was actually, it was a good conversation. I liked because I didn't focus on just that video that he did. I wanted to talk about some other stuff related to it, and I think the concept, the whole idea of the value of it being the key thing, because a lot of times the collectors keep wanting to blame all the companies, and there's nothing wrong with blaming the companies if you want to, but I'm saying you're still absolving yourself of responsibility. The people giving them the money are also responsible, and they want to put it all on them. It's like, no. If you didn't give them the money, they wouldn't be able to do it. That's you,
Right.
not them. That's you.
Right.
So take some responsibility. This is still you.
Yeah, I got some. So your frenemy made an interesting video yesterday, I think.
Are you speaking? Are you speaking of the revolutionary? Are you speaking of the man getting the people that we're going to revolt?
I didn't watch it, but I heard about it.
Eric,
I saw it.
Can I describe this to you? Can I describe this to you? It was brilliant.
I wish you would, because I'm a little lost right now.
So Mike, baseball collector, did a video.
Okay. Now
And he was talking about it sounded to me, Scott. I got to be honest. It sounded to me an awful lot like Viva la Revolucion.
Yes.
Is all I was getting.
Yes.
Wow. Like I was getting a Viva la Revolucion thing from it. Let me make sure I get the title right. I want to make sure I get here it is. The title is The Hobby Revolt is Coming.
Yes.
The Hobby Revolt is coming. And I was like,
board.
oh, interesting.
Let's do it.
So look, I got to be honest with you, Eric. I'm fine with this. But again, for the content God's sake, I'm totally cool with it. But look, I got to be honest, Scott. We need a better thumbnail. If we're going to go this route, and the revolutionary himself is going to speak, Scott, we need the proper visual imagery. And I got it.
Very nice.
Viva la Revolucion!
Wow, that was quick.
Oh, Scott, I had it ready, and bless you
I
for bringing
bet.
it up.
Very nice.
Viva la Revolucion!
Awesome. He's gonna steal that.
He should. Look, I'll send it to him. Mike,
Yes.
if you're somewhere out
That
there,
is gonna be the
reach out to me.
follow-up.
I will email this to you. You can have it. And look, you know how good it is, Scott? You know how passionate he is about the cause? He grew hair back. That's amazing.
That's big time.
Like this is how serious he takes. Look, right there.
The
Look at
best
that man's
thing
face,
would have been instead of the beret, if the beret had Texas Rangers T on it. That
Basically.
would have
So all I gotta say, Eric, and look, completely unrelated to anything. Completely anything.
awesome.
Fear our AI overlords. Fear them. Fear them.
I'm feared.
Mm-hmm.
So in your mind, what does that? How does that happen? How does that even come about?
Well, I type in a prompt into AI. Oh no, you're talking about his video. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, I understand about the AI.
Viva la Revolucion!
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I am kind of confused on that. But
I'll get to that. All right. So let me read a couple comments. We'll get caught up, and then I'll answer your question. Scott, you set me up so beautifully. I was so happy. The moment it came out of your mouth, I was like, bless you. Well, hold on. So I was saying to Sammy when we were doing the live stream last night, I said, people would be shocked. I don't have a format. I don't prepare things ahead of time.
It is true.
But I think of things all through the week. I get inspiration from all kinds of places. And sometimes, Scott, I make things. The reason you saw it so fast is because I already had it ready to go. In my mind, it was just a matter of the right moment for it to be invoked and unleashed upon you. And there it was. It was the moment. Good evening, Stephen. Okay, perfect. As you guys are going back and forth. Yes. Paul, moi, chef's kiss. I loved it. It really came out well. Like, I got to be honest, like the likeness is
awesome.
beautiful. It was fantastic.
That fit perfect. If I was him, I get in touch with you to get that. That's
pretty
good. Yeah.
Look, like I said, friends of Mike. If he wants the picture, let me know. I will happily email it over to him. He's welcome to use it anytime he likes. The AI overlords have spoken, and it was magnificent. It was glorious. Let me tell you. So Justin, I heard a video today from a guy who said there is a collector out there who collects hockey and Josh Rosen. Yeah. So there is when that sale came out, There were folks that were posting, like, responding to it. So it turns out there is like a little community of it. I'm taking complete credit for it, of course. But the reality of it is, yeah, as soon as that record price came out, like that one of one, the Kaboom that sold for like 28,000, some folks came out of the woodwork like, I collect his cards. Who would pay that? It's kind of funny. Good evening, Yanks fan. Thumbs up to you. Also, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Eric pays for it. Just remember, it's important.
Want to pay for it.
Bubble says Eric just claims all photos of him have been put through AI, so people don't question his mysterious ways. That is true. So, like, look, I'm going to be Scott. I am a truth sayer. I am a speaker of truths.
Yeah.
And amongst the truths that I was speaking, I will tell you fully that picture of Mike Baseball Collector is 100% generated by AI. There is no denial. That is 100% true. Like, I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend that's not the case. However, by contrast, this is completely legitimate. There could not be more truth. This right here is a genuine article. There is no question.
Yep.
But the Mike Baseball Collector one, totally AI. 100%.
Bullshit.
Just saying.
Some straight bullshit.
Zach says, when you interview T-Pott, obviously you're not going to make fun of Geoff like we do. Does T-Pott saying anything about not making fun of Geoff? No. I was welcome. Basically, all we talked about in advance was that I was going to talk about the video and all that. And actually, we had a little conversation about it. Look, you guys have to remember that the folks that work for Geoff, it's not like they live in a vacuum and don't read the comment section. They know what's there.
Jeff plays it up.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to talk about what we discussed prior to me hitting record, but I made sure that when we scheduled it, I said, let's have a chat for a couple of minutes ahead of time. The conversation had nothing to do with him directly. I did reference him a couple of times, but for the most part, it's two parts. He does play it up quite a bit, but he does say plenty of ridiculous things.
Yes.
Plenty of ridiculous things.
Yeah.
And look, and the reality is the people that work for him, they know he's gonna get made fun of for it, deservedly so, because he says ridiculous things. But here's the other part, Scott. Two things can be true at the same time. Geoff can be ridiculous. He can say ridiculous things. And at the same time, the people that work for him, some of them like working for him. Because as a boss, if they're getting to do their jobs and they're getting paid and they're happy with what they're doing and they stick around, well, then Scott, two things can be true at the same time. If he treats his employees well and they like him, well, then they're going to be like, well, he's treating me well. I'm getting paid. We're good. So all the other stuff, you guys make fun of him, but at the same time, like, it's this the way I put it, Scott. A lot of times, and that's why I try to bring people, get out of the hobby for a second. Think about the real world. You work for your employer. Your employer's not your best friend. But there's a lot of cases where, like, look, if I go and I do the job that I'm assigned to do, and I get paid appropriately for what I'm doing, and if I earned a bonus, then I get my bonus, then we don't have any problems, Scott. But the employer, but then other people can be like, oh man, this company sucks. And I could be like, look, I can agree with you, but at the same time, I get paid. This is how I make my living. I'm here to do my job. And I'm here so I don't get fined.
There you go.
So two things can be true at the same time. Both things can be true. But for the individuals that work for him, they may not have the same experience as you, as the viewer, who don't like what he's saying. I just want to make sure I make a distinction between those two things.
Yep.
Because obviously we're focusing on the person that's talking in the videos, whereas then as soon as the camera turns off, we have no idea what's going on because we're not there. So for the individuals, they're not going to be there. It's not their job to protect him, but they're also not going to bury him. Like, they literally work for him. But no, there was nothing that was put off limits. To answer the question, there was nothing that was put off limits. We could talk about whatever, but at the same time, I'm not going to put him into an uncomfortable position for his job. Does that make sense?
Of course.
And that's not what he was there for. So
exactly. And we still had a very good conversation because we focused on the issues that I wanted to discuss that went off of his video. I'm asking for, because I'm looking for alternatives for the National. It's gotten too crazy for me. That's fair. All right. Hello, Carl from Oz. Ozzy's 2-0 World Baseball Classic. Happy 7th to me. Happy birthday to you. I saw a bunch of people also said happy birthday, but happy birthday to you.
Whose birthday?
Carl from Oz, the Aussies. Happy 75th.
Oh, hey,
happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Good for you. My mother-in-law just turned 75. So
it's not Carl.
His mother-in-law might be named Carl. Don't judge.
Carla.
Yeah. No, it could just be Carl. No judgment. That's fine.
Yeah, you don't
Give me
know.
David. Yep. It's live for the first time in a minute. Good evening. See here.
If anybody cares, Brazil just hit a home run off of Logan Webb. So it's 2-1.
It was subtle. It was subtle. The AI may have taken some liberties. But I got to tell you, it was beautifully done. It really was. Really good. Yeah, let's go through here. I'm just scrolling through. Yeah. So that's what I say. I just want to make a distinction. I'll happily answer the question. But yeah, no, I wasn't going to the conversation that I had with T-Pott was a very good conversation. We had a good chat before, and then we had a good chat during. But yeah, the reality was it made it really easy. And actually, if you kind of lay it out in the way that I did, if you check out that video, T-Pott actually had some very interesting things to say, and we were able to go back and forth and to have a conversation about it. And there was more there if you just didn't focus on the same stuff everybody else focuses on. There was plenty of stuff to talk about there if you really want to take advantage of it. Louis Taint forever.
How that came about with y'all two?
Oh, I went on Instagram. I sent a message, say, hey, I want to do a video on this. And he's like, absolutely. When do you want to do it?
That is very cool. Okay.
Yeah, he actually left a message on the video that I did responding to it, where I talked about it's not a bug, it's a feature. And he goes, yeah, I don't think anybody else has taken this angle on it. He goes, that is, thank you for checking out the video, etc. It was in there. And then, so I just reached out. I said, hey, I want to have a conversation about this, but I want to talk about this. I literally gave him a little bit of a layout of what I wanted to talk about. He goes, yeah, that'd be interesting. Sure. I mean, he goes, this is my schedule. If, let me know if that works. Otherwise. So he was willing to accommodate. So we figured it out.
Nice.
That's great.
Orlando says, so is Eric getting a bonus? Absolutely. I am doubling the like button rate.
I don't think that's what they meant.
Oh, I think that's what they meant. Bonus payments. Eric is actually getting his paid doc for missing the Hall of Fame adjacency. That's true. His failures sunk us all.
You don't need to keep bringing that up, okay? I had to go to therapy 3 times this week to deal with my feelings. Okay? That up.
Yeah. So says, Carlos, you're pro. It's just curious because others might say crazy things. No, I think you're right. But I think you get accomplished more if, again, you could do it, but then you only get one shot at it. The truth is, I actually have a couple of other things that I would like to talk to him about. So for as far as I'm concerned, there's a part 1. So it's an opportunity to lay the groundwork. So having a good conversation leaves you room to have another conversation down the road.
And I mean, that's now you have open dialogue with them for any reason. No, that's not
exactly. Yeah. So I find if you guys go back through my history, I think my track record speaks for itself. I've talked to a lot of people in the hobby over time on conversations. If you leave it open-ended, there is a chance to have more conversations later. So up to you. But if you want to take a shot at it, you can do it, but you only get one shot at it. Right. Once you burn that bridge, that's it. Good evening, Dakota. Oh, look at that, Eric getting some love. Hit the like button.
I'm waiting for the backhanded compliment afterwards. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. There's always a follow-up of how I suck. I know.
Good evening, Canadian Collector. Good evening.
But, seems like a good guy. You could take, but not the one we deserve as kind of.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's saying no. He's saying we deserve the cave of crap. Is what he's saying.
I mean, that's how you take that. It's
like we can have nice things, but no, that's not what you deserve. You deserve.
Yeah, I actually, this is a good. I like this, Zach, because I like T-Pott on the one. He does that podcast with. They talk about value and stuff. I don't really like that, but they talk about cards, and I like that.
Well, I mentioned it in that conversation. I said, well, like now from a branding perspective, if you think about this from a branding perspective, that's why I say a lot of people don't understand that there is more thought to this than you want to let on. The reality is, at this point, Geoff is probably just as well just to say more crazy things because T-Pott can be the counterbalance. He can speak on behalf of kind of the collector and represent that contingent, and they can have the debate back and forth. So Geoff will just say really ridiculous things, and then T-Pott will be the voice of reason in the room by comparison and be like, no, I disagree with this, and I disagree with this, and I disagree with this. And it offers you both sides of the equation. Like there is a logic to it if you think about it. So T-Pott seems like a good guy. Enjoy listening to Geoff's stuff to listen to T-Pott's counterpoints. Yeah. And that I think that dynamic can work for them. if they want to use it, take advantage of it. Jeff has grown me quite a bit. He's a low-key real one. Yeah. I think he understands the role he's playing now. I do think he believes a lot of the stuff he's saying. I do believe that. But I also think there is an aspect of Scott, and I talk about this all the time. Like I always very clear on this. There is a performance element to things. Like you could play things straight. Like, look, I'll use a perfect example. Last night I went on Sammy's channel. Obviously, look, I could just explain things in a very calm, serene, and chill way. Or we could bump up the energy and have a little bit more fun with it. And I could really go, really go ham a little bit of it. Pun intended.
You could have been nicer to me.
I could have. But I chose not to.
That is you woke up and chose violence is what you did.
I did. I really did. But the point is you can do that. You have that option. So there is a little bit of a performative element to it. I think people need to understand that sometimes. So when they're watching something, bear that in mind. I don't care who it is. Bear in mind that there is a little bit of a performance aspect to this because it's supposed to be entertainment. To a degree, there is some entertainment involved in it. Whether that's entertainment from make you laugh, make you think, kind of go, oh, I never thought about it that way. That's interesting.
Make me.
You kind of have to play it with it.
Not that you care.
Eric wore Team Germany jersey, so this German eye is great. That's right, Sven. You got it. When you turn the camera on, there's always a performance angle. It is what it is. That's right. That is correct. Aki says, Carlos, why is holding you back? That's not grammatically good. What is that? Why is holding you back? You mean what is holding you back? I'm taking the Jeff Wilson approach to card content. The money isn't there for me. Look, Eric, if they give me the sack of cash,
oh, I know.
We'll go right off the deep end.
Oh, I know.
We'll sell out so hard.
We will totally sell out.
Dakota says, is Eric from Germany? Oh, let me tell you.
Dakota. Nine.
Haven't you seen it, Dakota? Haven't you heard the rumors? Haven't you seen it?
9.
There's our boy right in the corner. Mm-hmm.
You know what? When you look at that Germany jersey, it almost matches the colors of that Boston Bruins jersey back there.
It's all, listen, it all comes together, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this. You see what Stuke wrote there, Eric? What does it say?
Not a real place.
Good evening, Madam Guelph. And you know what, Scott? I had this prepared just in case because I was hoping Stuke would mention it.
Yeah.
That right there is the University of Guelph logo right there. Just for Eric.
No, you were so desperate that you went out
Wasn't
and had
that one of the logos for the old
that's just silly.
European League?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Remember the World League of football? Yeah, I remember that.
I think that was
Barcelona
one of
Dragons.
Oh, well, Eric, hold on. You're gonna have to do some hashtag scholarship. You're gonna need your reference of that. Because the Guelph Griffins started in 1964. What year is the World League?
No, I'm just saying it was like it. I didn't say
I understand. No, hold on. I'm putting Eric wants to play this game. I'm putting him on the spot. We're gonna need some hashtag scholarship from you, Eric.
Well, if I remember correctly, the World League was in the 90s.
That would be after 1964. So what you're saying is lawyer?
Because this
lawyer
place doesn't really exist. So.
Lawyer. Speaking of lawyers, good evening, Dan. How are you?
Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You pointing to your phone, Eric?
Yes, I put a lot of effort into finding this stupid picture because someone made a Eddie Haskell reference, which is from Leave It to Beaver. So,
all right, don't care. So anyway, Zach says, I said this in Carlos's comments. Geoff isn't a fool. He's going to surround himself with those voices of reason and people that know the industry while he just goes to card shows and have fun. Like I said, there is a performative element to it. He does believe some of the stuff he says. I do believe that. But there is a performative element to it as well. Rob says, can we talk about the Leafs or is this a loaded question? I'll let Eric talk about the Leafs in a minute. I'll get real quick. I'll get caught up these comments then, and then I'll bring you on. So 90s auctions, good evening. Good evening to you. Some high Dan's. Boston Card Hunter put out a video that PayPal goods and services no longer covering trading cards. I didn't see that one. I saw one we were talking about his channel, but I don't know. How recently was that one? Was that earlier today? Because I saw one from today and it wasn't for that.
Hey.
I like to see Dan talking vintage on the famous SCI couch.
I think that's closer now than it was like a week ago.
Well, Dan, I do know a guy. I got inroads.
Yeah, like Ty was like so nice and such a good guy, and he came on Hobby Hotline at 11 o'clock in the morning after having done another show, and he was just so nice. Like I knew the guy was smart, but like I didn't know that he was going to be this nice. So maybe he'll put in a good word for me with the boss, and we'll see. We'll see.
Just promise that just start off the conversation talking about Louis Taint. You can commiserate over your mutual appreciation.
I was this close to asking him about Louis Taint on the Hobby Hotline, but I decided not to. I decided it would be a bit of a cheap shot, so I didn't do it. And he was being such a good guest. So
yeah, it'd be nice to keep him separated from what Jeff says. Yes, no control.
So Scott, that's the reason why though I made a distinction. I gave you guys a real life example. Like you can work for a company and people can be like, I hate this company, and they'll be like, but they, the roof over my head, the food on my table, like. And here's the thing: what if, Scott, I deal with my boss, and our relationship's good, like he treats me well, I get paid, I do my job. So when you're sitting there telling me that my boss sucks, it's meaning like, okay, fair enough. But at the same time, like, my relationship with them is not a problem. Like, so what is he going to tell you? He's going to be like, look, this is kind of an awkward conversation because at the same time, it's like, you're talking to me about your opinion about a person that I have to deal with every day and I don't have a problem. That's why I don't try to put people in that position unless it's absolutely necessary. It's not a fair position to put them in because then you're asking them to answer for somebody else. You want to ask Geoff that question directly to his face? By all means. That's fair. That's fair game. But that's to his face about himself.
Not really a question, though. I mean, it wasn't really going to be a question. It was just going to be a joke, basically.
Right.
Oh, the Hobby Hotline channel?
I think you could lead with Louis Taint ? I think that could be put in the form of a question.
For collectors. It's on for collectors. You know that.
Yeah. Come on. Listen, I think it's 5 collectors, 6 collectors, 7 collectors. I saw at least 2 of the collectors last night.
Part of it now. I like that 90s auction as quoting a 90s song. That's pretty cool.
That's right.
Hey, Josh. I was just texting with Josh about
comparing legal notes? Comparing legal notes?
Exactly. It's exactly what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
I should congratulate Josh. Was just admitted in I guess the New York Southern District of New York Federal Court. Courtroom that I practice in, so someday we may hang out in legal circles and talk cards in the lobby.
There you go. I like it.
We'll see.
So we'll get caught up in the comments here. Bob Boozle, good evening. I grilled McDonald's at workers today about the CEO taking little bites of the burgers on social media, as you should, Bob. We need to get to the bottom of this. Dakota is questioning Paul's scouting report. Got to stay on brand. I like it. New York State Bar.
Oh, State Bar. Okay.
Nice. See, I got and it's just randomly giving channels now. I've never heard of this person. Who is this? I know only scholarship, and that ain't it. But look, Dan, my favorite thing was as soon as Scott brought it up, and I showed you the picture in advance, obviously, where you got a chance to see it. But I was like, oh, let me bring it. Shea Moynihan is my favorite thing in the world right now.
Oh, did you show it?
Oh, I showed it.
Yes.
Oh, I did.
That was awesome.
Yeah, like Scott brought it up, and I was, and I just we needed a moment to hold on. We need to admire it one more time. Can we take a moment as a people? Can we take a moment? And I want to emphasize something very important as I once again enjoy and bask in the warm glow of this. First of all, I'm thinking, Dan, about getting this printed and framed on my wall. First of all. Second of all, I got to tell you, this is the kind of stuff I bring up just on a casual Friday, Dan. I get inspiration. I bring it up on casual Friday. And then I'm sitting there being told that there is a YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. And you know what? We need to have a recount. We need to have a conversation. Because I'm sorry. You all collectively, these people that are so-called Hall of Famers need to get on my level, Dan. Get on my level. Which one of them brought Shea Moynihan? Which one?
When you sent this to me, I had a really, really good laugh. I just thought it was hilarious. But you know what? I put a comment in that video, the revolution will not be televised. It will be on YouTube. The revolution will not be televised is a song by Gil Scott-Heron, and YouTube linked to the song. So it went blue. I clicked on it, and there's the song. So I'm like, wow, I maybe if somebody clicked through, they would be educated about 60s radical music, and a great song, and a great phrase. But I just used it to make a joke, and here I am educating people.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we always need the hashtag scholarship. Sven says, thank God Geoff doesn't collect German soccer player cards. Give it time, man. Give it time. Mike's alter ego. Yes, it is. Now, the only question we have left, Scott, and this is an important, this is the kind of thing, Dan, that my channel is perfect for, because I can make sure that the will of the people is correctly reflected here. So the question that I have is, was that magnificent Smithsonian caliber image that I showed, is that Shea Moynihan or is that Mike Guevara?
I think it's Shea Moynihan, because Mike Rivera sounds like a second baseman for a baseball team.
I'm just saying. I'm offering two options. I am offering two alternatives. I am just simply asking a question.
I do have a question, though.
Please do.
I was tempted to send it to Mike, but you had sent it to me, and we didn't really talk about whether you were going to, send it out into the world. Does Moynihan know this exists?
No.
Can I send it to him?
Yeah, go ahead. Of course.
Look,
if I put it on the live, so real quick for everybody's reference. So Scott, you know this already, but look, just so we're all on the same page here. If I put it on the live, people can clip things. So I always say with Eric, we joke about it, but at the same time, like, it's true. I tell people all the time, and Scott, this happens more often. I watch people have to pull down videos and do all these things. When you're live, you're live. You should just assume people can clip it and like, hey, did you hear what so and so said about? If you're not comfortable putting your name on it, if you're not comfortable naming names and doing all that stuff, then don't even bother. Don't waste, because at the same time, if you have to recoil or apologize or whatever, that to me is fun. I thought it was funny. Mike made the video. As soon as I saw it, I had a good laugh, Scott, and I was like, I got to create this, and I put it together. And as soon as I saw the results, Scott, I'm like, it's magnificent. It's too good. The world needs to see it.
Yes,
it's a masterpiece.
Well, he's getting it now.
Absolutely. So
yeah. Now that you put it on YouTube, so anybody can see it. But when you sent it to me, it was like Tuesday, so I didn't know that it was going to be a thing.
No, I am not. Dan, the world needs to see the Mona Lisa. We cannot deny the people art. The YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, notwithstanding their denial of art, we had a kazoo parade planned. Their denial of the arts, notwithstanding, I refuse to not let the people enjoy it. I refuse. So whatever you say, as long as you can live with what you say, then I'm always good with it. So I always advise everybody that comes on, hey, by the way, you should just assume that somebody can clip it. So make sure whatever it is you're saying, you should be able to stand behind it. If you can't stand behind it, then you're making a mistake. I've never had to pull a video because I remind everybody, and from time to time, it's good to give a reminder. You are still accountable for what you say.
Can we speak about videos that were pulled today?
We can. Yeah. I'll read 2 comments and I'll get caught up here. Yeah. So Steven says here, Carlos, again, bang on what you do. Too many people hide. Yeah. That's what I say. Like, if you're borderline on it, well, then think about it. Sleep on it. Take your time. You don't have to blurt out the first thought that comes to your mind. And if you don't blurt out the first thought that comes to your mind, and you give it some thought, again, that's in fun. If Mike has an issue with it, he can take it up with me. He's got my email. And Dan, if he wants a copy of that picture, I can email it to him. I can give him the full version, the full res version. He can have it.
Well, he hasn't responded to my text, so I have it open. I'm waiting.
Dan, you wait. By the National, that could be autograph 8x10s. You wait. Shea Moynihan, the dream lives. The revolution.
As I said to you in text, the only thing unrealistic about it is the hair.
So I did touch on that. Yeah. Hey, listen, the AI was being very nice to him. He should appreciate that the AI did a good job. Scott, that prompt, it was a very simple prompt, and the AI took it in the best places. I loved all the places it took it. I was like, you know what? Terminator notwithstanding, the AI and I are going to get along. We're going to get along just fine.
Which AI did you use that on?
Ask me later. I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll even give you the prompt if you want. Like it's very simple. It was very basic, and I'll show. I can tell you exactly how I did it. So Orlando said Mike recently visited Cuba on a mission trip. He probably looked like that on the visit. Maybe. That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. So I will say, obviously, he said you don't need to read the comment, but I will say, if you folks you can check out Dakota's channel, Sports Card Anonymous. He's been doing more talking head kind of videos, talking about different collecting things. Check it out, have some fun with it, and go in the comment section, engage with it. You know, he's kind of come back into it. I think now we're into March, so Dakota, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to try to see if I can we'll try to figure it out. I want to see if I can get Dakota to come on, and maybe we'll do a chat, not necessarily maybe on the live, or maybe just a pre-record. We'll figure it out, but then we can have a little chat about some of the stuff. So there's a good chance to do some of that.
If you did something like you did with Ty, but with a different subject, obviously.
Yeah, I like to do it from time to time. I like to throw it in. I like to sprinkle. The funny thing, Dan, is that people don't realize that I sprinkle in videos like that from time to time to remind them. It's like, no, guys, I can do a more straightforward video where we just have a conversation and talk about a topic. Scott, I don't like to do it all the time because I don't like to set a bad example.
Right.
So, yeah. And that would be, you don't want to set a bad example here. That's why in Sammy's thing, I pulled out the 53 tops panel and I was like, here you go. This is in the comment box. There you go. There's your one card. That's all you get. Yeah. So anyway, you're saying about pulling a video. Which one you want to talk about?
Yeah, Rattle Pokemon.
Okay. So which video did he pull?
So I guess maybe last week, he did a video about how Logan Paul's Rip It is just another one of the scams that he's, just the next scam in line.
Oh, okay.
And he got a letter from...
so I saw the video for the letter. So he did actually pull the video.
The video with the letter is gone now, too. So the video with the letter is gone. The video that they said take down is gone. So he caved.
Yeah.
But, we've talked about this before.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, that's why I said, look, I like Rattle Pokemon, but and also fellow Canadian, I like Rattle Pokemon, but he likes to fly very close to the sun sometimes because he has said things on his channel that are factually incorrect. And he has actually damaged some businesses by being factually incorrect. He runs to say now. Other times he's 100% bang on, but that's why I say, if you decide you want to be that type of channel, if that's what you want to do, which clearly he does, and he's built up a good following with it, you got to be super, again, going back to what I said literally minutes ago, you got to make sure you got your stuff lined up. Everything that you're talking about has to be within the realm of either this is my opinion, like he's gotten better at it over the years now he's starting to incorporate that more and more to be like, this is my opinion, blah, 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 allegedly, etc. We joke about it, but do you really want to spend time? A lot of people are like, oh, but if you can prove it, even minimal litigation, if you get charged anything, this is money out of your pocket. Even if you quote unquote win, you don't always win.
Well, I looked up the law firm that sent him that letter, and that letter was really heavy-handed. Like the end of it was like, if you want to become involved in aggressive, protracted, expensive litigation, it was really heavy-handed. Those lawyers are the lawyers who have represented Logan Paul before in his legal action against CoffeeZilla. Yeah, they also represented Kevin O'Leary when Kevin O'Leary sued that guy who put out a video about how he had committed murder or something. That whole thing with I don't know if you know about this with the boat. There was a boating accident that Kevin O'Leary and his wife were in, and the guy in the other boat passed away. Oh, okay. But so some guy on the internet was calling him a murderer and all this stuff. So we sued him, and he won actually. And that law firm was involved in that, and they've been involved in a few other things. But it's a lot of sort of celebrity defamation kind of stuff, and so they're well equipped monetarily, and I would assume Rattle Pokemon probably has some money. But he doesn't want to get involved.
Yeah, but not that kind of money. He's not a big enough. CoffeeZilla was able to build up a nest egg, but it's still ongoing. The litigation is still ongoing. So the reality is, like, I've watched a little bit here and there and paid some attention. Like, for the most part, it seems like he's doing a pretty good job with it. But the reality is this: most people don't want to get stuck in a protracted legal proceeding, even if they're in the right. And because a lot of times it's a weapon. You get bludgeoned against you. Like, I'm going to waste your time and I'm going to waste money.
It's a thing. But, what also came up in that letter, and, Rattle Pokemon read the entire letter on the video. I mean, he didn't do much else other than that in the video.
Yeah. I did watch
in the video, made reference in the letter. It made reference to Rattle Pokemon having been sued before for defamation and having settled it. So he's probably thinking, I don't want to have to write another check. So I don't blame him, honestly. But it's not cool to see that, really. I mean, he wasn't saying anything about Logan Paul that couldn't have been backed up with some information. But
so the thing with the Logan Paul thing is that he's basically proven that he's quite willing to be litigious, obviously. But the other part of the thing is it hurting Logan Paul's reputation. So the counter to a lot of this thing for a lot of people, hurting Logan Paul's reputation is very difficult. Right. It's not like his reputation is seen high. He doesn't have this high reputation of people, publicly for a lot of people. There's plenty of evidence.
The theory is that by this large YouTube person saying Rip It is just another scam, he's going to ruin Rip It, and then any money that Logan Paul would have made out of Rip It is his damages. It's not necessarily his reputation, although that was part of it. It's really more about this new business and how it's going to be impacted by negative comments. But would it have been a successful piece of litigation? I don't know. But who wants to find out? Who wants to pay to find out? Well, CoffeeZilla does, but Rattle Pokemon doesn't. So
and the CoffeeZilla, I think, was more willing to do it for two reasons. Number one, he's been able to kind of build up a little bit of goodwill with folks in a war chest, a little bit. He's more able to fight it. Number one, he does have a bigger audience and a bigger platform with which to fight back to. Yeah, and a lot of the stuff he talked about was very extensively researched, like. Rattle Pokemon, for better or worse, we talked a few minutes ago about entertainment. He tries to be kind of entertaining, a little bit goofy, a little bit lighthearted with it, which is fine. But then you're also trying to delve into kind of more legal waters. So you kind of have to find your voice. And Scott, this is one thing I don't like, that people don't understand the difference. Even on this live, I will oscillate between complete goofiness, will go all the way off the deep end, being utterly ridiculous. Like we had Shay Moynihan. Moi, chef's kiss. But then if you pay attention in the same live, now we're talking about this. Do you notice the tone that I'm using for this section is a little bit different? So the way you approach each one of these pieces has to reflect the subject that you're talking about. When you're talking about legal stuff, and then there's somebody who's already proven that there will, like, Rattle can't be unaware that Logan Paul has gone after CoffeeZilla. It's pretty high profile. So it means if you're going to go down this route, you better make sure you got all your I's dotted and your T's crossed, and you're very comfortable with the direction you take, because you're trying to be this watchdog, right? You're trying to operate in that space, but you're pointing directly to specific individuals who are already proven they're willing to come back and try to silence you by any means necessary.
There was another thing in the letter that I found kind of interesting, and I quibble with the legal issues involved in it, but when OSC brought like the action against Liquid Marketplace, Logan Paul was apparently still involved in it, but he divested his entire. He basically said, "Here, take everything, all the money that I have in this or whatever," and just ran away and said to the OSC, "I'll cooperate if I have to." So I don't know that doesn't necessarily get him off the hook, but like I said to you in the original discussion we had about this, I think he actually protected himself by not being an officer in the corporation. So that's probably why he was not in the action before the OSC. But that was brought up, and it's interesting because Rattle Pokemon had that form that we had, the complaint, and he was reading from it, and that's going to come out in court. Well, not a court, it's administrative hearing, but whatever. And so essentially, what's happened is that they've nipped it in the bud, I think. But we'll see. I mean, when that hearing takes place, and it is a public hearing, there's going to be stuff that comes out about Liquid Marketplace, and Logan Paul's name is going to come up, and it's going to be under oath. So
Mhm.
that's something that we're going to be able to rely on too. But we'll see.
No, for sure. And like as an observer, it makes sense. But it's one of those things where, like, if you want to dip your toes into those waters, because he had already gone back and forth with Logan Paul previously, and up until this point, it hadn't really caused an issue. Again, he pulled the video, so it says something.
Yeah, he was the guy. I think I'm right about this. I can chat can or you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but Rattle Pokemon was one of the guys who flagged that box, the fake, the G.I. Joe box, flagged it as being fake before they even opened.
He had an entire video series on it. Yep.
Yeah. And so he knows his stuff. And in fact, at that time, he was somewhat friendly with Logan Paul because he had told Logan Paul, what he knew. And it wasn't accusatory, but eventually it got accusatory.
Exactly.
Mike Moynihan has responded with a lowercase LOL.
So he's got the lowercase LOL. It's important.
And then I said, I gave you credit for it. So he hasn't responded to that. But I don't know. Maybe he'll come into the chat.
The revolution. Scott, Mike can bring us the revolution. Vive la revolution. He needs to get a beret. The next step is to get a beret.
All right. Well, I'm done talking law stuff. I know I'm boring everybody to death. Sorry, Scott. Not sorry to you, Eric.
I
didn't think you would be.
I have seen more things along the lines of what you brought up since then.
Josh. Not me. I'm not bored with it.
Listen, I have no problem. Look, if 90s Auction wants to do the hobby law hour, I can get for legal reasons, I can't use the Law and Order sound effect, but I could go dun dun.
Yeah.
Look, if we can't get Penny Sleever, Dan, look, this channel isn't going to pay for itself. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Penny Sleever. We're close.
Dan,
I'll tell
get
you
the
offline,
bag.
we're
Dan,
close
get the
to
bag.
Getting a sponsorship. We're very close.
I was going to say we need. Scott, I'm trying to help with this man. We need the money first, and then we can talk.
But I have bad news for you, Carlos. It's not going to be money. It's going to be stuff. We're going to get stuff.
Boo! Hold on. Do I have a boo in here? Scott. Now I know I need a boo sound effect on here. That's what I need.
I think there is one on the on your stream guard.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. Can I add sounds? Oh, yes. Hold on. You are Scott. You are correct. Hold on. Yeah. Amazing. And now that is on my board. That's right.
I didn't hear it for some reason.
Oh, Scott, did you hear it?
Yes, I heard it.
No,
yep.
You'll check it out on the replay, Dan. Trust me, it was there. Wow. Again, magnificent. I was showing you and telling the law, Dan. Right? Dan from Saugus to represent me. There you go. I like that.
He's a loser. You don't want him representing you.
I don't know, Eric. I got to tell you, we're now into another best hour of your life. We did it.
Dan from Saugus sucks.
And we're only minutes away from surpassing the Sammy Thunder live stream.
Look what came. SGC.
Oh, you get your SGC back.
December 15th to what's today? The 6th of March?
March 6th, yeah.
So a little over a week, less than 3 months. So almost 3 months. Door to door.
Zach says, you brag about Eric's like money so much that I think, no, I don't brag about it. I'm reminding Eric. Like, pay it. Just saying.
Jeez. I'm not paying anything.
That's right. But yes.
Is that what he says in the store? They catch him with big bundles of cards.
That wasn't a denial, is what I'm saying. Speaking of legalities, that was not a denial, Scott.
Looks like he's organizing a call from the week.
All I'm saying, like every time Eric's like, "Hey guys, you want to see the new cards I got?" Yeah, the new cards.
You won't believe the cards I have this week.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Wow.
Can't wait to see what grades you get. There you go. Nice.
Probably do a video during the week.
Second week in a row, Dan has been so gleeful about life as Carlos and Eric continue to mourn. I know. It's a tough scene. We do what we can, Bob. We do what we can. But yeah, I'll also kind of preview this week on the channel. Dan will have the 5th episode of Cardboard Cynics. So that is forthcoming.
It's already uploaded and scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
There you go. So you'll have that on the weekend. That'll be on Dan's channel, and once it's live, I'll update my my playlist, and I'll direct you guys so you can check it out for yourself. Also, the silly card of the week polling is up, so you folks are welcome to make your selections. It is on the channel, and then also I did. So I'm trying to take advantage and trying to make sure I get some of these things done. I did actually put together a YouTube short of the T-Pott conversation. So I took one snippet of it just so that if folks want to get a little taste of it, like I said, there was some good conversation on there. If you kind of go through it, like we didn't spend a ton of time focusing on the whole actual inconsistency in the video, because like I said, I don't really care. I literally made a video explaining this. So for me, it's like, if that's the case, then great, take advantage of it. That's my thing. I did watch though, Scott, I got to do my community service. I did watch a podcast though, where the guys were talking about a couple different things, and then the best part about it was they mentioned the infamous coaster makers. They mentioned good old Tag, and they were saying like, do you think Tag? And literally in the comments they were talking about, it's like, well, if they ever had an issue where they were found to be inconsistent, that would really hurt them. So then I have to be helpful, Scott. In the comment section goes like, well, actually, they've already been proven to be inconsistent several times. In fact, here's a link to a video that's been watched almost 200,000 times where a PSA 6 became a Tag 10, became a Tag 5. Hashtag consistency, hashtag the robots.
But do any of you have a champs grading 7.5? Do any of you have one of those?
I think the first thing that hurt it is that's a non-sport card masquerading to be a sports card. Like that right there, it's fake.
I've had this since the 90s. It was a small company here in New England that would go to shop to shop to shop and grade and encapsulate at the shop. And this has been in here since the early 90s when grading first started kicking off. The company didn't last long, which I don't think anyone is surprised about. And I've just left it in there because the card is safe and what the hell, but it's a champs 7.5. And the card's really awesome. The card's in great shape. I don't think anything's wrong with the grade.
Are you sure, Eric? If we crack it out and send it to one of the graders, are you sure it's not going to come back? What is this fucking shit?
No. All right.
Eventually, it'll get to 7.5. It'll get a 4 and a 9 and a 6. And eventually, you'll get to 7.5.
Average.
You send it in enough to the right places.
Mm-hmm. Bobble's here.
So
just
you know
make sure
what?
I read.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to read this comment here. So just a heads up, since SGC was mentioned, found out 2 days ago trying to help someone that the old red label SGC authentic in-person auto labels no longer can be looked up or verified on the site.
Is that right? I have
so that is an interesting note. I would like someone to check that out, but that is interesting if that is the case. Definitely worth checking out. Orlando says, was funny yesterday. Sammy trying to end the live stream. Carlos just gets it. I was actually, so real quick story behind the scene. So Sammy, before we hit go live, he mentioned that he could only do about an hour. And Scott, I was sitting there like, oh, I'm going to mess with this.
Well,
I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, come on now. Like, I was like, do you know who you're dealing with, sir? Come on. What are we doing?
This is a red label auto that's in. It has a slab.
Yeah, so the cert gets to work for it. Okay, that's what I say. Like,
I put that in like 2 months ago. So it may be that
no. But so then, what I would like to see is maybe try it on like the site. I'd be curious if somebody punched in that number now on the site, if anything would come up. That would be kind of curious to see that. But yeah, no, Orlando's right. Like, look, when it comes to one of those situations, I gotta have some fun with it because I'm sitting there like. And Scott, somebody invites me on the live stream. I'm like sitting there, like, you really want to try to constrain me to an hour? And like I said, he spent the first 5 or 6 minutes reading comments. I was like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? Get on with it, man. Get on with it. Let's go. I was sipping my beer, trying to be patient, but I'm like, all right, we can start. We see there's a room to hold Eric's recent pickups. That's right. Send a PSA, Eric. That's right. Go check it now. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just to check the serial number on it fresh.
I'm going to
check
do
it
that
out
right
on the
now.
site. I'm curious. Yeah, I'd be kind of curious to see what comes up. But yeah, that is an interesting note though. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on. Look, I'll put it this way, just so that we're all on the same page. I did enjoy Mike's video. Part of the reason I enjoyed it is that, there's nothing inherently wrong with what he was saying. And it did inspire, Shay Moynihan, which is wonderful. But the reality of it is that I don't agree with him because like a lot of this stuff has been going on for years. A lot of these issues, and he even invoked the infamous eye appeal thing. A lot of people talk about the eye appeal thing. And this whole idea is like, oh, collectors are getting more into eye appeal. And I'm like, all I see, Scott, is another excuse for dealers to charge more for cards. Okay, right. You don't want graded cards? Cool. This eye appeal card is now 50% higher. Why? Because it's a nicer card.
Looks like a 10.
Yeah, it's a nicer looking card.
Brandon is right. It's not. Yeah. It's okay. Not in the.
Well, there you go. Good. It's good to confirm it. Yep, it's good to confirm. So there you go, confirmed.
And that's been going on for a while anyway. If you go to a table, they'll have this would grade excellent to near mint, and it'll give you the price.
Yeah, all you're doing is just reopening the conversation, saying, "Okay, well, you guys want to reject grading." And again, I'm not telling you have to get your. I want to be clear about this. I'm not telling you have to get your cards graded. What I am saying is, removing grading doesn't actually eliminate this problem. It's the condition premium that people are paying more money for that is actually, we keep ignoring. So Dan, the way I would put this is we keep looking at the symptoms and we keep ignoring the disease, the underlying disease. The disease was you guys paying way more money because this is a nice one. The problem is eventually, and actually this kind of curtails me into a conversation I did want to have. So Chad, I want to have this conversation with you as well. So we use the vintage as an example. That way Eric doesn't get confused. So we'll start with that. But just so that we're all on the same page. The idea has always been that vintage, goes up steadily over time if everything's organic and and that's fine. But there is a point where that's actually counterproductive. There is a point at which the price keeps going. So how do you resolve this? One way you can resolve it is consolidation. People do that. They'll say, hey, I'm working on, instead of working on like a million projects, I'll narrow it down to these projects and I'll make it tighter and tighter and tighter. I'll move these cards along and I'll get nicer and nicer and nicer cards, which is fine. But then eventually we run out of ability, Scott. At a certain point, we can no longer consolidate, or we just don't want to. There is a certain stage where we hit a threshold, and for everybody, the number is going to be different. For everyone's going to be a different number. And I was having a conversation the other day, and I think I've talked about it with Dan, but I think I mentioned it with Sammy as well, and some other folks. I forget. But I've said, personally, only speaking for myself, I don't want to pay $10,000 plus for any card. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a T206 Honus Wagner. I don't care if it's a 52 South Mantle. I'm not saying it's not worth that. What I'm saying is I do not want to pay that. I have no interest in taking that money from, but Carlo, if I had a multi-million-dollar checking account where I literally just have cash sitting there burning a hole, I still do not want to pay it because no piece of cardboard is worth that to me. I'm making a clear distinction here. It is not worth that to me. That doesn't mean it's not worth that based on what the market says. The market could be. Now, if you tell me, oh, Carlos, you can buy it and sell it. Well, then fine. Sure. I'll pay it and then I'll sell it. Like it's going to go out of here almost as fast as it can. In fact, I don't even want to touch it, Scott. At that point, here you go. Write it back out the door and back to the auction block so that I can make my money. The point is I have no interest in having those cards in my collection because I just want to have my collection with me. I don't want to be in a position where I feel like I need to put it in a safety deposit box in order to protect my investment. I don't feel comfortable with that type of collection. I just don't. So, but other people do, which is nothing wrong with that. That's fine. The point though is consolidation has a logical conclusion. It has an end. And the thing is, all it does though, is it just keeps raising the bar. I'm not saying that everybody's going to get there, but what I'm getting at is that eventually the cards can't keep going up forever because eventually the rank and file collector will be like, okay, so now it is no longer possible to do a 52 top set, even if you wanted to, because the price goes up too far. Oh, well, then you can go to, well, now the 53 top set is good. I'll give you an example. 53 Bowman Color is a set that I'm working on, and I'm on the back end of it. I'm basically 75% of the way. Plus, Dan was kind enough to pass a couple of cards my way that I'll have on a future mail day. So I'm over 75% done, Scott. But I have the Mantle, I have the Stand Musial, I have all the key cards. The remaining 25% are kind of high numbers, but there aren't as many big names. I'm actually on the back end of it. I will finish that set. No problem. The next project that I will work on will be 53 tops, but I'm still kind of hesitant. I have picked up a couple more cards recently, But here's going to be the key piece. This is the one that's going to make or break it. I will only consider it, Scott, fully underway if I get the Willie Mays, because that's the next big card on that check. If I get the Willie Mays, then we're going for it. But there's the 3 cards: the Willie Mays, the Jackie Robinson, and the Satchel Paige. I have the mantle. So I have the mantle. That one's there. And I have some other stars and Hall of Famers. I got those people. But the Willie Mays is the next major card. But Scott, that's already automatically $1,000 plus. Yeah.
That card in that condition, see all that schmutz around the top and the bottom?
Yeah.
Is about a $1,000 card.
Correct. So what I'm getting at here, Scott, is I can do it. I can do it. But I'm saying we're getting dangerously close to a threshold where I am not in the business of trying to get $1,000 plus cards. There are a handful of 4-figure cards that I will still need for my collection product. If I decide to do that, the Maze is now over $1,000. It has to be. Like, in order to get it, to Dan's point, in order to get a 1, I got to clear $1,000.
Is that
the Jackie Robinson has been moving up? The Satchel Paige has been moving up.
Just to educate me, because I don't know the baseball stuff that well. The card that Dan just showed, is that the card you need?
Yeah, it's a 53 Topps Willie Mays. Yes,
that's the one.
Yeah, so even in that condition, it's north of 1,000 already.
Yep.
In that condition, it's north of 1,000. Obviously, higher condition, higher price. But there is one other card that clears the $1,000 threshold based on the condition that I want to get it in. I have a 57 Topps Packers team set. The Bart Starr is the last one that I need for that. And that one, to keep it kind of in a mid-range condition, that's north of 1,000. But that's the end of the line, Scott. That's the end of the line. So once we've hit that line, I don't want to be adding $1,000 plus cards into my collection necessarily. That's not what I'm interested in doing.
I have Dan's address. I bet you we can, we can get you that card a little cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
The claw will come.
Yeah, look, I'm just saying, Eric finds ways. But do you get my point?
Can I just say this? Can I say this about 53 Topps?
Go ahead.
To tell you probably not a good idea. The reason this is so expensive, even though it's in terrible condition, is because not only it's Willie Mays, but it's a high number. The high numbers in 53 Topps are very difficult, as opposed to the high numbers in 53 Bowman color, which are not that difficult. There's a little bit of a premium, but there are cards in this set. Hal Newhouser is one. Preacher Rowe. They're just way beyond what they should be, just simply because they're short prints and they're high numbers. So it's a tough set. And it's also like 230 cards or something like that.
274.
274.
You have the full set?
Yeah. Me, no.
No.
Yeah.
I just got the Preacher Row and sold it for a premium because I got it in a lot, and I got the Hal Newhouser cheap and sold that too because I know how much people want those. So I actually got some more hobby budget by playing that a little bit. But I don't think I'm ever going to do that set. But that's one of the things that's going to dissuade you from doing it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, so the reason I'm bringing this up, so I just want to make sure you all understand. Yep. The reason I'm bringing these up is that in the realm of the vintage, there aren't too many things that interest me anymore to do. I'm just not that interested. The 253 sets I like. It's because I like those sets that I would even consider it. And it's because I have the mantle that I would even consider. If I didn't have the mantle today, I wouldn't buy it. Period. End of that. Full stop. The only reason it's even consideration, Scott, is because I bought the mantle years ago. I paid $650 US for the mantle. It's multiples of that today. So the reality is, at the time, I paid the going rate at the time. That was the market rate at the time. It was a fair price. But the point is that, so I didn't get any crazy deal because at the time that was the price. And then it's escalated since then. But if I was starting today, I wouldn't even bother. Then this wouldn't even be a conversation. Because I have a couple of the key cards, I have some of the Hall of Famers and everything. That's the only reason I even consider it. So the Maze is kind of the one that if I get the Maze, then I'll go for it because that's the next big card remaining kind of on that checklist. But then after I run through those, like I'm going to start running out of things real quick because I'm not that interested in starting a bunch of other projects. I've got stuff that's already most of the way there. A 1970 Topps set I have, all that I have left on a checklist is high numbers. I finished most of the set. Like most of the set's done. At this point, I kind of want to finish the set because as plain as it is, I kind of like the 70 Topps set. And it's one that I've had for so many years. I've got the Nolan Ryan. I've got almost everybody, the key guys. So I'll just finish it and be done with it. Yeah, no, for sure. But I'm saying, like, I've had most of those cards for years. So I will get back around to it and kind of finish what I started. That's my point. So
I took the binder out because I'm getting this autograph tomorrow. Juan Marichal is going to be at the Philly show tomorrow. And I TTM'd, but I forgot to send out the All-Star. I sent out only his base card. So like 5-6 years ago. So he's going to sign this in Philly tomorrow. Yeah. So that's why I have the whole set out.
Yeah. So the reason I posed that question, so I know it was a very long-winded explanation, but I need to give examples so that everybody understood what I was getting at. What I'm saying is it's going to become more difficult. So I'm going to read through some of these comments here just to get caught up. But what I'm saying is the consolidation thing, there's only so much you can do it, and not everybody's going to want to. At a certain point, like, you can't just keep pushing the price up to the sky and saying, oh, consolidation will fix it. No, it won't. At a certain point, we run out of real estate, Scott. We can't move anything else at a certain point. And there are going to be folks that are going to hit their limit. It might be 1,000. It might be more than it might be less than 1,000. They might just say, like, look, man, I can't justify spending X amount, whatever that number is for you, on a piece of cardboard. I've got other things that I would rather spend that money on at that point. The reason I gave that $10,000, like $1,000 number, that I don't want to go beyond it, and I would never pay $10,000 for a card. I don't care what it is. I don't care about inflation. I don't care about any of it. Is because at $10,000 plus, Scott, I got other hobbies. I can buy things for $10,000 plus that I would rather have than the cardboard. It's not about the spending the money, because even if I have unlimited funds, I don't want to do it because there's other hobbies. If I'm going to spend that much, Scott, then I want to take advantage of the other hobbies, not for the cardboard. For the cardboard, I can't get there. So that's a no-go for me. But for somebody else, you know, their number would be higher, and that's fine. And for somebody else, the number would be lower. No issue there. Yeah, I saw your comment, but so now you got it, Mark. Dakota says, Dan, how long have you, so real quick, this is for a question for you, Dan. How long have you been collecting? How long have you been making content?
Very, very difficult question to answer. Let me say this. If you want to know about my collecting history, I did an interview with Tony from Southern Collector 14 about a month ago, and it's on his channel, and it's about as thorough as you could get in terms of like my collecting history. How long am I making content? On YouTube, a little less than 3 years.
Good stuff. Paul says Max Crosby to the Ravens. Interesting. All right. Dakota says, an interesting point, Carlos. You bought this set because you've been here a while. Will people who join the hobby post 2020 be interested? It's a valid question. I don't worry about the value proposition going forward, but the reason I bring it up is that even the people that are already immersed, even the people that are already doing it, Scott, they will run into a brick wall eventually. The whole idea, the whole thing with vintage is that it's safe. Oh, but it just keeps going up over time. It's like there is a downside to that too. At a certain point, actually, we're not going to keep up with it. The idea, oh, well, you know, it's safe. You spend the money and then you don't lose money. But I don't care. I can't collect it anymore. If you keep raising the price, eventually I can't collect it anymore because I don't want to do it at that stage. I don't want to work on these projects. I don't want to get, because then, okay, so now I got to spend how much? How much of the, because it pushes everything else up. You know, all the singles go up. So it's like, do I even want to finish it then? Well, if I give up on it, Scott, then what are we going to do? So so you move the singles and you get out of it. So then who's left? Just people with too much money?
Well, we joke about my money. I don't have too much money, but I've been working on something, and you may recognize these. Nice. And what you're saying is completely true. That you know, vintage doesn't go down; it just goes up. But when you try to purchase, you know, a large amount of vintage, the price tag is sometimes just ridiculous. And you know, I just made a huge investment in my collection yesterday. This 66. I mean, I have to see exactly how many are in here, and that's what I'm trying to do is organize it. But that is a good chunk of 66 tops, and I paid for it, you know. And there's some good stuff. I mean, this stuff's all perfect. I mean, there's Bobby Hull.
I could ask you a question. It kind of plays into this comment here. Would you have done that if you didn't have the Boubier?
I was I was going to answer that question on my own and get the whole set. No. I was happy with just having the Bruins cards from that set. Now, Carlos was there. He knows the whole story behind the Bobby Orr, which is, sits right here.
Your best friend and general saint of the hobby, Brad. Not 8671, not the Judas guy.
No.
The one we like.
So I had all the Bruins cards, because my goal is to have every Bruin card in every set. Okay, going up, all the vintage stuff, just have the Bruins cards. And then from there, I go on. So I had the Bruins cards, and I was like, I'm not collecting the entire 66 set. I don't need to. I just want the Bruins cards, but I'll never get the Orr. Brad, gifted me the Orr that he and his uncle had collected. And, that was a very special night, obviously. And now I'm like, all right, well, I have the most expensive card in hockey, so I might as well just see what comes of it. So I've been doing a little bit at a time, and this collection came into the shop. And I would like, to say that I just 5-finger discounted it, but that is not the case. There was no the claw.
For legal reasons, it's not the case, but for practical reasons,
in this time, it wasn't the claw. Other times, it's been the claw, but not this time.
So basically, Eric is saying this time I didn't shamelessly rob Sports World, but other times
I did allegedly not shamelessly rob Sports World. I wish I had, because I'm poor now. I'll be eating bologna sandwiches for quite a few months.
For the record, though, Eric, the fact that you quote unquote read Sports World, given what I've seen about your work ethic and what you bring to the table, I feel like you've been robbing them the whole time that you've been there. That's separate from the items.
I can't argue that point. And
just saying.
And Phil does make comments like that on the regular.
Here's my thing with especially vintage. I've ran into this. I'm putting together like you're doing with the Bruins, the Mets, Topps flagship. There are cards that are just like Dan was saying, in short printed, third series, whatever, that you have to come up with some money for these guys that maybe had one at bat or you just don't even care about. And then you got to pay this money to complete a set because you got to complete the set.
Right.
I have issues with that. I sit there and I'm always asking people, especially to go after these crazy expensive sets, what are you going to do when you get to the high number when you got to pay for Joe Schmo? He was on the left panel, third one down, and all those were torn in half when the cutting. Now they're $250 because I ran into that with some of the Mets cards. So, which I got, but I found the worst copies I could and still like them. I saved some cards, as Hitman would say.
Yeah.
But
so I wanted
what are y'all's feelings on that? I mean, I get turned off on that myself.
So I wanted to use. We'll get on your thoughts here in a second, but I just want to say I wanted to use vintage as a launch off point. The reality is I could use any category you want,
right?
Because it's the same idea that happened with the player collectors. When one of ones came into play, the player collector kind of died off like the dinosaur. I'm one of the remaining dinosaurs that roam the earth that still try to collect most of the stuff for one of my, but I only do that for one player. But even then, the shield cards, we've talked about it on here before. The shield cards have gotten to the last Medano shield card that sold for $9,000 US broke the paradigm. We've passed the limit. We've crossed the Rubicon. Now that's over because it's too much money. Even I, as one of the folks that will spend good money on a lot, I've set records on some Mike Medano cards that other people will now pay, but I'm not going to get there. Again, I could win the lottery tomorrow. I'm still not going to get there. I don't value it at that value. We've crossed the line. We've passed
That
it.
kid had buyer's remorse because he was trying to sell it.
Yeah.
The
So
Expo.
it's like, well, I you have my condolences, but you're the one who crossed the line. You went past the point where most of us we're looking at you going like, why? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's trying to move.
I'm with
could
like
be-
that with Alonzo's. I won't go. I don't do crazy one-on-one.
And the same thing happens. So I'm using that as an example, but the same thing happens with a lot of these. You know, Dom here was talking about this. So the set collector has started to die off because to basically what you're talking about, Scott. You're talking about a team collection, but the set collector has the same problem. You want to build a 67 top set, you need the high numbers. You want to build a 72 top set, high numbers. You need it for all of these. So it's part of it. If you actually want to complete the set, the high numbers are part of it too. So you're going to have a bunch of players that are like, who's this guy? It's SP Signature Legend. Yeah, it's $40. Why? Because it's a high number. It's a high number. So you got to have it. It's part of the, if you want to complete the set, it's part of the set too.
Yeah, I just had that with the 2002 update for the Mets. Like all of a sudden I'm buying crazy short prints for like $20 of Scott Strickland, you know, things like that. And I'm like, why am I paying $22? I got to have it. So I paid it. But, you know, it's like, you know, $22 isn't the end of the world, but it's still like I paid literally for, you know, the best Met on the team. I paid 26. So yeah, that's where I have that issue.
Yeah. So give us your thoughts, Dan, and then I got a follow-up question, but give us your thoughts first. Go for it.
So, I mean, I can't speak to 2002 Mets because, you know, Scott Strickland, I don't know much about him or whether he's important. But when it comes to those high number common guys, and this is one of my things that I say, is that there are no common cards. Every card has a story, particularly in the 50s and sometimes into the 60s. A lot of these guys that you never heard of that are high numbers that you're spending a lot of money on are fascinating people. Some of them are like war heroes. Some of them like came from like a farm in like the middle of nowhere and like, you know, took trains. And I mean, some of them have amazing stories. So I don't think that any common card in the 50s and 60s is necessarily always common. And so you'll end up with some guys, you know, and who is it? Stoke is talking about Ed Kranepool, Pete Ward, and Bobby Richardson. Those are interesting guys. All of them have great stories. So yeah, you have to pay up.
That could be true. That could be true, Dan. But let's take his number there. Ed Kranepool, Pete Ward, and all that. Okay, if I said $1,000 to $3,000 each, are you still interested?
Yeah, well,
there is my point. My greater point, Dan, is what you say could be fine. There is a price point at which people start tapping out and saying no mas. Like there is a point at which, like, guys, we can't.
It's the 66 high numbers. It's the Grant Jackson rookie card. Now, Grant Jackson's kind of a cool guy and has a good story and everything, but the price is pretty ridiculous at this point. But I'm not building 66, so there you go. But so there is a counter argument to it that sometimes the high numbers, they might not be a guy you ever heard of, but if you look them up on the internet or you look them up in a book, you will you know, find some things that are pretty cool to know.
No, that's fine. But what I'm getting at, and kind of touching on what Scott is talking about, and so the crux of this conversation is really simply this. That's all fine, but there is a point at which the cool story, we get priced out of the cool story. We get priced out of all that stuff because there is a line. There is a point where we hit.
I don't have to buy the card to get that cool story.
Yeah, exactly. So like we run into that point, and once we hit that point, then it's like, okay, oh, Vince is going up. No. 52 Tops Mantle is going up. T206 Honus Wagner is going up. Like the key guys and the key cards, but these other ones kind of like, guys, they're higher, but they're also sitting because it's like, well, nobody's going to do the set now because they can't afford that other card, so they can never finish the set. T206, we can get away with doing this. We can do the 520 set and stuff like that. You can kind of get around it a little bit because it's become so expensive. But it's like, okay, you want to do a 52 top set where you ignore the mantle? You pretend it's not there? Like, I suppose you could, like, or just stick with the low number. Like you could totally do that, but
people do that. The 52 set, but no high numbers. That's a thing.
Yeah, but it's become like almost a necessity if they even want to. But at a certain point, it's like it doesn't feel like you actually finished the set. Like at that point, like it's like we basically had to do it, and we had to kind of qualify the thing. Why not just stop at the first 100 cards then? Like, honestly, just make it even easier, Scott. Like, let's cheat. So, like I said, I'm not telling anybody how they want to do their stuff, but I'm merely making the point that the higher you go up that price bracket, it hurts everything.
When you get to Orlando's comment, I have a story.
Yeah, I like Choo Choo, so I paid up for that one. So.
Yeah, bunch of non-common 54 crosses to sell Diana Strong. So there you go. All right, go for it. You're there.
So I have had 2 Choo Choo Colemans. One of them came in a lot that it didn't say there are high numbers. And I got the lot at some ridiculously low price. And I sold Choo Choo Coleman raw for $50. A raw 1966 card for $50 because Choo Choo Coleman is a very tough high number. And it just happened to be in this lot. So, sometimes they just fall in your lap. And twice I've now sold Choo Choo Coleman cards.
It's in my it's in my Mets book binder.
Yeah. But so any thoughts? I want to know from the chat or anything. Like I said, I don't care whether you collect vintage or not. I gave you multiple examples. I gave you modern examples too. I gave you player collector examples. We've given you team collecting examples. So I'm covering the full gamut here. My point stays the same. As you keep escalating the price points, whether it's justified or not, it actually prices more and more people out of it. So at a certain point, it's like, Scott, what are we left collecting? Is it just 1991 Fleer for all of us? Is that all that's left?
But my plan for a video tomorrow is talking about some of this stuff, because we've been hearing it now for going on our 6th year of hearing this regurgitation of the prices, and the people that seem to be bringing it up are some of the same people 6 years ago that wanted this to be mainstream so bad. And now they're reaping what they sow. I mean, we're mainstream, and I try to warn people then, you just see it coming.
Hey, Scott, don't fight this. I want mainstream because then the penny sleever will give us money. This is good for all of us.
I met him at Cleveland. He was there in person there, handing out stuff. So,
yeah.
We just got to get him to go. He just needs to work on my collections. Eric, I collect dollar bills and $20 bills and $50 bills and $100 bills.
Those are the nice things to collect.
I want to build a collection.
Yeah, I hear that. I
want to super collect.
I had a collection of those, and now I have these cards.
Yeah. So, like I said, going back to kind of thing. So the pile there that Eric had, because friend of the channel, Brad Hartland, not the other Brad,
no,
gifted him that card. It actually made it plausible. Otherwise, there would have been no point in grabbing that stack of 66 tops. So that was the point there. So the key cards is still one way you can do it. But then the problem is these key cards get more expensive. That's why I gave you the example. The 253 sets are the ones that I like. And because I happen to like those, Scott, is the only reason I would even consider it. Otherwise, there's no point. They've just gotten more and more expensive. And by the way, it will be a slog. The 53 tops will be a slog because there's a lot of cards. Go ahead, Eric.
According to Bobby Burrell's Needham app, a common 1966 tops in near mint condition, and these are a common, like Arnie Brown from the New York Rangers, is $25. So that goes to the point we were talking about earlier with the vintage. Obviously 66, very, very important set. If you have the ore, you're going to be interested in doing the whole set. $25 for a common.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Only one?
Does the Needham app give you what the price would be after Eric gets his hands on it?
There's a calculation that had there's some maths and there's some minus signs.
Can I please ask you to put those in penny sleeves, please? Not penny sleever, but penny sleeves. Those things to protect the cards.
I'm doing that now and putting them in other things. Like I just put the Pete
upside down in top loaders.
Well, this one's sideways, but I just put Pete's rookie card, and I know Pete a little bit,
Thank goodness that's no way to get it upside down. So that's
he's a very, very interesting dude. I'll give him that.
Just discovered that Eric puts them in upside down.
So Pete's very, very friendly. You see him at the expo all the time. He's been to the shop and worked with us, and he's a friend of the shop. He's a great guy, but he's an interesting dude. I just put it that way. Frank is.
So Eric, look, my problem with this is that's all fine and dandy, but I got to be honest with you. You should at least, if you're going to have the cards, at least use them in the manner in which tradition entails. So you take your stack, taking 2 stacks.
Yeah.
Just go like this, and then bridge.
Yes.
Just do that a couple of times.
A couple times? Okay.
Yeah, a couple times.
All right.
And then you can tell us about the near mintness.
The near mintness.
Maybe we could send them a tag. They could put them on a 1,000-point scale. And we could find out.
How many cards are in that set? I'm sorry if I missed that. If you said that already.
100 and well,
isn't it like 160?
No, it's
132. I think it's 132.
132. 132.
Yeah, because I was remembering, like, I have to think back. It's 66, 67 or 65, 66?
66, 67.
Yeah, I think it's 132. Yeah, so I think that's right. Yes, 132. Look at that. Still remember that crap. There you go.
A lot of the sets in that.
So here's my question with now that we talked about even vintage going up where nobody can, where people can't afford that.
Yeah, well, it's become more, it's tougher to climb that hill.
So here's my question with the revolt. What's the revolt part of it? We don't do it? We don't participate? I don't.
Scott,
That's
Shea Moynihan was not clear on the instructions. But if I was to interpret it, I'm gonna reemphasize this because again, it's too beautiful. We need to see it one more time. So look, Scott, we're invoking the question. We're asking the revolutionary the question. So what I'm seeing, Scott, what I'm getting out of this, if you pay attention, he's got a cigar there and it's lit. So what I think, Scott, the revolution is we just set it on fire. We protest them by lighting our collections on fire, starting with Eric's.
No, that's no
fire flames.
No, I protest
all the fire flames.
No,
yeah, because I don't know what, because the new people that have come into the hobby in the last 6 years have caught on to the safeness of vintage, that you can say.
Well, look, Scott, to answer your question, in all seriousness, in all seriousness, ironically, if we actually revolted, the revolution would be to stop buying vintage or pay less.
Right.
That would actually be the revolutionary thing to do, not the other way.
And then if that happened, then everybody would be crying that the sky is falling.
Yeah.
And they'll be making videos of that, the same people. That's my whole, what's the outcome? That's where I'm confused.
This is part of my pushback on this whole, the eye appeal revolution is great because somebody paid 4 times comps for a Jackie Robinson card. That's not great. That sucks.
Right.
That eye appeal is now adding extra money is now quadrupling a card is not a good thing.
So that's kind of that's the irony. The revolution would actually go ahead. Yeah, right here. Keith.
71.
Yep.
Love that set. It's got a little weird oranginess to it, but look at that back. It's way better than the tops.
That is
Canadians knew what they were doing.
So Dan, Dan, much love. You're late on this train. I've done the side-to-side comparisons on previous lives, just showing people because sometimes people didn't know. I put the two side by side, being like, no, the 71 Peachy is superior. That back is a better design. It's just a better idea. I think they did a good job with it. So I've been a big fan of that one. So Keith says working the 71 Yankees team set is mentioned there. Good evening, Mark. 132 is correct. Thank you, Steven. Slowly checking through my first and probably last top set, 65. Thankfully, the comments 25 to 50 aren't 25 to 50, but they definitely add up. Yeah, and 65 is a nice set. So I think you'll enjoy it when it's done. I'm not saying, so to be clear, I'm not discouraging anybody from doing it, but what I'm saying is it is becoming more difficult as we keep raising the bar. So basically the baseline keeps going up. It drags it up. It's like at a certain point, like there's only so much money to go around. And Scott, I always have to kind of make reference to this. When I'm talking about these things, I'm not talking about it as a miser. I'm not talking about it as somebody who refuses to buy cards or spend money or do whatever. So I always talk about like that Medano collection that I've built over the years. I did the napkin math. I've talked about this before, but I'll just repeat it. And this is where I have a lot of fun because I can be like, no, like I can speak to this because that Medano collection I've built over 30 years, all the cards that I've bought over the years. I did the napkin math. I've spent north of $100,000 on that collection. That's not an exaggeration. North. And here's the thing. I wouldn't trade a single vintage card for it. Not a one. Because that's the collection I wanted to build. Those are the cards that I wanted to buy. So, but here's my point. For that $100,000, Scott, I could buy some damn nice vintage cards and get this and get that. I could have over those years, especially going 30 years back, like because the prices would have been much lower back then. I could have raked and cleaned up and it'd be worth so much more money. I don't care. I still wouldn't do it. I wanted the collection that I wanted. I bought the cards that I wanted. I did that. But the reality is, I don't blame though if somebody's coming into it later, because I didn't do it over 1 year, 2 years. I did over 30. The number is eye-popping, but over 30 years, it's kind of spread out. And it's kind of back heavy because now they're all getting more expensive, Scott. Now the stuff that I used to be able to buy for $5 is costing me $20, $25, $30, $40, $50.
Well,
so it raises the numbers.
I can tell you this: just 5 years ago, I bought my rookie, Roberto Clemente and the 53 satchel.
Yeah,
I could not today afford what I got those two cards just 5 years ago. Yeah, there's no way. I don't even know if I could get a Roberto Clemente right now. I'm priced out of the Hank Aaron rookie. I've been looking, but I can't even get just one that's crumpled up, turned in the corner right now. It's just, and that's the reality of it. I mean, I've had 54 years to buy one, and I waited too late. Oh well.
This is a comment to me, which was me saying, because David was part of that whole Jackie thing. He didn't buy the card, but I think he might have if the numbers went right. I don't disagree that you should pay more for a card that is undergraded, but I think you should pay less for a card that's overgraded, which you shouldn't even buy a card that's overgraded, frankly, because you're never going to get a deal on it. You're never going to get a fair deal on it. But to say that you're paying more money now, paying more money is not a good thing. So anytime you're winning anything because you're paying more money, that doesn't jive with me. I would like the Eye Appeal Revolution to be a bunch of us getting great deals on cards because we know that they're better looking than the grade says. That's winning the revolution, is getting good deals on cards because your eyes are better than other people's eyes.
I mean, and also if you're buying raw, okay, and you're getting a great Eye Appeal card, and you're paying for it, and you don't mind paying for it, I don't understand where that problem is. But if we start doing this Eye Appeal thing, like y'all been saying, those prices, they're going to go, they're going to just put this is a near mint card out there and charge a near mint price. Yeah. So, and I mean, that's definitely not where we want to go.
Mm-hmm. So the irony here, Scott, is that part of the reason that happened is because there were a lot of collectors, and I've talked about this with Dan. It's been a reoccurring theme on the Cardboard Cynics episodes we've done. There are so many collectors that want to pat themselves on the back for being so smart. They're so smart that they're stupid because they want to advocate. They want to basically promote, like, look at how smart I am. I'm getting these amazing high Eye Appeal cards for this great price. Well, the dealers and everybody else is listening. Oh, okay. You think it?
My-
You think
Mike
it would
Bakers
be
will
worth
say.
more? Like you think it would be? Oh yeah, you think a nicer version of this card should be worth? Scott, if I'm a dealer, I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm like, okay, I should probably raise the price.
Well, you're seeing. I've been seeing more and more non-graded cards at shows.
Yeah.
So, especially newer cards, they're just selling them, on eBay as well. People are just getting them out there. They don't want to go through the grading hassle. The return on investment thing doesn't work anymore because it's so high to get it graded. So, and then it's like Dan said, it takes 3 weeks to get, or 3 months to get the card back. So, I just get it out there. And I've been seeing more and more non-graded stuff, which I'm fine with. The last few shows I've been to, I did not buy a graded card. So, and I'm happy.
I think that's completely fair. The only point that I'm making is that eventually, if the revolution takes off, if a revolutionary gets his way, okay, so then I'm a dealer. Guess what, Dan? I'm just going to charge you more for the raw card. Problem solved. Like, great. Okay, I'll just charge you more.
Then that's just going to drive
natural. Because if you're equating the grade you're putting on that raw card, you're saying this is near mint, this is near mint plus, whatever, equates to now a higher price that people have paid for comps of near mint or near mint plus based on this whole eye appeal revolution. So now everything's going up. And you're right. At what point does it stop? At what point do we say we're priced out?
Yeah, and that's the reason why I gave the example. And I enjoy throwing that number out there, Scott, because I enjoy. Occasionally people will be like, "Wait a minute, are you that's wait," and I'm like, "But you could buy." That's okay. That wasn't the point, Scott. If I wanted to build the most optimal collection that would yield me the best return on investment over the years, then I should have gone back. I got to go in the time machine and tell Carlos from 30 years ago to not bother with it and just go and start grabbing vintage because it's dirt cheap. But I would, what would happen? I wouldn't be sitting here bragging to you about my collection, Scott. I'd have sold the damn thing and made a mint. The cards would be gone. They'd be gone because I'd have sold them. Because if they're going to go for this much, I'd rather get rid of them because I don't like them that much. I bought the Medano cards because I wanted them. And at some point, Dan, people forgot that it wasn't about ROI and safety in your investment. At a certain point, it needs to be the cards in the collection that you actually want. I understand the Medano cards are not a good investment, but they were the cards I wanted. It was my favorite player. I wanted to buy the cards of my favorite player, so I did.
Yeah.
That's why the collection is where it was.
Better investment than Josh Rosen, though.
No, Josh Rosen is amazing.
Better than
Listen,
Josh.
I heard rumors. The Josh Rosen market is booming.
Well,
Flying high.
I thought that was money laundering, and it wasn't. It was apparently some dude is collecting some weird thing. I don't know, the super fragilistic, circular.
Listen, Dan, per card ladder,
Yeah.
per card ladder, my Josie Rosen PC went up 50 million%. I don't merely 10x, 50 million%.
I agree with David here. Yes, but here's Carlos just told you why it's harder to come by these days.
Mm-hmm. We're too busy doing this, Scott. We wanted so badly to get rake in the kudos from everybody. Hey, look how smart we are. It's like, okay, but the other folks are going to adapt. If you're saying, oh man, these cards are high IP, so then the dealer is the one who's got to go like, okay.
So I got this card at the National in the end of July, and it's a 1.5, but the front is freaking perfect, right? So this is one of those cards that if I went to buy it today, it would be 3 times comps. Instead, I talked the guy down because there's a little bit of glue stainishness on the back. Still can read everything. There's no paper loss or anything, but there's a glue issue. But look at this freaking front. So the guy didn't understand the whole eye appeal revolution yet, so I actually got a really good deal on it. So I'd like that to keep happening. I don't want it to be a situation where now this card is 3 times comps because it's a revolution.
Yep. When says eye appeal revolution is here and dealers know it. Yeah. My goal is to make Dan love me by the end of Strongsville. Live the dream, David. Live the dream.
Good luck. Good luck.
So Jim here says the revolt is the effective tax that collectors are paying to maintain, build the value of their collections, from exorbitant grading fees, grading up charge, and provocative expensive new product. Okay. Well, so Jim, wait until they revolt against that and then say, okay, we're going to do raw cards. And then the raw cards all go up because now we're doing eye appeal. And then the new product. Okay. So Dan, the funny part about the new product price, you're right. The new product is too expensive. But do you know what the solution is? So then they finally stop buying it. Okay, cool. Just drop a production run. You can keep the price up. Just kill the production runs. Like all you got to do is stem back the production, and then you can still keep the high price because we've already established that the market will pay for it. So you just adjust the production run accordingly. That's all you got to do. It's easy. It's an easy game. So here's Mangini here. Good evening, Mangini. It says, can we talk about Lonely Basement talking to a bobblehead? So I only have one concern. Listen, I support Keith in his endeavors. And I appreciate that he had his conversations with the Don Mattingly bobblehead. And my philosophy on this, Dan, is very simple. I don't have a problem with people talking to themselves, and I don't have a problem with people talking to bobbleheads. The only time, Dan, that it's a problem is if you're getting into an argument and you're losing.
That's bad.
You're just fine with Keith talking to a bobblehead because he voted for you. So, you know.
I'm just saying he's a man of sense, is what I'm saying, Dan. He's a man of sense.
That bobblehead makes sense if it told him to vote.
And however he arrived at it, I support him in this endeavor.
The best part of it was when he delayed a second to hear what was coming from the bobblehead to him. Like he wasn't just talking to the bobblehead; he was letting the bobblehead talk to him also. Which I was like, wow, that's either really good acting or this guy is off his rocker.
Is he
again? So Dan. May I remind you of what I'm dealing with? At this point, I don't even see it anymore. At this point, I don't even see it. It's just there. Average dollar conversion card for transaction for collectors accelerating. Yes. He's in a lonely basement, John. That's right. Doing a show for my LCS next weekend. 6 tables of top-loaded cards. He's taking graded and more top-loaded cards to Dallas. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's all right, Keith. I support you. I support you in your endeavors. Do what you got to do. Dom, I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking of the future. Like I said, I'm going to shame this committee. I will shame them at every turn and at every opportunity.
I don't know.
Because we was robbed, is what I'm saying. We was robbed.
Who else? I want to know, name me one Hall of Famer. One YouTube sports card Hall of Famer that had Mick Foley do a promo for them. Just one. Just I'll wait.
That's true. Dan, that's actually true.
What?
Do you remember, Dan, do you remember that? That happened.
I think Bob Lewis had that.
He wishes he had that.
Never mind.
He wishes he had that. Like, look, all I got to say.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
These are facts.
Any other Hall of Famers got that? No. Any other Hall of Famers do a video, fat biking in a snowstorm? No.
Anyone else got this?
Yeah, no one got this. We got this. But no,
Scott,
we're not good enough to get into your Hall of Fame.
I am blowing past these fools.
Okay.
I am so far beyond.
We're not.
I have some breaking news.
Yes.
Mike has responded
finally
again and said, I'm no Che Guevara.
Hey, listen.
So
he's trying to invoke the revolution. He's trying to invoke the revolution.
I said to him, I don't know, man. That video was a call to arms for Javier Revolution. You're a lot closer to Che than you think. That was my response to him, and he hasn't responded back. So
let's see what happens at the Strongsville / Independence thing.
I was just saying, like, look, I'm looking for Eric, the content on a revolution.
If I don't see flames coming out of the top of that building by the end of that show, I'll call it BS.
That's what I'm saying. This is all I want. Good evening, Greg. Vegeta says Bob Lewis needs a serious sponsor. I did tell him that is facts. Bob Lewis is a special guy. If he had the serial sponsorship, that would at least be on brand at least. Yeah. But look, speaking of, we talked about frenemies.
Let's go on.
So Dan, you weren't ready for this one. Here is one that you weren't prepared for, but I also had this one ready previously. So we talk about my frenemy, Mike Baseball Collector. How about a different frenemy? How about a different one? Not for me, for you. How about Dustin? Now, no.
Where's the fre part in that?
You'll appreciate it. You'll appreciate it after this. Hang on. You'll appreciate it after this. Hang on.
The comment, I don't know where the friend part is. And now
Scott, don't ruin the moment. It's coming. Don't worry. It's coming. Look, we talked about moments ago. We talked about Keith talking to the bobblehead. Well, we have Dustin who talks to the Alf doll. He has the conversation with the Alf doll. Now, I told this to Dakota. I was trying to explain to him. Unfortunately, Scott, what I would like is if Dustin would release the real tapes. Because he's had multiple conversations with Alf, and some of them go a little darker than others. Alf has got some things to say. Alf is trying to give instructions, and you're only getting the sanitized version of it. I happen to know for a fact that Alf has some much darker things to talk about.
Well, he does like to eat cats.
Yeah, that's.
If memory serves, he does like to eat neighborhood cats. So
Yeah,
He seems like a friendly guy, but consuming the flesh of the heretic stand is a bit strong. It's a bit strong. Interesting how that Alf has things to say.
Poor Dustin. He's never going to do the votes, is he? He's never going to do the votes.
Just saying. Mike visits Cuba annually. Yes. Viva la revolucion. Dom says, I knew they moved the show to independence for an underlying reason. I know. Hashtag resist. That's what I'm saying. It all comes together, Scott. It's all coming together. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? Shea Moynihan t-shirts next national. Listen to me. I already said I will make that image available. I will give it. If he puts it on a shirt, though, Dan, I want a cut.
Oh yeah.
As my lawyer, we need to drop a contract. I will take a nominal fee.
Why is he getting a cut? You get the whole thing. You do the whole thing.
I think it's
you
the
print
right
it on the
thing.
t-shirt.
I need someone who's actually at the national to sell that shit.
You'd have to come to the national.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. No. I need the money in advance before I even think about it.
Hey guys, I'm going to take off. I got to get up.
Take it easy, Scott.
Do some stuff.
See you, Scott.
I'll see y'all. Y'all have a good rest of the night. Bye-bye.
Scott, before you go, Viva la Revolucion.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, Scott,
I want a follow up. I want a part 2, and I want that picture to be on the on there. So that's great.
Listen,
all right.
I'm here for my boy Mike.
That was awesome. All right, I'll see y'all.
Yeah, take it easy.
He hasn't responded to my text.
We'll work on it. Dustin would do it. Louise Tate, mispronunciation. Well, I can only hope so. You can't spell it correctly and then say mispronunciation. Like, come on, work with me here. That's a doll, not the actual Alf. Listen, for Dustin, it's real. The important thing is for Dustin, it's real. And again, Alf has some dark things to say. Some dark things to say. He seemed all friendly and everything, but he was dark.
mm-hmm. He was here to take over the world.
Yep. It says here, would you sell your entire collection, all Mike Medanos, for 40 ounces of gold? Ooh, now that's interesting. 40 ounces is what? It's like, what, 5,000 US, Eric? Like per ounce now? Something like that?
It's insane. Gold prices are
Wow.
crazy right now.
All right, hold on. I actually find this out. Hold on.
Yeah, you'd have to listen to the offer. You couldn't just blow it off and say no.
No, I'd have to give some serious thought here. I think that's important. The funny thing, Dan, is that the reason why it became so much money over time is because it's almost like 2,800 pushing 3,000 cards. You start adding up all the different things. By the way, I'm not even counting, Dan, the actual cost of acquisition, which unfortunately is never really accounted for. Because don't forget shipping, taxes, customs, anything you have to pay. That's all part of the cost of acquisition. That's money out of your pocket, one way or the other. But that's never accounted for in any comps. That's just reality. So Paul is saying 5,200. So 40 ounces is north of 200K. Yeah, I would. And then I'd sell a chunk of the gold too, to be honest. I'd get my money out of it. Here's the thing, Dan. I've enjoyed collecting Medano for all these years, and I still enjoy collecting him. But if someone made me like a Godfather offer and offered me multiples of what it's really worth, like it'd be irresponsible of me not to take the money.
This is what I've said before. If you have a card that you bought in for, a certain amount and it's gone up so much more, it's almost negligent not to sell it. And I'm dealing with this now. Some of my vintage cards have gone up a lot of money and I still want them. But I'm like, do I sell for $3,000 this card that I bought for $1,000 like 4 years ago? I mean, that's pretty good return on investment. But
it is, but I think so. I wouldn't judge you if you did, but in the scenario they just provided, they're talking about 100K plus gain. Like that's 100,000 on top of. So it's like, ooh, that's pretty strong. So I don't know. Do you have any vintage pro wrestling cards? Any vintage pro wrestling?
In my collection, no. I have some that are in my inventory that goes to shows, and people buy them, but they're almost gone.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
You know how we were talking earlier about the vintage and the prices and stuff, and everyone knows
Eric refers to it by its proper name, vintage.
Vintage. That the checklists are just stupid money now.
They are expensive, yeah.
So
especially if they're unmarked.
Right. So this one's marked, okay, but 1966 Topps checklist, $500, unmarked, $500. It's got Bobby Orr on the back, number 35. Whoever did mark this in 66 had the whole set.
Eric, don't lie, you marked it.
I marked
You're
it.
like, I got a Bobby Orr.
Yeah, I marked it. That's how I'm keeping track. But $500 for a unmarked.
Good evening, the Burrell.
Gentlemen.
Bobby!
Burrell.
Is that marked or unmarked? Oh,
that
it's
is totally
okay.
marked. Totally marked.
According to the Needham app,
it's marked nicely though, so it's really a higher, desire visual card. So just saying.
$200 to $500. So
yeah, the unmarked checklists are very expensive. So Dan, one of the projects that I'm working on is the 63 Fleer. So I have that in my I have a PSA set registry for the 63 Fleer. I just did it just to make it more interesting.
That's my favorite checklist.
So that's going to be one of the key cards that I have to kind of include as part of what I want to do.
Yeah, what is it? The Joe Adcock and the checklist or half?
I've got the Adcock. The Adcock I've got that one. Paul says silver at 85 means neither Filmington or I will have to buy each other lunch. So you're right in the middle. Right in the middle. Eric just make a Pinky in the Brain reference all the time. Mangina here says, Carlos, were you
Pinky in the Brain? What did I say?
Inadvertently, you did. Take over the world. So Mangini said, Carlos, were you sad? It was regarding Alf, but it was still take over the world. So anyway, Mangini says, Carlos, were you sad when Medano's record was broken? No. Records are made to be broken. And do you have the card that shows Patrick Kane in the stands as a little kid? So the Pinnacle card, I think it was a 94 Pinnacle or 93 Pinnacle. No, I don't. Yeah. I know the one you're talking about, though. I am familiar with that card. We've definitely made reference to it before.
It's the Pierre Turgeon card.
Yeah. It's early 90s Pinnacle. It's one of the early 90s cards.
Turgeon brothers. I forget which one. It's Sylvain or Pierre.
Yeah.
I feel like it's Sylvain. I'm not sure, but I think it is.
Turgeon brothers, and he's sitting in the crowd. Yep.
Yeah. Hagi says, Carlos, what happens to shipping cars to the U.S. if Kuzma gets torn up? The same thing that happened when they initially started doing tariffs that they had no business doing. People still buy shit. Nothing happens. That's what happened. I'm late by here now. Good evening, Dylan. Bobby Orr the GOAT. Dylan did a video with Adam. Splendid Sports. Sold a card for $13K. He had to. I remember that. Yes. Price went up so much. Yeah. And that's kind of thing. At a certain point, take the money off the table if you can. I missed a chance to hold 3 Bobby Orr rookies for $3 and have my picture taken at a show in the 1990s. Damn. Blackhawks legend, Sylvain Turgeon. There you go. Thank you for that. Thank you, Josh. Had to take a 30-minute break for storms. Pretty sure a tornado just went over my apartment building. Well, glad things are good.
We got a storm going on here, too. You got it over there, Carlos?
I haven't really heard too much. It's been rain for the most part for where I am.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that the cards I'm talking about, some of them are pretty much mainline PC. I've had heart-to-heart with some other collectors about it, but I don't know. We'll see. I feel bad about a card that I sold.
Let's actually pose the question. Let's pose the question to the chat. So I'll give you my take on it, and then I'd be curious to get the chat's take on it. My opinion is, I enjoy collecting as much as anybody else. So all I'm saying is, at a certain point, it has to be worth it. Because to me, if you got a $500 card and somebody offers you $700, $1,000, look, that might still be interesting, but it's not life changing. In that one scenario that was thrown out to me, you just said take 100,000 and make it 200,000. That's a very large change. You know, that's enough that I could do some damage. I could do a lot of I could pay off my place, and that would do a lot of things for me. So like that's a lot of money. We're talking in Dan's scenario, we're taking like 1,000 to 3,000. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that's insignificant, but I'm saying like it depends on your situation. $2,000 may or may not move the needle for you.
Yeah.
So like it depends on your situation.
It's an example, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what I posed.
I could choose. I could go back behind myself and choose 20 cards to do that with.
Yeah,
let's
for sure.
say. And now I'm taking in another 20 grand that I didn't have before. But you know, I'm giving away some of the stuff that I've put heart and soul into. You know, so I mean, you have to. I don't know. You have to think about it. If like my family can't eat and I can't pay the rent, yeah, sure, I'm going to do that. But like, that's not the situation.
Yeah, if there's no gun to your head and you can keep it or sell it, the question is at what point. So I've always been very clear on this. I say it as jokingly, but if Nat Turner ever gets bonked on the head, he messages me and goes, Carlos, I'll give you $1 million for all your stuff. I go, Nat, for $1 million, I'll give you the fucking keys to my house and you can have everything in it. I don't care. If you're willing to overpay to that degree, have it.
On a smaller scale, last year before Strongsville, I sold my Ty Cobb because I was going to get a better one, which I did.
Yeah.
But I also sold a Crackerjack card that I had got in way before the boom in Crackerjack cards. Sure. And I made like 3 times the amount of money that I spent on it. And it's a card that I'd like to have in my collection, but it was at the sacrifice of saying that's the extra money I need to upgrade my current Ty Cobb to the one I have now. And I feel like that was probably the right move. But, you know, I kind of want that card again. We'll see. But like that's the kind of thing that I think you're losing the opportunity to do. If you want to go back to our old, you know, the other issue we were talking about, you're going to lose that opportunity because you know, there are only so many cards I have that have gone up that much because everything is that expensive now, you know?
That is true. Yeah. So like Mangini brought it up. I saw a video where he was talking about it. Like if stuff's going up and then you sell it to try to get into something else. Now, one thing that I don't agree with him though, is that not everything goes up at the same rate. So it is possible for something to go up. If something goes up and appreciates faster. So he used a real estate example, but in real estate, this applies too. You're right. If my house goes up X amount and I sell it and then I want to buy another house and that other house also went up the same percentage, I'm not really gaining. Like I'm not any better off than I am. But if my neighborhood appreciates faster than that other potential property or whatever, then actually I would be gaining a little bit. The arbitrage opportunity is there. I can actually sell this for a significant premium because for whatever reason it's gone up more, and then I can get into that other property cheaper. Then it is more interesting. So there is some nuance there.
Well, it's going to require you to be a better shopper. It's going to require you to be more patient. Yes. And that's what we always preach in the hobby. And that's, you know, this whole, like we said before, this whole eye appeal revolution is killing for people who can be that way, who can have a good eye, who can be patient, who can say, no, I'm not going to get that. I don't like this about that. Let me find another example. Or go to a show and not get the card you want. Go to the National like I did and not get the one card you went to go. But, you know, what I've been doing, and I told this to John in text after he did that video, and I get his point, but I am preaching to buy lots, sell off the ones that you don't need, and then just use the ones in that lot that you wanted to be part of your collection. And that has gotten me cards for free, basically. So who's John?
Eric.
Oh, Jean Beliveau. Yep.
Eric, you got some pretty high.
Or you just go to Sports World, Dan, and just like, then it's free.
Pretty nice ones in there.
I
big names.
I
Did you have any before?
I've spent
other than the ore
I've ever have on a collection. And the stuff that
well, that's not saying much when he collects Lemlin and anyways.
Yeah, well, that's true. But that's some of the 66. Some like the other ones
So what's the average grade of those?
They're so good.
Really?
So good.
Like,
then
Mission.
I
like
also,
eye appeal is like
yeah, it's off the chart.
Mike Baker type of
Yeah.
kind of eye appeal.
And then I
Yes.
also felt
Yeah, you can do that.
Don't say it.
I hit the jackpot. It's unbelievable.
You're almost dropping the jackpot, anyways.
It's crazy what came into the shop.
Eric, though, like, are we sure they're real?
No, they're probably all fake.
It's amazing
Well,
how
why don't you-
OPG cards ended up in your shop.
Bobby, as you well know on your Needham app, you've got a lot of great information on there. In addition to, one of the great ways of finding out if 66 tops is real is the drop test. So, Eric, why don't you take some of those 66 tops and just like spike them like a football on the ground, and let's see.
Wait, what does he do with scissors? What do you do with scissors?
He's making them better. He's making them near mint.
He's gonna run with them. Don't worry.
He's trimming.
Yeah, he's a trimmer.
Yeah.
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna read a couple of comments here. I'll get caught up. The real question is, where you use the money on if you sold one big card. So that's an open question. If anybody wants to answer that, you're welcome to it. I'll go through a couple of quick comments here. The whole feature bug thing Carlos talks about is fantastic for football collectors. There's so much good and fun football stuff, and it's dirt cheap. But hey, if you see some opportunities, go for it. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Mentioned you said my point is people are selling cards to buy better cards. No one is selling Ruth cards to buy Gorman Thomas cards. They're buying bigger cards. Psh, don't question the Gorman Thomas buying I'm doing.
Hey,
Jerk. Come on. Get out of here. Paul says we will not allow Gorman Thomas slander in this chat. That's right. Dan preaching common sense. Yes. Wise words, John, says Carl. I pulled a Gorman Thomas auto in 2019 archive fan favorites. I know. Crazy. Hockey fans are rabid in the Boston area, allegedly.
Rabid?
Yes. Gorman Thomas is good, but card collectors don't know baseball. They only want the iconic cards and players. Yes. So good is a grade now? Allegedly. Maybe. New Maddie's CI appeal Inc. is the movement. The movement should die. The movement needs to be choked out. So the funny thing, the best part, Dan, is that I chuckle because I'm sitting there going like the I appeal movement, that shit the collectors were doing years ago, they just shut up about it. The whole point was to get a good deal. You shut up. Shut your mouth. Be quiet.
I think the key word is movement.
Like the moment it's a movement, it's late. The moment it's a movement, you should get away. Run away.
Movement.
So, Eric, if I ask a question about where you work and steal stuff, I mean, where you pretend to work, how many OPG cards come into tops in hockey, I would say, percentage-wise?
Not, obviously not too many.
Yeah, I was thinking that because you got those are OPG, so tops, but OPG.
Everything's OPG, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, OPG.
I'm surprised they would walk into your shop, and it looks like somebody collected them back in the day.
Oh yeah,
We know they walked out of the shop.
But they were available in the U.S., but not in wax pack form. They were only available through card collectors. Woody Gelman, he would sell them off, and Bruce Yanko and those guys. Those guys would sell sets, for $250 for 66 and stuff like that because of the overproduction that they did at the tops before the sheets were shipped down to OPG to adjust. So,
Louis Taint.
Mm-hmm.
You got all the big boys in this one.
I got everything, Bobby. It's freaking believable. And they're all.
Michelle was okay. Did you have to call her or no? You might have had to call your mom on this one.
You want an honest answer? I always, out of respect, and both of us do this. If we're gonna make a large purchase, we always talk to each other first.
Oh, word.
I did not. But I came home and sat her down. And and her reaction was like,
and you kneeled in front of her and said, baby, baby, baby.
I said, I love you. I love you so much. And,
Did you ask Mike Ham for permission?
He might have had to.
Well, Mike knows her better. So he coached.
I was going to say, he asked Mike to ask her on his behalf.
Yeah. So
Mike's on the phone for you here, honey.
Yeah. He coached me on how to communicate with her better.
Talk her down from the ledge. Yeah.
Eric, I liked you better when you just stole from Sports World.
Her response was, okay.
Okay.
Listen, you guys know Michelle. I mean, Dan hasn't had the privilege yet, but you guys know Michelle. She's awesome. So what am I gonna do?
Well, Bobby, though, like I've seen the cards that Eric is showing. The problem is that he keeps showing non-sports. So he's like, Michelle, is it okay if I spend $50? She's like, I guess, sure. I suppose.
I'm
You spend more
sure
on that and
Michelle-
chocolate sticks.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
sure
cheap. They were
Michelle is a
made in
wonderful woman.
Canada.
She's a wonderful woman. She just made one really, really big life mistake.
Yeah, it just never ends.
Nobody argues that point. Nobody argues that point.
No. We all know that.
Yeah. I got me a little Dave Keon.
Holy geez, you got all the boys. You got
I
Bobby
got-
Hall. You got Gumper and didn't they share the Vesna? Gumper and
Yep, I got that one in here. Hold on. And that also has the Stanley Cup on the back.
oh, that's right, yeah. Well, part of it. You need one of those double holders that hold two
Yeah,
cards, you know, those folded ones, and then you can put the Stanley Cup in there. Yeah, see, that doesn't work, but I get it.
You know, I bet Eric, it would work.
They're
fine
coming
if
for
you took it
Eric.
out.
Can you hear it in the background?
If you take it out of the holder and use the duct tape, you can put it together. It'd be fine.
See, I'm not stupid, Carlos. I would never use duct tape. I'd use clear like packaging tape. The duct tape.
No, you should still
He's
use
never
duct tape.
seen
Duct
red
tape's
green,
better.
so
no,
Duct tape's way better.
no.
Yeah.
I would use
Always duct tape.
clear packaging tape. Don't be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So dumb.
there's
That's
Gorilla
a good
Tape
change.
now,
I got
though.
the NFL out of the Stone Ages.
Calls you dumb, Carlos.
Mm-hmm. Michelle must be an angel to be with Eric. Facts. Choosing cardboard here. Good evening. Says Eric in quotation marks. That's right.
Don't make fun of Willie, man. That's not cool. Don't make fun of Willie.
Nobody's making fun of Willie.
Oh,
Willie's brighter than you.
Hold on, Dan. I gotta be honest with you. Sometimes I gotta do. It's like Eric's speaking such poetic. Eric's like, what's up? Eric's just playing with his Willie.
don't make fun of Willie.
I'm merely stating a fact. That's all I'm saying. Not my fault.
He's still. I haven't hung him up yet, but there he is over there.
Hung him up yet? Oh boy.
There he is. And I got
Again.
I also have. I have a stick card also of him.
Again, Eric, if you would just take that number 1 jersey over your shoulder and throw it in the trash, you'd have plenty of room to put the Willie.
No,
Mm.
but next time I see my friend Willie O'Ree, I'm gonna have him sign that.
Yeah, your friend who doesn't even think you're actually Eric, who puts it in quotation marks because he thinks you're
Oh.
lying. He thinks you're full of crap.
That's what he does. I don't know. All right, all the stuff,
Eric, if that's your real name.
all the stuff he's personalized to me, he puts my name in quotes.
Because he knows you're full
Argue
of
with
shit.
him.
He
he
literally
like-
looks at you and goes,
90 years old. He's a Hall of Famer. I don't argue. with
Eric
him.
knows, he knows about your German ties. Kaiser. He knows.
Don't make fun of Willie, man.
Willie knows.
Don't make fun of Willie.
Will he confirm that stick piece is his?
Listen, I don't
Don't
think
think
he
so.
cares. You just sign it. He's not going to give 2 shits. Especially if he's getting paid. You don't.
I
care.
would love to see like video of Eric, interacting with Willie O'Ree, and every time Willie O'Ree gives him a different name. Yeah, Peter, whatever you say.
I'm
Sure,
gonna call
John.
Phil and get him to tape it for us.
Coach Dave.
Appreciate you, Lewis.
Lewis Taint.
He just keeps going like it's a different thing every time. He just keeps changing the name. He's like, I don't know why you want me to call you Eric, Lewis, but fine, sure, all right. Quotation marks, Eric.
Speaking, just like because I love to name drop because I really have nothing else going for me at all. Talked to Marcel today, just to let you know.
Did you tell him to stop? To
Thanks
tell
for the name drop.
you
That's
tell him
not
to
a name
stop?
drop.
Did you
Talk
tell
to
him to be like, hey, look, listen, I know Phil is trying to horn in on my territory. Listen, I'm your favorite stalker, right? Like I'm your favorite.
He'll say yes.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
He likes me. He was all excited to talk to me.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Mm.
When he's in a good mood, like Mr.
Right. Well, you got that right. We all seen angry Marcel. We don't like that.
Yeah,
But,
no,
he's coming to town. I don't know if we're gonna get a chance to see him. He's gonna be on the South Shore doing a show. He's coming in tomorrow, spending the night, doing the signing Sunday morning, and just going right back. He's a madman.
we'll get Len Potty to come with him.
Ooh, that'd be great.
Don't start. With
Carl's got that one right.
Can we do that? That'd be amazing.
I
Turn
could
the
see that.
cameras on. Turn
Oh.
them on.
No, we're not going to talk about that on live TV.
So who would win between the two? That would be interesting. Can Batman beat Superman? I don't know. Not sure.
So I got to get up early for the Philly show tomorrow.
You're going to too many shows, Dan.
Yeah,
Just
This is
wait
when
till-
this is when I have to go because it's 10:30 here.
and you're going to see Juan Marichal.
Yes,
That's awesome. Now, how old is he now, Dan?
I think he's like 82 or something like that. 84.
I'm up there.
We can find it out. I have this thing called the internet.
Oh, all right.
Oh yeah.
That'll
Damn.
be interesting.
88 then. 88.
Oh shit. You better get there tomorrow early.
I was about to say, you better go
Yeah.
right at the beginning of the signing. He
I'm
might
just
not make it
saying.
to the end.
I'm just
Damn.
saying.
So just before I leave, I've done this project now for
I meant for
almost
you,
10
not for
years.
him. Sorry.
It's the 1970 top set with autographs, and I'm up to 403. And I kind of hit I talked about this before. COVID kind of killed my momentum, but whatever. I'm getting back into some of the TTM because I got a whole bunch of new addresses.
Right.
So I got like 7 of them in the office, and I'm like in the office today. I'm like, should I do this now or should I do it Monday? And I'm like, these guys are all like 80 years old. I should probably do it now.
ASAP, yes.
And the problem, Dan, is no matter how old the players were in 1970, the problem is like Eric is not about the maths. I am. That's 56 years ago. So like we got to add 56 years to whatever. They could have been 18. Adding 56
And
years
they're
is
still-
still a lot of years.
Yeah.
We just
I
sent
was
the Scotty Bowman, and we put it. We paid for the rush delivery.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Get
had
it over there.
Scotty
a bunch of
looks
guys
good.
that I
He
got
talks good
successful
too.
TTMs
awesome.
on are no longer with us. So
Yeah.
anyway, I got to go, guys. Talk to you later, Bobby. You're this way.
Take care.
Yeah.
See you, Eric.
See you,
Take-
Dan.
Take it easy, Dan.
Have fun.
Cardboard Cynics, 8 a.m. tomorrow, episode 5 on my channel.
Is it live?
It will be.
No,
it will
no.
be coming up in the morning.
Oh, come on,
Tomorrow.
guys. You gotta
not
have a
gonna be up at
live.
8 a.m.
I'm up at 5. Come on.
Bobby, for the
Well,
sake
look-
for this, if it helps the people, it's live, but don't try to comment, except in the comment section.
Do a premiere.
Comment section
That'd be
live.
good.
We-
Mm.
I think we're going to do a live one for Hobby Palooza. We'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
All right. See you guys.
See you, Dan.
Take it easy.
Later, Dan.
Samangini here says, "Do you know Yankee Stadium
Oh,
center
there's
feels over
Horton.
80 feet closer than with Ruth?" Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know they changed the configuration. They had a flagpole that was in play when Ruth played.
Nice.
So, yeah.
center. Nice.
Yeah,
center.
they changed it. I actually liked. So again, I always laugh because a lot of people like to be nostalgic about things. It's like, well, you weren't alive during that era. You didn't watch it. But I do like, Bobby, that the old school ballparks had the weird quirks in them. That's why I kind of wish they built another Polo Grounds, because the Polo Grounds is so weird configuration wise in terms of dimension. That would be fun. It would be fun just to have a weird ballpark where the center field is like a million miles away. And then the edges are kind of normal. Well, actually short, to be honest. But Yankee Stadium had a thing where there was a flagpole in play. You could
In
actually
play?
hit the flagpole in play. Yeah, it was in play. It was very awkward.
Yeah,
I always question that. If a guy has a home field that actually has shorter home run field advantage, should that come into play with a lot of things that they do with the record? If they're close with somebody else. But hey, you played at this field, so
Well, they unfortunately baseball made a decision at the beginning of time where they kind of made the choice to be every
there's no
park is its
standard
own thing.
measurement. That's kind
Yeah,
of
there
surprising.
is no
Hockey,
standard
there
dimension.
was. It was early.
Yeah. There is no standard because as a result of that, you can be playing in Stadium
The
A.
green
It's got
monster,
different dimensions
like,
in Stadium B.
who can hit over the green monster? Few. Like, that's crazy. Bobby Bond, there's your boy.
Yep.
You met him.
so much. Meeting him and listening to his stories is one of the highlights of my collecting.
He was just as nice as Johnny Bauer, like, honestly, to talk to and stuff like that.
and I loved hanging out with Johnny that day. The few hours that I did, I was very fortunate to have his attention for a few hours. But
Mhm.
Oh my God. You know, Bobby Bond talking about, you know, playing golf with Eisenhower. You know, it's just like, are you freaking serious? You
It's
know?
coming down out there. Can you hear it, Carlos? You got it?
Barely. Where I am, it's not too bad.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's coming towards you, or maybe I don't know. But that's torrential out there. Ooh. Wow.
Yeah, could be. All right, so I wanted to kind of show here since we were talking about it.
Mhm.
So here, I'll just show you as an example. So here is kind of a screenshot of one of the old Yankee Stadium dimensions.
Mhm.
So it's a little hard to see, but I'll
I can't see
translate
them,
for
yeah.
you. Yeah, I'll translate for you. So the dead center in old Yankee Stadium, this is original OG Yankee Stadium, 490 feet.
Mhm.
You have to hit a 500-foot home run to hit a
Wow.
home run in dead center. Then you got 460 feet on one side, 429 on the other, 402, 350,
Wow.
281, 295. It's literally
Pretty
an
big.
awkward, like it's not a normal shape. It's this weird.
Well, you can
like,
see center point doesn't really go to center field. It goes off to a little bit to
Yeah.
the left there.
so that's
So
the
you
thing,
have the
like,
full 400 and whatever.
so you could hit a 485-foot fly ball to little left center, and it wouldn't leave the park technically.
No, exactly.
So that's basically the old awkward configuration that you had on there.
What was the
So you
Green
could have
Monster?
weird
How
calls.
high was it? Like
The Green
you could
Monster's
hit it
like
like normal, but you would have to go like was it 100
This
feet?
is a
Was it?
dump. There's rats. Oh, there's freaking rats. There's 400 layers of paint on the thing. The place is an absolute dump, and it's in the middle of freaking Boston. There's no place to park. It's a shithole.
Yeah, but it had the Green Monster.
It still does, and it's still a shithole.
Yeah, but it's famous for that.
It's famous for being a
So
shithole.
so Bobby, just so you go, the shortest part of the Green Monster is 310 feet.
But
So
how
as long as you hit it
high?
high enough,
That's
yeah.
high,
But
though.
I'll get the height. But yeah, the reality is
310
plenty of
feet,
people hit.
and the other one's 490, 480.
Yankee Stadium's a
Yankee-
different thing. No, the Green Monster. Let's put it this way: there
Green
is
Monster
no
center
dimension.
field, right?
Center field in Fenway Park is 420 feet. It's not even close.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah,
But you
so-
got to hit it high.
Yeah, you do. But if you hit a
So-
fly ball, like it's actually 310 feet is not far. You just have to hit it high.
So what if it went off the Green Monster? Is it a standard double?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There were Wade Boggs made a living hitting the ball off the Green Monster because you could get tons of hits off of it.
Yes.
100 hits a year plus.
Yeah,
for
just
that
bounce
guy.
it off the wall, bounce it, and you can take advantage of it. You could bounce it off the wall and take advantage of it totally. Like,
Mhm.
so it is. But here's the thing. So my point that I'm making a moment ago is that I'm saying that the fact that you've got all these different dimensions for different parks means that each one is its own beast. You can't treat them all the same because different parks have different quirks. Wrigley Field is different than Fenway Park. Fenway Park is different than old Yankee Stadium. The new Yankee Stadium is a little bit more standardized. It doesn't have as many quirks, but you got different parks that have different undulations, different things that you got going on. Like in Houston, they had the thing. They actually put in center field. They actually put a ramp. It actually went up, so the fielders could actually run up a ramp, but it was deep. So like the center field for them was deep at the time, but you actually had a little bit of a ramp. So the guy had to run, and then he'd have to run kind of up a little mini hill if he
I
had to
know
go all the way to dead center.
Yeah. I remember. I can picture it in my head.
It's very, but that was the fun thing. Like you could do that. Yeah, exactly. Mike Good talked about the hill. Perfect. Good timing, Mike. I was mentioning that. But yeah, so I actually kind of like the fact you can have all these different parks with their different quirks. Each team would have a different scenario, and the home team would know it well.
Yeah, of course.
The visiting team
Take
wouldn't have
advantage of
that.
it. Yeah.
Wouldn't have that knowledge to know, like, if you have that hill and you play there all the time, then you know how to play the hill. You know how to use it to your advantage. If you don't, all of a sudden you're like, you fall over because you don't know how to run because it's suddenly in a hill and you're not paying attention.
It was really remarkable to me that you could use in a baseball field the word undulations.
You can.
It was amazing.
Meiji says the first year Willie started playing in Three Rivers instead of the Hog Forbes field. He had the most home runs he ever hit in the park. The ballpark
Yeah.
matters. It does.
Yeah.
It does. Some fun YouTube videos walking about the old history of the Polo Grounds. Yeah, the Polo Grounds is
Polo
fascinating.
Grounds is historical.
Yeah. So I'd imagine you hit more home runs away than at home. Yes. Hillier Stadium in Stratford, Intercounty, set similar to that. Down right field is 277 feet. Down left field is
Wow.
over 400 feet. I like it.
Crazy.
I like it. So actually, thank you for bringing that up, Stephen. So quick mini announcement. I did renew my membership to the Toronto Maple Leafs, no longer Intercounty. Now it's the Canadian Baseball League. It's a CBL now.
When did
Now
that
they're no
change?
longer semi-pro. Now they're pro.
Oh, they're like the CFL now. In a
Something.
way.
So I actually have a gold membership to the Toronto Maple Leafs CBL. I had a membership to the last year of Intercounty baseball and now the first year of the CBL. So I will be going to Christie Pitts to go and watch some Maple Leafs, not the Hockeys, the other ones, the
Yes.
originals. I will go watch some games down that way.
They are the originals because, as I've said before, the baseball team was the first name the Maple Leafs, and the Toronto Maple Leafs took the same name.
Correct. That is correct. Yes, sir. Dylan says, I love that about baseball, especially baseball video games. Picking the stadium is super fun. Very true.
Yeah.
Is Eric using the Kurtz card care? Always.
Well,
Yes.
Good evening, Robstar Sports.
a lot of these older cards have wax on them or something,
Is that what you were doing? I thought you were.
and all you have to do is just get an old pair of nylons. And
Whose are those?
it's mine.
Mine.
But an old pair of nylons, and it takes all that gum residue, wax, and stuff right off, and the card is absolutely perfect. So that's what I'm doing. A lot of them still have wax and just schmutz on them, and
And then you rub a Kleenex on it, and then it really it buffs it. Because you can only use that so long before it fills up with wax. It doesn't disperse. It doesn't go away.
no, I just move it around to another piece, and then
And how many pieces you got on that little piece of nylon? Oh, all right.
necessary. I got the whole.
That is weird. Okay, enough. Please censor that, Carlos, please.
Moving on. So Manji says, I love that too, Carlos. That's why stats don't tell the whole story, which is fair. Yeah, that's a fair point. Has anyone put any sort of list together on stuff they're taking for Independence Straight Night? Fair enough, Carl. I'll leave that to the folks in the chat who might be applicable to. Haven't heard that yet. So I'll quickly share it. Maybe I'll include a link in the description for you guys. Again, it's just for me as a baseball fan locally, I enjoy it. But here it is. It's the Canadian Baseball League. So this is it right here.
That's their logo,
yeah.
man.
Yep. So that was this is the Intercounty Baseball League. This was the Intercounty Baseball League. But now they're going to go fully professional.
So what teams are in there though?
Very much the same teams. So
Okay.
you still got Brantford, you still got the Guelph Royals.
Yeah.
You still got Guelph Royals,
Not a place.
Yes, it is.
the Hamilton Cardinals, the Kitchener Panthers, the London Majors. You got the Toronto Maple Leafs. For Josh, the Welland Jackfish. That's out in his neck of the woods.
Is it just Ontario?
Predominantly, yeah,
I'm
predominantly.
surprised they would call it the Canadian Baseball League with just being
I don't
Ontario.
know.
Very regional.
I'll be honest. There's a good chance that probably down the road they may try to expand it, but like you also have to factor in travel. Like it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
It's not like the budget.
It's not like major leagues. Yeah.
Christie, here's always kind of the hang up. Christie Pitts is a public park.
Mm-hmm.
They don't actually charge admission. Literally anybody can just sit at the hill and just watch the
It's
game.
free. I know. Yeah.
Like I am a Toronto Maple Leafs member last year and this year. I get some perks for it, but realistically, you don't have to pay a dime. You can just go watch the game if you want to. That's fine.
I'm with you, and it's like free.
Yeah, exactly. So I like that they throw some stuff in for me. Like I appreciate a couple. I'm happy to support. Like I like baseball, so for me, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
But no, you don't have to pay a dime really. So how are you gonna make any money then? It's not an enclosed stadium. You can't charge people tickets.
Yeah.
You can charge them for hot dogs and concessions, sure. But
But the concessions would be on site for the city, right? Not for them.
I think the team gets a cut, but a very small.
Okay.
I don't think it's a big percentage. And they can sell merchandise and stuff. So
Merch,
they totally can.
These
But
players don't get paid, right?
As professional,
they
now,
get
they do get paid.
Yep. It ain't
As soon
much.
as
I can't see it being
semi-pro is a mix. As soon as they go fully professional, Eric, they have to pay them. Fully professional is paid.
Yeah, well, I don't know where they're getting the money. Then good for them.
Sponsors, a lot of sponsors, honestly. And like I said, they do get some money for merch, and they do make so the merch is theirs. and they do make some money from concessions. So like there is some of it, but realistically, sponsors are covering the load. They're the ones basically flipping most of the bill.
And it's a precursor to the MLB, right? So there might be some big stars coming up through there.
What ends up happening is a lot of it is like former major leaguers. A lot of them do end up there.
Oh, dropping down. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Like there have been players that have gone from intercounty to the majors, but you're still a couple of levels down. You have to kind of earn your way into the roster system.
Yeah, I get it. Those are nice cards, Eric. They look really nice. I can't see them close up, but I mean,
I'm very, very fortunate to have been able to.
Well, thank God it's a small set. It's not a huge set.
Yeah,
right?
132.
Yeah.
That's doable.
Yeah.
Well, it's one
again,
sheet,
really.
Right? So
that's why I said earlier, like as long as if you can get the ore, which obviously Eric's got, that really helps because that takes care of like the biggest by far, the biggest hold up to it. Then all of a sudden, the other 131 cars, you got Gordy, you've got Bobby Hall and stuff like that. You've got stars.
Yep.
But like the Bobby Orr is on a different level compared to those other ones in that set.
Yeah. It's like
So
the
you move that out
Gretzky
of the way,
compared to
and it
any
becomes
other
more-
card. Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes more accessible. As soon as you do that, the rest of the set becomes a lot more accessible.
Yeah, I would not have purchased this set because it's not a complete set. I have 92 out of 132.
That's good. That's a good hell of a start. And they're all from the same collection, so the grade should be very close.
Yep.
If it really depends, if you build it one at a time and you're building low grade, high grade, low grade, medium grade, it's
Stuff's all
keeping
high.
it consistent. Like the ore is a different story. I know it's it's expensive card, but even in a one, it's still, I don't even know what's a one worth, like 500, 600,
A lot.
700.
Like it's so expensive now compared to what it was. So
It depends
expensive.
on eye appeal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like even the baseline, like an ore has become ridiculous now.
And the
Yeah.
eye appeal's not that great, he's got the Carlos, make me big, Carlos, make me big.
Nothing can make you big.
The eye appeal's not that great. He's got a line down his face. The back was obviously put into a, was glued in someplace.
Okay. That's what made it a one. Yeah.
But it's still a Bobby Orr rookie card.
It is.
So, and it sits proudly right here on my desk.
Yeah. So for contrast, Bobby, the last PSA 1 Bobby Orr sold for $22.50.
Wow.
Like it's even at a
That's
one.
crazy now. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
That's the point. Like it's not cheap. Like it's very expensive at this stage.
The last time I really looked, I think it was $1,000.
Yeah. No, it's north of it's basically 2K US. So like for anybody who's building a set like that's a big, it hinders you because you're like, okay, so with shipping, currency conversion, you added all
that's
the
a
pieces,
big problem too. So
you're
talking
pushing
US,
almost
right?
$3,000. You're pushing almost $3,000
$3,000 for a one. Oh my God.
for one.
Yeah. Tough.
Bless you if you want to go higher, knock yourself out, but like that, I'm talking to one. Somebody just said Ralph Counter led the league in home runs for 7 years playing in Forbes Field. How impressive is that? Yes.
I
Barry's
probably
dominated that
owned
league for years.
25 Gretzky's, but I've never owned an Orr.
Good
Surprised.
evening, Paul. Evening, all, and Eric. That's right.
Hello, Paul.
Benji says, watch the game from 1964. Frank Robinson hit a ball 425 feet to center field in Yankee Stadium. It was a routine out. Yes. It's true.
Yeah,
New Yankee Stadium is, well, that's what I said. Like 490 to like
big.
That power alley. It was just so ridiculously large. Hitting it center field was basically, all right, that's an out. If the center fielder is set up correctly, it's an out because it's in play.
Mm-hmm.
So you could crush the ball and still be out. In today's parks, most of them like 425 feet, that'll get out.
Yeah.
Most of the parks. If Mays paid for the Braves and Aaron with the Giants, Mays would be the pre-Bonds home run king. Look at Rick Vintage oddball cards coming in, promoting for the Mays.
Coming in hot.
So that's what I mean, though. Like because the different parks were different dimensions, for some players it would play to their strengths, and for other players it would actually hinder them. It would work against them. So it was like having those different dimensions kind of mess with you.
Yeah.
Switch to listening on my trip to the airport. Good. Thank you, Stu. Appreciate you. But like I said, like, you know, it's not like hockey doesn't have that. In the 1980s in Edmonton, if Wayne Gretzky breathed, he got an assist.
Here we go with that.
He took a breath. Assist.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think he got so many? We can't find any footage of them. We just assume, oh, yeah, he must have gotten all those assists in Edmonton. We're like, assist.
There we go.
Well,
He
realistically,
did it from home.
with-
It was incredible.
He had so many good players that he played with, like getting assists. Otherwise, would he have, if it was like the Leafs and Gretzky was on there, would he have got the goals and assists?
No,
Oh,
listen, if Wayne Gretzky had played anywhere but 1980s Edmonton, he would have had 27 points in his career.
Basically.
Oh my God.
So his card would be affordable at that point.
Yeah, it'd be like $1.50.
I could do it.
Literally $1.50.
Oh
like
my God.
$1.50, right?
Yeah, $1.50. Mhm.
Not 150, but $1.50.
Yeah, well, maybe 150 yen.
Okay.
Like yen would be fine. Yeah, yen.
That's
would be
even less than, yeah.
It is. Oh, it's very much. Yeah, it's way less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is
It's
about
like
right.
buying ramen noodles or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Why
great.
are you encouraging him?
I'm
Listen.
not. I'm just
All,
equating what he's saying in value.
Eric,
and I'm
Eric,
just-
are you questioning the Burrell? Are you
No.
saying the Burrell doesn't know what's going on? Are you
No, I was
suggesting the Burrell
complimenting
is
you on
not
your
a viable
cards.
resource?
I simply asked the Burrell why he's encouraging your nonsense.
I'm not encouraging it. I'm just responding to it.
And I believe it is simply to piss me off because Bobby enjoys doing that.
I don't piss you off. I
Eric.
complimented your cards. I haven't said anything nasty to you yet.
Eric, are you suggesting? Eric, I want to make sure about this. Are you suggesting
Yeah, what am I
that when I am making my very logical points
very logical?
on this Wayne Gretzky thing, that Bobby is sitting there silently inside of his mind, his stoic exterior, he's like,
Probably.
I have some questions. That's all I'm saying.
look what I'm saying.
I have some
Joshua
answers.
says, Jesus, I know Jesus. He owes me money. It's great.
Yes.
Giving James says, great card! Exclamation point. Love it. The hottest of takes. No, it's a mild take. Everyone who knows the hockeys, Eric, of course, doesn't know anything about it.
No,
But
no.
as someone who knows, everybody knows
Everybody
that,
knows.
back in the day in Edmonton, Wayne Gretzky got like 4 points for every time he touched the puck. If he was at home and he made a sandwich, he got 3 assists. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Incredible.
You're ridiculous.
He says Mario's second all time in goals per game played and second all time in assists per game played. Listen, Mario Lemieux is, we're talking about a superlative athlete. Guys, he's 7th all time in goals per games played and first in assists. Indeed. And it helped that he was in Edmonton with some creative accounting.
Yes. Glenn Sather.
Look,
was
all I'm
giving me
saying, Bobby, all I'm saying is he had like almost 900 goals. That's all very impressive. But the majority of his points are assists, are they not?
Mhm.
And assists is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a secondary assist. Sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
He's in bed right now. He was sick today. Yeah, secondary assist.
Yeah.
Per game played is a great equalizer, in fact. Keith would use blue tape. That's fair. Fair call. Fair.
Very good.
Sometimes we got to set the record straight, Eric. Sometimes we can't allow nonsense to pass.
There is nonsense.
My bossy is first in goals per games played. True.
Oh, you got the All-Star Gordie Howe. That's nice. They seem bowed. Is that right?
Eric, I bet it would look better
Beautiful.
if you grab
that
your pair of
means they've
scissors
been-
and fix the left side.
That came from a manipulated set, so there weren't top sleeve, top holders, or anything. That's wow. Glenn Hall, Bobby Hall, I think.
Yeah, Bobby.
Gita. It's hard to see,
Pierre Pilote,
I thought it was him. Yeah, it's funny.
Jacques Leperrier.
Perrier. And I don't know that guy.
Yeah, and then of course you put them all together, and you got the Gordie Howe puzzle on the back.
Oh, so you're gonna do like a setup for that, or no?
No,
Spin it around and
I have the
hang
ore,
it from the roof and just no.
I already had the cards for the ore puzzle from that year. And
So
Bobby,
now, why'd you get more?
what number is Bobby Orr wearing on his jersey in the ore puzzle on the 66 set?
The ore puzzle?
The ore puzzle and the 66 rookie set.
You know what he's wearing. He's not wearing number 4. That's for damn sure.
No, but Bobby Orr wore 3 numbers.
Yes, he did.
So which number is he wearing in the puzzle?
Well, so that would be later. So I would have to say it isn't 27. It's probably
It's the third one. Then you see, had no 4, no 27.
Yep.
So that means it's
2 or 15.
19.
19. Okay. I keep forgetting the 19 because I don't give a fuck about order. Anyways, just saying.
Wow.
Yep.
So go ahead, Eric. Pretend that I made him say that. I made him do
That was
that.
a kick. That was like a kick in the nuts. That hurt a little bit.
No, because I don't care doesn't mean you don't have to care.
That hurt.
He's basically saying, Eric, that for carrying your trash.
That made me sad.
Number 4 is Bobby Orr. You know what?
Moving on.
My jerseys of when I played hockey, I was always number 4.
Yeah.
And I wore number 2. We had the uniforms of the Oshawa Generals, and I took number 2. And guess who that was?
I know who that was.
Yes, and I wore it in one of our All-Star games with Dave Branch, the commissioner of the OHA. He brought them in for us. This is 1980. It was awesome.
All right.
So I actually have a little Bobby Orr residue on me.
I'm feeling a little bit better.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have some kind of attachment. That's a true story anyways, by the way.
There you go. So Robstar Sports here says, notice the same with the curl and the cars. Was there vending that year? So was there vending for the 66, 67?
Yes. I would say there's vending because they made them in the US, not in wax pack form. So you could buy sets, and I'm sure a lot of guys did the wholesale deals where guys would go around and do the I think they had that new that was a new find, that 57 football. The guy had a vending machines, and I think it's in Mile High Auction, where they found all the vending packs of the 57 football. So a lot of that stuff was sold through Woody Gelman or Bruce Yanko or all the early wholesale dealers in the United States, because the hockey cards weren't allowed to be sold or weren't sold by Wax Pack in the US. Only you could go through these other companies, and you could buy the whole set, or you could buy singles too on top of that. So that's the only way they would ever make it to vending. And then there was vending companies at that time. You had Very Best, you had all these other companies that would buy in, maybe from Oak Premium or different other companies, and you could buy in bulk and use their machines and then vend out through there. So, and then guys had established routes all around the, depending on which city you were in. So most of it came out of New York, New Jersey, and stuff like that. So.
And I want to say Junk Wax Hero did a video talking about what Bobby was referring to with the 57 tops. Yeah. So that's the that's the same football set that I was talking about, the Bart Starr, earlier tonight.
Yes.
So that was the same set for that. So for me, it's good because listen, put some more cards in circulation. It'll make it a little easier for me to find the card that I want to get.
True enough, right? The other part is they had those Oak Premier vending machines, the window where it had the gum and then you get the card on each side. Like those are worth like $600-700 each too on top of that.
Oh yeah. It's one of those things like the reason I brought it up earlier tonight is that I'm going to get the card at some point because that's the last one I need to complete that team set. So I will get it, but I'm at the stage where I'm very hesitant now. I'm not interested in paying $1,000 plus for much.
But you've got some other cards that you've saved that you could offset, Chosen Rosens or whatever. I'm just saying.
Well, no, but Bobby, the point though,
or just
the point that I'm getting at is I don't care if I could sell it for $1 million worth of. I don't want to pay $1,000 plus for cards. I don't care if I have the money. I don't care if I literally have more money than I know what to do with. I just don't value a lot of that stuff at that price
But
point.
you just need the
I
one
just think
card to
it's too
finish
high.
your set, though.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's the reason I will get it. But I'm saying I'm not going to be happy about it. I will get it to complete that set, but after I finish the last couple of projects that are going to require that, after that, I'm kind of retiring from that price point because I'm just not interested.
I get it.
Like at that stage, it's like, and it's not a money issue because I don't give me as much money as you want. I'm still not going to spend
It's a
it on
value issue.
Yeah, like I don't value it at that point. That's the key.
No.
And that's a different from what the market rate. The market can say whatever it wants. It can say like, hey, this is worth tens of thousands of dollars, millions. Fair enough. Then I'm priced out. I'm no longer interested at that price point.
Well, the one good thing Dan is doing is he's starting to flip things. He's buying stuff in bulk, and then he's, selling off a few little things to be affordable to his collection. A lot of people do that offsetting. I think since 2020, a lot of people turned into dealers, right? And
that's why I made reference earlier tonight to the whole consolidation thing. I'm not saying no.
To earlier, so I just
but I made reference to it. What I was referring to is that consolidation is an option. It is something that people can do if they have cards that they're not as keen on. They can move on from those and create the revenue to be able to then do it. My issue isn't that. My issue is, regardless of what money I have available, I don't value these things at that price point. And some of these items have surpassed the point at which I value them. So whether I have the money or not, I don't think it's worth it. So I don't feel good about spending the money aside from finishing the project that I'm already doing. If I wasn't already finishing the project, then I would have abandoned it.
Yeah, no, I understand. And a lot of people have a threshold, and some people don't want to cross it unless you have a wife like Eric's. It's hard to justify. But if you just have to go, honey, hey, that works. It's easy.
Yeah, for me, it comes down to just if I'm going to spend that much money on it, there are hobbies that there are other hobbies where if you say, hey, it's going to cost you $10,000, I go, here you go.
Yeah.
It's not, but I don't value the cardboard at that price. That's the key. It's like I'm saying
that Submariner for 10,000. Thank you.
The Submariner I'll do. the cardboard I won't. The Submariner I will buy it and I will wear it happily. I'm just when I bought the card, you know what's going to happen? I'll do the video, I'll talk about it, and then it goes in the box.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm sitting there like the Submariner. At least I can wear it.
But that's
at least I'll use it.
It is, yes, it's useful. Yeah.
Like okay, I'm at least again. It's a different hobby. It's just all we're talking about is one hobby versus another. But at that point, at least I'll use it. I'll wear it. That's fine. But somebody else can have a different answer, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly valid. But what's going to be funny, though, Bobby, is that I do think that even people who are willing to go to much higher threshold, there is still a line that they will find. It just has to go high enough.
Everybody has.
There is a number at which they'll be like, I can't. No.
And those are the average people in the hobby, really. I think $1,000 is a big threshold for the lion's share of the hobby. Like for one card, collectively over time, no. Because obviously we, 200 here, 100 here, $50.
No,
it adds up over the course of a year, and you spend like $3,000, but you wouldn't spend $3,000 on one card.
Yeah, that's why I led off once we were talking about that. I said explicitly, I said no for one collection. Like I've blown well past that by a factor of 100, but but that's in the aggregate over 30 years over time. It wasn't one purchase. It wasn't one bulk purchase. But for an individual card, like, no, it's a decision. I have to think about that. It's not like this flippant thing. Oh my goodness, here you go. Just take the money.
Kurt stuff.
Absolutely. 100%. Listen, every kind of shady business that happens in this hobby, we question Eric.
Keep your pantyhose on. Anyways.
Hey,
please do.
Joe Namath. What?
I saw that commercial back in the day.
Wear pantyhose, and if it was good enough for Joe Namath, it's good enough for me.
Have you considered
referencing a good quarterback?
I like Joe the Throw. He's actually one of my favorites.
Eric, don't say he's got a Super Bowl because so does Trent Dilfer. Go on.
True.
Well, I don't have one.
Maybe you should have tried harder. Not with that attitude, Eric. That's a defeatist attitude.
I know.
So the scenario of you picking up those cards, so they come in and then you grovel with Phil or something, or what happened?
Or steal
What's
from
the-
Phil,
I'm just
allegedly.
I grovel will use, but we mean
Sure.
steal, but I'm just
Mhm.
or claw, whatever. Do. Ouch.
No, we negotiated.
Negotiated.
It was a
Hey,
three-way
Eric.
negotiation.
Hey, Eric, stop stealing from me. Eric, no.
I'm not.
No.
It's not. I'm just helping this
Thing
gentleman.
is, you guys, I haven't even shown all of it to you yet.
You've been showing some key
No.
cards.
Yes, but from the 66, you weren't here to see 67,
The Dallas Card Show theft?
Oh, there
Allegedly?
was more?
and you
Yes.
also haven't seen 57.
So did you buy everything?
Yes,
Oh, you're in trouble.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
There's not many in 57 that are big stars, so you don't have to worry too much about that. It's a small set too, so it's not so bad.
Eric, what the
57
hell
tops,
did you
not
do?
Parker's, right? Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
I don't know.
He's doing the Harlem Shuffle. I don't know what he's doing.
Tall boys.
Oh, you got tall boys. Did you
Yeah,
get any short prints?
I don't. These are just Bruins.
Oh, okay.
I got
All right. So
Milt, Murray Oliver, Tom Johnson, Eddie Johnson,
Ted Green?
Teddy Green, Reg Fleming.
you know what? The names are on the back too, Eric. You
Yeah.
can actually see the name on the back.
Yeah. He's got to turn around and look at the fronts.
Well, I'm covering them with the other cards. Is it Bob McCord?
You control both of your hands, allegedly. You can move the
Admiral
card.
I know. I can never do anything right. I know. Orland Kurtenbach. and
Orland Kurtenbach. Yes.
Yeah. Dean Prentice.
Yeah, hard to believe Orland was around then. He was mostly known as a Vancouver Canuck. A good one too, captain as well. Very good player.
Yeah.
But
Zach
yeah,
says
there's a
he-
lot
He
of
traded the card from the Dallas Card Show for these.
I think so.
Allegedly.
I think so.
Allegedly.
I never thought of that. Yeah.
He's just like,
I got a lot of Hall of Famers in here.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Beans, Johnny Busick,
So you got 57, 64, 66.
62, 63.
All tops?
Yeah.
So it came from one guy's collection.
how did you not have most of that shit previously? What the hell have you been doing this entire time, Eric?
Lemelin.
Yeah, Lemlin.
And after you were done breaking the $10 bill, what'd you do with the rest of it?
I don't know.
Mhm.
Honestly. Wow. Brutal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My God.
It's
That's yeah, you're into some money on those. If they're in really, really nice shape, raw, like those.
they're unbelievable.
So
I couldn't say no. I don't usually make ginormous purchases.
Eric, it's not that difficult. You go like, no.
Like
No.
so your threshold of $1,000. He's into it times 3.
I'd rather not discuss it, please.
Yes, I'm just saying because I'm estimating.
Yeah. Here's a nice.
So I hit the mark. I'm close. Don't worry.
Here's Gordie Howe there in the team photo. The runner.
Eric, you know what this sounds to me like? What I'm hearing from you. We charge Eric for every like. Likes help ease or make worse his pain. And apparently Eric is fucking loaded because he can buy some overrated hockey cards.
Eric is poor than dog shit right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you ain't
Hit the
buying
like
another
button.
card for 6 years.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up in November.
Hit the like button, people.
So it's
I
more than
spent-
$3,000. He's
I
in real
spent-
trouble.
November money.
Yes. Yeah. And that can happen. And that goes without saying, opportunities come along and sometimes you just have to really jump on them. And I think you probably did a good deal.
Oh God!
I don't know what you paid, but $4,000's cut a lot.
No, I didn't pay $4,000. No.
Okay. So we're at 3 to 4. So I'm just feeling them out. So 3,500. Not bad.
Canadian.
Eric, you want to show
Canadian.
receipts? You want to like bring the receipt up on the screen? Like,
Please. There's no receipt, Carlos. Come on. Jesus.
Oh, listen, Eric's not a very smart man. He's had a lot of concussions.
Oh, he did a receipt. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
You, Phil, I owe you $47.
Yeah, that's what it was. $47. See, now you understand.
all of a sudden, Phil is like, and then Eric gave me his crypto. Oh my God.
Ah,
All the monies.
Oh, I wish I
all
had
that Dogecoin.
that. Would have
Yes.
I would have
Yes.
much rather. I would have preferred that.
Zach says, I love Carlos's comment. How did you not already have this? I know. I'm trying to figure out what Eric's been doing this
What
entire
he's
time.
been collecting. Yes.
Yeah, like what trash has he been accumulating up until this point?
69.
He has 2 ounces of Kiss silver. He should be loaded. He should have all the money he requires.
You would think.
There's the Stanley Cup champion card.
Your favorite team that beat out what team did they beat out?
Detroit's the Detroit card is the runner-up.
Oh, the Stanley Cup was the year prior. Sorry, so 66-7. Yeah, that was the Leafs after that. So yeah, they'd be in the next year. My mistake.
Yeah, so got Beliveau in the photo and
All the Montreal Canadian. You can't, but you're looking at the front. You should be able to know the names now.
so
He said there's
a lot of
Beliveau,
Hall of Famers in that photo.
Jacques Laperriere, Gump Worsley. Keep going.
Oh, Blake.
Zach says,
That's
if the
the
world was
coach.
fair,
Yeah.
Eric would have to send all those cards to Carlos for partial like button payment. I know.
Mm.
Bastard owes me.
Oh, that's right. You should get half of those
I
at
know.
least.
Shop pay from there. Eric's just going to hold them for a while. That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold them for They're on loan.
Are you going to grade any of those?
No. But
With
I am very
then you can
confident
send it to the Mike Baker eye appeal, and then you like
that every card would be at around 7 or 8.
that high.
How do we know that's true? Eric?
Those that's one of the toughest set with the television borders. Like to get
It's crazy.
a 7 is tough.
That's why I jumped on it and spent the money because it was
You spent a lot more than $3,000, that's for sure.
Oh, I did not.
You had to.
I'll tell you later.
I know what you spent.
You didn't.
I know what you did last summer. Don't worry.
Wow. Wow.
Now, according to the
Okay, if that's not $100 card and you got like 100 cards, come on.
See, what was this? This is 121.
Bobby, are we taking into account the thievery or are we talking market value?
I think is what he
The
said.
Needham app says that's 150.
Yeah,
That's what the Needham app
that's
says.
a raw, and that's a near mint, I would say, right?
Oh God, yes.
I think it's near mint. It says on the app there.
$150, according to the Needham app.
And then if you get a 7 in that in the PSA, then you can put 275 on it or 350. I don't know. Yeah.
I really wish that like we lived closer because I would love to like show you guys all this stuff in person. You'd shit.
Bring them up to the show. We'll be there.
Maybe I will bring them with me in November. Oh wait a minute, I can't go. I just spent all my November money.
Oh, you're not coming in the spring, right?
I never come in the spring, and I'm definitely not coming in the spring now.
No.
Look, Eric, I don't need you to bring him to me. Just bring him over to the Stop and Shop. Ask for Ken.
Yeah, Kenny came in yesterday. I saw Ken yesterday.
Just saying, I know people. Eric, I got people. I got people.
I saw Kenny yesterday.
Brendan says, good evening. Waiting for AI Sports to break the story of money laundering through the like button on BIC. I don't hold your breath, man. Listen, we know all about AIH and all those Funko Pops in the background.
Yes.
He who has not sinned may cast the first stone. That's all I'm saying.
Ooh,
That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying.
there's no stone to be turned.
You think those Funko Pops got there on their own? See this? Just looking at you.
Funko
Same.
Pops are the Beanie Babies of the 90s. I see them at the shows at the where they have those half shows, out in Hamilton and stuff like that. And I just see them like they're so cheap now, like $5. It's just like you don't know it's dying. Not yet.
Yep. All I'm saying is we have an understanding. The understanding is we do not say much about the Funko Pops, and the like button money is left alone. No one talks about it. Nothing happened.
Ooh. I love it.
Just saying. There's these likes. People know Eric's been holding out on us. I know. Scandalous. You'll appreciate this, Eric. I purchased this on the, I'll share it more on the podcast episode. I purchased this on the eBays. So talking about that 53 top set earlier tonight.
Yep.
I picked up the Eno Slaughter.
Oh, you picked up a card.
Yes. Got the Eno Slaughter and a 1.5. Nice card. I like the 53 top. I really love the paintings on these. I like it.
Great eye appeal.
I like the background, how it has some of the signage in the back. You know, that
so this is artwork done of the players?
The 53 tops, they actually commissioned art. So like there is actual.
Is there original art left over?
There was an auction. Tops did an auction years ago where they actually sold the original.
Oh, 91 when they did the auction. Yeah.
They did
first
they
round.
sold all the art. So these are actual paintings that they actually had commissioned back in 53.
Wow.
That's why I say like 53, Eric, in baseball, to me personally, was the golden era.
Right.
Because 53 tops commissioned art for all the cards. 53 Bowman color was color photography before, when it was very expensive.
Right.
1953, the color photography was expensive.
Oh yeah. And 54 tops hockey was art as well.
Yeah. So for me, Eric, like the two companies, Bowman and Tops, kind of peaked in 53 collectively. Together. So to me, like that's the reason I like those sets. The 53 Bowman color set, I'm on my way to finishing off. 53 tops, I want to do just because I want the two beside each other because I want to have both sets.
Did they ever figure out the artist on them?
Well, I'm sure Tops has that in the archive somewhere. I don't know personally, but I know our Tops should have that in their files.
54 tops hockey, we don't know the artist.
Yeah. But for the 53, obviously they had it on the original art.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, for 53, they definitely had it. That's right, Kathy. You know. But yeah, so that's actually the
in bed by now.
Hey, don't assume things. You know what they say about assuming.
Uh-oh.
Mom, I was just kidding.
Me.
I was just putting these in order for Phil. I lied about the whole thing. These aren't mine, and I was just trying to be a big shot on the YouTubes. And I'm sorry that I did that. These aren't mine. I'm just putting them in order for work, and I'm gonna bring it back to work tomorrow.
You borrowed them from work.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring them back to work tomorrow. And I was just trying to be a big shot. I did not. Mom, they're not mine. Don't worry. I lied. I'm a big liar. Mom, you know I'm a liar, and I lied. They're not mine.
She's calling Michelle right now.
I didn't buy them. I don't know nothing about them. I don't even know what they are. I just,
Bobby, this entire section about him stating how he's a liar is gonna get clipped.
I think you should. Yes.
It used to be one.
We could apply that to so many things.
It used to be one of the rules.
That's a never ending. Like, yeah, that's a 2-button push. Yeah. Liar.
Rob Starr says, I prefer the 53 over the 52 tops. I'm not going to get mad at that. I'm a big fan. Obviously, he's got it in his image there, the 53 tops mantle, which I have a copy of. But yeah, no, so Bobby, that's kind of the thought process with that. I love the 53 Bowman color because of the color photography and the imagery on those. Beautifully done. Yes. 53 tops, the paintings, I think were exquisite. I think they did a great job with those.
It's unique in a sense. You know, it's sort of like the 51 Parkhurst. I really can't stand those cards. I think they're just horribly done. You know, I've never liked that set. You know, I know it's Cordy Howe's rookie. Everybody's rookies in there. But when you get into that artwork, and it took Parkhurst, 4 years to really get to that point of really having good quality cards. It's actually a boon for them in their second year that they went with artwork, and it was really well done. Yeah. A good artist, actually, obviously, because that's some really good stuff. That's not, you know, stickman stuff that I would draw.
But that's the thing is, for me, as a collector, I'm like, I'm not going to collect all of it. I'm not going to try to do a run. I can be selective. But if I'm going to be selective, then yeah, that 53 year, I feel both companies did an excellent job. Yeah. And it was like, I think they're both winners. Both sets to me are winners. And I'm like, I'd be happy to have both of them. And so that's why that is a goal of mine. And then after that, after that, there's some other stuff I'll work on, but it's not going to be as big a deal. Like those are the big projects here in the next couple of years. But after that, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll do some stuff here and there, but it'll quiet down.
Clear is good.
Yeah, well, that one will get done. I'm most of the way there as well. But it's one of those things where like there aren't that many projects left for me. There's still a handful. There's a little bit of a roadmap down the road here, but after that, it's like, I'll just pick up stuff here and there.
So, Eric, do you collect or finish all those other sets that you have partials of? Like, do you have enough star power in there to? Because it's hard to get the tall boys because there's so many like high end second series there.
What's funny, Bobby, is if I was going to work on, I have the 6061 Parker set, which I really love. I think it's a really nice set. I enjoy it. Mm-hmm. I have completed it. I'm probably going to do the 6162 at some point because I like this. I kind of like it as a follow-up. It's still similar enough, and it's actually a smaller checklist, which actually
it is. Actually, they're all easy to do. 66
those
cards.
Those aren't bad at all, and you can get decent condition copies. You don't have to go too crazy. Yeah, totally doable. So there's a handful there in the 60s that I think are pretty good. The tall boys have gotten kind of expensive, but I do like them. They're kind of wacky. I appreciate them for what they are. But sometimes it's like this gigantic headshot. It's like a person's head. It's like this gigantic headshot of this person.
You know what's funny? The first series was all headshots. After in the second series, they went to full body shots, or mostly, I guess upper torsos or whatever. So, and if you see the two different sheets beside each other, because I owned the first series sheet, and the second series sheet was like, wow, I didn't realize the difference. And you just see it. You can see, bang, it's all like you got Gordie Howe's mug right in your face there. It's like a huge card. Did you get the Gordie Howe?
So I have the Bobby Hull, and I think I've got
the All-Star or the regular.
No, the regular version.
Okay.
And then I think I've got a Johnny Bauer and I think a handful of other ones. I have to take a look. But I definitely have the Bobby Hull. I picked that up at a recent. It's one of those things where I keep looking at it going like, so because the hockey sets are smaller, some of them are smaller in scale.
Yeah.
In terms of number of cards.
Well, that one's got a little bit. That's got two sheets. So you're looking.
Yeah, and there's some short prints in there as well. There's some short prints in there as well. Just like
8 short prints, 16 short prints. Yeah.
I like the tall boys, but I feel like I've been priced out of them now. It's tough.
It is. You get into some of those all-stars, the Horton All-Star, the Makita, it's like, whew, man.
That's the problem. The problem is that the number of cards in the set. So Eric, you'll appreciate this.
Yeah.
Let's talk vintage set construction for a second.
That's what I'm doing.
The advantage of it for the hockeys is that a lot of the checklist sizes are manageable. I've talked about this before. Right. I'm a big proponent of manageable set sizes.
Yeah.
The 56 tops baseball set that I've done is one of the biggest vintage sets that I did for the 50s because that was a 340 card set. That one it's tough. That's a big set, lots of stars, lots of Hall of Famers. My set's complete, and I've been upgrading little bits and pieces, but my set's done. The point is the set's done. Right. So that's okay. For the hockeys, a lot of the sets are small. That's why I say the 6061 Parkers to me is a beautiful set because I like it. I like the colors. I like the striking. You can get a nice kind of mid-grade set,
like
some
Keon's
nice looking cards. I think so. You can get some nice looking cards, and they're striking. They're colorful. They're nice for what they are. But it's a 61 card set. It's not like hundreds of cards. It's more manageable, even with the stars and everything else.
Yep.
But then something like the tall boys is in that weird middle ground because some of the singles have gotten with the short prints and such have gotten kind of expensive. So it's like, is it doable? Yes, but it's starting to creep up because those singles are starting to creep up in price.
It's really kind of funny they did the tall boys set. They really risked a lot, but they didn't risk anything because Parker's was out of business at that time. So they had the free reign. So I think they said, let's do taller cards. Let's do bigger cards.
The appeal though is that it's different.
Yes.
So as a collector, it makes it kind of, so this is what I'm getting.
It was love or hate
What makes it appealing is that it is different. It stands out from the other sets around it. Before and after, it stands out. They really only gave it a shot one time, and that makes it kind of interesting.
And they did the football, so you had Joe Namath in that one, and they kept it going. And then
they did basketball in the 70s.
But they
Basketball.
did the giant basketball too, yeah, and they did the
Mhm.
giant cards, but it didn't really go over well with a lot of the bigger cards, like the 70 Giants. Is it 70 giant
64
cards?
Giants.
Oh, is it? Okay, wow, yeah, even before.
Yeah.
Oh, right there at the same time.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The beauty of the
That was a
64
separate
Giants.
set away from the regular one, wasn't it?
Yeah, completely
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
The beauty of the 64 Giants, though, is that is one of the most affordable mid-ish 60s Manals. You can get a
Hmm.
nice Mickey Mantle card, very reasonably priced, all things considered,
Hmm.
because it's a nice looking card, but they're not as crazy
Less
priced as some of the other
desirable,
ones
yeah.
around it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I still think it's got a good image. Like it's a nice big card and it's got a nice picture on it, but the bigger cards were not as popular. So you were able to actually put together. So that's one that's like you could 100% put together a set of those reasonably, all things considered,
Mhm.
and have yourself a little bit of fun with that if you're so desired.
And it wouldn't
But
break
it's just
the bank.
no, you can 100%
Well,
do it, relatively speaking.
you'd have to end
Because
up with some
if
ones
you don't
there,
need, if you're not competing with the set registry folks, then
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very attainable.
Mhm.
So like here it is right here.
yeah, I
It's
know
a
that
nice
card
big
really well.
shot.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a nice big shot. It's like mostly picture. You're getting pretty much a picture for the majority of the card.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
so I say like it's doable, but there's some Hall of Famers in that set. There's some good ones. So there is some quality in that checklist. It's just a matter of whatever your preference is.
Yeah, I think I own one of the display boxes from the giant cards. It's a blue one with, or is it red or blue, something like that. I love the display boxes too. So I'm more into the display boxes than the cards. So that's just me.
I believe this is true.
And I think
Ryan says
Mantle's
the
on the
recent-
front, if not mistaken, or somebody's on the front. Who the hell is it?
Mhm.
Tough
All
call.
right, says a recent attic find of the Friday of the 57 Topps football vending boxes restored
Yeah.
hope that all the good stuff has already been found. Yeah, there's still stuff out there for sure. There's people that hoarded stuff. They'll throw stuff together. It's all these things are possible.
I think we're at
But
the
that's why
back end of that, though, Carlos, to be honest, because if you think of the age bracket that people are in, a lot of parents who passed away, they're going to be in their 80s, somewhere around 80 to 90 or whatever. That's where a lot of that 50 stuff will come from. 60 stuff, then you're into, you got less at 10 years. 70 stuff is not really worth as much, but all that key stuff, we're almost at the end of the finds, because once somebody goes through the parents' collection, it usually gets sold. Very few people keep it, as a keepsake, because they see, hey, there's, $50,000 in cards. I'm getting rid of them, right? Split it up between the family. So I think we're at the tail end of things. So finding these finds be very few, and actually it has lessened over the last so many years. So, but there's still some stuff.
Well, as the dollars increased, it motivated people to look. They went to the attics. They went to the
Oh,
things.
yes. And now it's public. Everybody knows. So why not look around for it?
Yeah. They haven't found Eric's stash yet, but at some
Nope.
point they will. And then that'll be the end
It's
of
right
that.
there. You can see it on his desk. Mhm.
Bob
I can get the
Jackson, good
cans.
evening.
1 second.
Yeah, go for it. Good evening, Bob Jackson. Think of the stuff found in the 70s, 80s, and pre-internet 90s was found and just thrown out. Should have told Eric to stop throwing things out. Scandalous. It's a tough scene, Eric. It's a tough scene. I don't know what to tell you. So how many months, just out of curiosity, kind of a side question. How many months should we expect that you'll be sorting the same pile of cards?
Well, I have a bad history of piles on my desk and taking forever to deal with them. So I'm thinking 2 months.
I gotta ask you. So kind of as a side question. Now, since we're on this topic,
Okay.
I have my fair share of piles of cards. Now, admittedly, I don't like to sort all of them. Sets, obviously, I'll do. How is it? What on earth? What kind of intricate ceremony do you have going on? Like, you put it in the goddamn penny sleeve. You put it in order. Like, how many things do you need to do? Like, is there some kind of a opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies? What the hell goes on there that takes so damn long?
Oh, it's mostly time to do it.
Eric, we go on here for 4 hours and you're sorting cards for half the damn time. There's time.
Right. But then I don't have time to do it again until next Friday. So
I feel like your efficiency during these hours is lacking. I feel like you're the opposite of the PSA graders. They take 30 seconds per card. You take 30 minutes per card. What are we doing?
I have to put some in just regular top loaders. Others have to go in mag holders. Then you have to put, do the checklist and the need a map. So I always have my, it with me at a show or something. And then I have my old school paper ones that I have to do. So it's a process.
For the record, everyone, usually I click the button and I'm like, you know what, fuck it.
I drive the man to drink. What can I tell you? He may not come back for this one. This might be more than just getting a beer. He just may not come back.
Right now, I need caffeine. I could 100% grab another beer, no problem. But I have had my 2 beers, and believe it or not, usually I stick to 2. So I've had my 2. I was tempted. I will say though, in full disclosure, I was tempted because all it would have taken is I go just crack open another one. 7.1% they all are, Eric. 7.1. Not like your fucking Guinness water.
I like Guinness, but don't give me 3.
Bob Jackson says he's been sorting the same pile since first episode I saw 5 or 6 years ago. Facts.
Yeah.
Some you have to make sure you put them in upside down. That's true.
Yeah. So some of the stuff from 5 years ago is still on the desk. So Yannick will tell you he has sat at this desk. He has seen the piles.
You know what I was thinking, Eric? In scenarios like this, maybe you could write your memoirs.
Okay.
And maybe, your chronicles, your sports card chronicles, and you could always write a book and try to sell it to people.
Everyone else is writing books. I think I should too.
That's become very popular.
But I am not gonna thank you. So
you should thank me.
No.
Thank me and thank the content gods.
Nope. You've thanked enough in books. I'm not
praise.
No.
Praise.
No. You already got thanked. You're not getting another.
Bobby, Eric's foolishness drove me
to thank for what?
No, we'll get to that in a second. Eric's foolishness drove me to usually whenever I go and grab a drink, I usually do this. I was literally like, you know what, fuck it. I literally just walked over to the kitchen and grabbed myself some caffeine.
Yeah, you usually blank out. Yeah.
I can't. You know what? I can't. Well, Bobby, what I was trying to get at, what I decided to question is I was getting Eric, like, he's always talking about sorting. He's literally sorting these cards during these live streams. All these innumerable hours. By this point, he should have like Rob Veras has millions of cards, and in the hours that we put in
if
this
they
live
hired
stream,
Eric, like
you could have sorted. You could have sorted a warehouse in the amount of time. And Eric has one pile of cards, and it takes a million years.
Well, he has to card carry them. So
that's the thing. I got to get my pantyhose out and rub my hands on them.
So realistically, with that set, the 66 set, your upside down one-touch holders are kind of sideways upside down.
They are.
And they look fine.
Now here's a question, Bobby.
But is
because the
holder
card,
on the
because
right
the
or
cards,
left?
Because the cards are oriented that way.
Mhm.
This is actually a thing with some of the cards. If the cards are oriented that way, personally, I use the numbering on the back of the card as my guide. I like to have the numbering on top.
Yes.
That's what I subscribe to. That is my belief.
Well, that keeps them upright. Well, there is some uprights. The all-stars are uprights, but I mean, most of the set
that is my belief. That is how I think it should be done.
Yes.
Bob Jackson says, so I was actually, so Bobby, I was kind of having a little bit of fun. Obviously, there's a couple different hobby folks. I won't single anyone out, but there's different hobby folks who have written their hobby books.
Bobby wrote 3 hobby books.
No, I'm talking about really recently. So there is a floating head hobby book.
Yeah, the comps and whatever.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then there's another YouTuber who has also written his hobby book that is kind of more of a stories / memoirs. And I was saying, like, Eric should write some stories / memoirs.
In all seriousness, who did the second one?
I'll let the chat answer that question. They know some of them know exactly what I'm
I
talking
don't know. I know what Jeremy's book is, but I
No,
don't
but I want the chat to do it, Eric. I want the chat to do it.
I don't know about
There's
a
Victor.
I can answer that
Victor
question,
wrote
but
a
I want
book
the chat to do
recently too.
I do not know about a memoir.
But
there
Victor's
is
wasn't a
there is a
memoir.
book that speaks of stories. There is a book that speaks of stories.
I know
Really?
nothing of it.
Yes. So Bobby says, what is he going to call his book? Eric's book will be a different thing. It'll be Tales from the Cave of Crap.
Mm.
There you go.
Let me think of a good title on that one.
Yeah. Bobby Jackson says something about how people organize cards in the desk and understanding the psychology of it is right.
Mm-hmm.
Our Playtex says that'd be a good book. Eric, how to start a card collection with $0. Eric has filled his collection forms in triplicate too. That is true.
Cards
Sorry,
I
cards, but thinking about it,
klepto-curated.
Emmanuel. Yes.
The cards I curated. Yes.
Yeah.
I wish so.
You remember the O.J. Simpson book? If I did it,
Yes.
Eric's would be like, if I stole it,
Yes.
If I stole.
if
And the glove does fit.
so bystander has answered it correctly. Eric, that's the answer to your question.
Was that-
I don't even know who that is.
He was in the chat earlier tonight. Midlife Sports Cards was.
All right. Well, thank you for watching. I hope you're successful with your book.
Yes. Yeah, I was kind of having a little bit of fun with it because I was
That's
sitting
who
there
it
like,
was. Yes.
okay.
What is this thing
So
with
look-
doing books now? Is it like
So Bobby, this is actually what I was going to get at.
is because you're officially published or
So Bobby, I'm going to get your take on this because obviously as someone who's published books, I think you have a perspective that we can add to this question.
all right.
So I want to ask, so Eric, in the spirit of fairness, because he was here earlier tonight, so I appreciate that. I am going to uncharacteristically be as nice as I can.
That's
So on a Carlos
uncharacteristic.
shit throwing scale, this is going to be like a 2.5
Okay, that's
out of 10.
impressive.
I'm going to keep it on the low end, Bobby. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be nice.
All right. I'm impressed already.
I want to be fair. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do.
Here's what
I'm going to give the information, and then I'm going to pose a question to the Burrell, to Eric, and to the chat. Okay, let me lay the groundwork, and then I'll ask you guys a question. So Jeremy is obviously doing his version of it. We'll start with that, but then I'll go to the second one here. So obviously he's doing his thing where he's got his appendix with the auction thing and whatever. Fine. If you want to try to put a book where you're trying to put information together and compiling into it, I don't even have a moral opposition to it. That's fine. I may not be interested, but regardless, fine. You do you. Some people are interested, it's fine. Also, caveat, if you want to support somebody by buying their thing, I don't have a problem with that either.
Nope.
Because however you want to support, that's what I'm saying, Eric. I'm doing this at like a 2.5.
Yeah,
If you want to support someone, and this is the way you want to support them, that is completely fine, completely valid. It's your money. Do as you will. Free will. Have at it. Okay?
You're doing good. Keep it up.
All right. I'm going to move on from floating head now. I'm going to move on. The second one is a series of stories about cards, acquisitions, maybe family ties. So it's a story, a series
Personal
of stories related to, personal stories.
Okay.
But if you're not a hobby luminary, and this is more of a memoir-ish kind of thing, it's almost the equivalent of this is like your hobby diary. It's your story, but it's your story of different things into it.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to support it by buying it, by all means. But I'm sitting here going we're on YouTube. I'm being serious. Bobby, stay with me on this.
Say no more. I'm already with you. I know where you're going. Okay.
Stay with me here.
Yep.
Eric, per capita, how many stories have I told in this venue?
16 books worth.
7. You told 7 stories. You talked about you collecting some baseball cards, and then the other 6 were about your time working the telephones.
No, you forgot about the video place.
Bobby, I could probably fill 3 books full of stories just of myself and Carlos Sr. alone.
Mm-hmm. You can do one on Carlos Sr. alone. Alone.
Here's my point. Here's my point that I'm getting at. I don't have a problem with it. You want to publish a book? for the perspective that you want to have it as like a memoir, a family thing. You want to be able to have it as like a documentation of, you know, stories from your
It's a
family and history.
personal accomplishment for a lot
Completely
of people.
fine.
Sure. Yeah.
I
Fair enough.
struggle if you're not a hobby luminary. I struggle with the premise of having a book to document these things that you then charge people for.
I know where you're going with this. It's funny. Okay.
So, Eric, I'm keeping this open ended. I'm not judging. I'm saying I struggle. That's it.
He's
That's all I'm
not
saying.
judging. He's struggling. Yes. Okay.
I am struggling.
To judge.
Yeah.
I am struggling-a-ling.
Yes, that's it. Exactly.
And I'm sitting there going like, you know what I'm thinking, Eric? ¿Por qué?
This, you know, it's something that makes somebody happy. If they had the opportunity to do it and they thought it would be fun to do and they had the means to do it, then good luck to them, like you said. And
No, Eric, I don't have a problem. If somebody wants to support it that way, that's fine. Do it.
yeah,
What I'm getting at is, Eric, you know, Eric, there's these things. So Bobby, like, there's these things. They're called notebooks. You can write that shit down anytime you want. It's also called a blog. You can post these stories.
yeah.
It's free.
Yeah.
It's free. Or you could write it down in a goddamn book, and there you go. There's your physical copy. Or you could post it on a blog, and then anybody can read it for free. Or you've got a YouTube channel. You could tell your goddamn stories. Again, it's free.
I think that's the thing is I wouldn't write another book. Obviously, I did the app, but now that I've been doing videos, I'm finding that the information is more pertinent to the people who are looking at the video, because, you know, when you read a book or an article, you have to reference the pages. You have to think a lot. With the video, it allows you to think while looking, and I think it's such a great medium for getting information out there. You know, I just posted what was that, the 7071 SO power players. I've never had so many hits in 24 hours in my life. Like, well, my life of YouTube. I don't even know what it's at right now, but it was at 400 in less than 24 hours. I'm going,
So I'm not done watching it. I'm enjoying it. I will get back.
That's that. Oh, I'm not done watching. I'm enjoying.
My big question is, and I'm glad you came on tonight, is why does Yannick get a cameo?
Actually, that was kind of,
I want a cameo, Bobby.
Yes, you can get one too. I'm going to have you on eventually.
Oh, you'll get yours, Eric. Don't worry.
So what I did is I tried to, not use StreamYard. I tried to use another program to tape us. So we were going to talk about it after and then have people comment. And I did a premiere video. And then the premiere went off at 9:20 when I posted it, but I put 10 o'clock on it. So I don't know what happened with time zones or whatever happened. So it didn't work out, but I got more hits. I figured, oh shoot, this is going to tank. And then actually that did very well. So what we were going to do is we're going to have a little interview afterwards and discuss a few other key questions, because there's when you do a video, there's other questions and answers that maybe come up from the video that you can't really explain because you don't want it to be a 25-minute video. So, I thought we would discuss it after the fact. And I want to go that way a little bit. At the end, I want people to see the video first. I don't want to talk through it. Mm-hmm. So, but that didn't work out. Actually, we taped it. It was like 10 minutes long. And then I went, oh, it's just me on the, there's no answer. So Yana got booted out on that one. So anyways, that's what happened with that.
So just so we can kind of stay on kind of what I want to get to.
Sure.
This scenario is not informational. It's story. It's narrative driven. So the entire point.
Yeah, but it's based on the experiences, right?
Sure, but it's a compilation of stories.
Sure.
So, which is fine. So at that point, though, it's not informational; it's entertainment, which is fine. But
unless they tell you the behind the scenes on what happened with this find or something like that.
No, they didn't. No, it's basically like I acquired this card with XYZ, and then my dad gave me the story about this. It's kind of a personal thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's a memoir. That's why I use memoir as the key.
I got it.
A lot of it is based on like the personal experience thing. Like, oh, I really like this card because I like this player because my dad liked this player. I'm using an example, but what I'm getting at is more of a memoir, kind of a personal.
I get it. Yeah.
That's why I just said a moment ago.
Mine were price guides, so
No.
it's not even
Literally,
really writing a book.
I'm talking about like you can write it in.
Yeah.
You could just put in one of these.
Yeah.
So anyway, what I'm getting at, my question is to the audience. If your answer is to support the author / content creator you like, that's a valid answer. I'll accept that answer if that's the answer. My question is, why is this a thing that then necessitates a publish? Because we can self-publish. Anybody can self-publish anything at this point.
Yeah. And they'll print on demand. Yeah.
Yeah, you can literally print on demand, and you can
Yep.
make you can do a book on anything you want. I'm not talking about gatekeeping. You can make a book on literally anything you want.
I think
What I'm getting at is,
I think
what are we
somebody's in
adding?
their
What are we
ear,
adding?
though.
Yeah, what are we adding here? Because if you're not a hobby luminary, and you're creating this thing based on stories, based on your hobby experiences, what are we doing now? Is this where we're at now? That's
Is
my
it
question.
a personal sense of self-adulation so that they can feel that they've done something in
I don't
print?
know. I can't get into.
You know, I've
anybody
written
else's
many
head. That's the
articles,
question.
so I'm in print. You know, I did price guides. I didn't do books, so to speak. So I'm not really into that, but I'm just saying, you know, and my videos are actually part of my personal, you know, journeys. I tie into the collectibles and how I found the information and stuff like that. So it's a little bit of everything. So and that's why I like the videos so much, doing them.
No, I got it. But what I'm saying is, look, if you want to
These-
bring research or information to the table, that's one conversation. I'm not.
Yeah,
talking
it's
about,
evergreen at that point.
I'm not
too,
talking about
which is good.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about research. I'm talking about
No.
telling your story. I don't have a problem with anybody telling the story, Eric. But what I'm getting at is we're on a medium where we can tell stories all the time.
Right.
Literally, we're telling stories.
Yeah.
I tie
So
my
I'm sitting there
personal
like-
stories into my videos about the information because
I
I was talking
understand.
about the ESO, and then I
I
said
understand.
my dad gave us two,
Yeah.
you know, and
I got you. But how
squeeze
much
it
did
in
you
there,
charge
but
people for?
I can't do a
I got it,
memoir.
Bobby. But how much did you charge people for the video?
Nothing.
That's my point.
Yeah.
The book costs money.
I know. Maybe somebody wants to sign something. I don't know.
That again, I'll go back to what I said a moment ago. If it's to support someone that you like, and that is the means by which you will support it, you're saying, I will buy the book, therefore I am supporting you. That is a different conversation, and I have no issue with that. What I'm asking is that where we are now? Is like, because I'm trying to get my head around, I'm sitting there like, look, I can't stop you because literally anybody can self-publish anything they want. I'm not going to say no. But I'm sitting there like, okay, but why are we doing this now? Why is that a thing now?
It reminds me of the movie 2012. It's one of my favorite movies. I can put it on the background and love it. You know, he was a writer, John Cusack, and I think they said, well, he's published, and I think that's a main source of what happens is like, oh, he's written a book. Oh, hey, you know, like people say, oh, I've written 3 books. No, it's 3 price guides. A lot of research, but it's not written. It's not a written book, and you know, it's not.
Add up all your articles though, and you put them.
Those
up.
are different, but that's not. I didn't charge for those either. But regardless,
You could put a book together.
I could do a personal storybook because I have a lot of behind the scenes, and it's
No,
not
I'm
just
saying
hyperbole. It's real stuff that, boy, I can't even talk about until people die. So
just your articles alone. If you decided to put them in print, you
Why?
would a book or multiple books.
I
'Cause you
could do,
have-
yes, if that was the case. And at this point, I'm just going with videos forward. I think we've seen. Why would I go through another book? Remember,
Well,
I'm
Bobby, I just
self-published
established a
too.
moment ago. Bobby, I just established a moment ago that based on print on demand, you could just do it, and if people want to order it, they can order it. It's not on you to pre-order the books. You literally could just print on demand.
But what's somebody want a book about? Like, I'm really about information, not about storytelling. So,
Well, that's the point, though, Bobby. The proposal here would be just compilation of the articles that exist. You literally be using the same material and putting it in there.
yeah,
that's
but
it.
a lot of people haven't seen that too. Everything, and I've been actually doing videos on things that happened, and you know, my Gordie Howe meeting him and stuff like that. Those little videos are nice, and I can put that in a book, but I'd rather put it on a video because I do have pictures, and which is nice.
I got it. So my question. So I'm asking the chat here.
So why am I not doing that? Because I am, you know, somewhat in the hobby. I'm known. Why wouldn't I do that? Because I don't see the value in it. I don't see the
Okay.
value in anybody buying
That's
it.
fine.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Fair enough. So let me ask the chat now. I described to you a scenario where the book itself, again, is like a series of stories with a personal slant on it. Again, I'm taking into account the option of I'm buying this to support the creator that I like,
Sure.
which is fine. If that's the answer, give me that and I'll accept that. Beyond that, if that isn't the rationale, what is the rationale here for having the book? What is the rationale here for buying the book?
Do you have
I
an
would like to
answer
get
to that,
others'
or you're just looking for opinions?
I would like opinions. That is what I'm asking for.
Do you have a take on it?
My take on it is
That you will sum up later after everybody gives their opinions?
No,
or
right.
you just-
My take's actually really simple. My
Okay.
take's actually really simple. We're in a medium here where we can tell stories anytime we want. We could lay them out, and we could lay them out as standalone videos. We could lay them out in lives. We've got multiple options here.
Yes.
I've shared a fair number of personal stories based on my collecting, based on some of my family stuff and all that. Not everything, certainly, but the point is this: to me, I'm not going to compile them into any kind of a book and publish them. I could, but like again, to your point, what value is that to anybody else? It's valuable to me. Like I would be okay with having it. And you know what? I give a copy to my dad, and he'd enjoy it. And all that. There's zero wrong with Eric. I'm not judging that. If that's the rationale and that's the answer, please, with my blessing, go. But I'm sitting there going like, but then I'm not charging anybody for that.
No,
I haven't charged anybody for that because why? I don't see it.
Maybe it's a
I'm
personal
not
thing.
understanding.
It must be personal because being published is something. It's beyond YouTube. It's beyond anything else. Like you're published, you're out there. In the ether of the whole hobby and stuff like that. I can only see that being that. Like, why else would you write a book when you are doing videos online? Like, why would you write a book? I get it. I understand that.
But the problem is, Bobby, like at this stage in the game with self-publishing options, the barrier to entry has fallen so far that okay, so I'll let you in a little secret. Eric always talks about his infamous Instagram that nobody can find, where he's got his other hobby on there that he won't tell anybody about.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do you one better. I've self-published a book under a pseudonym.
No.
And I've sold copies of it.
You have a pen name?
I do.
I thought I did. You do too.
And I'm not telling you shit.
Does it start with Shay? No.
It might. La revolution. No.
I saw that part of it. I saw that.
No, but I'm actually being completely serious. There is.
This isn't Substack. This is like a real published book.
The book exists. It is available. You can buy it on Amazon. It exists. It's got a barcode on it and everything. The barrier to entry is nothing. Anybody can do that. If that's all you want. I can't guarantee you'll sell any. But what I'm getting at is today, in the modern age, the barrier to entry to produce a work, as long as you've got the text and all that, you can get it published.
You won't make money from it. You probably won't make money.
No, probably not.
The cost. No.
Nope, probably not. Well, but Bobby, that's the point. There is no cost. It's self-published. There is zero cost.
Well, you have to pay somebody to format the book. You have to do all that other stuff. That is behind the scenes. You can't just go write this, publish it. No.
You would be surprised at this stage, if you're not trying to do anything too fancy, how inexpensive it is.
Yeah, I'm sure you can do anything.
The barrier to entry is shockingly low. Shockingly low. So today, if you just want to say that you're a published author that has a book that you can have a physical copy of, the bar is lower than it's ever been.
Yes, I believe so. I believe so.
You can have that if that's all you want. If you would like to have that, then it is totally doable. It is completely, and you can order as many copies of this book as you'd like, and you can have them. You can have physical copies of it, 100% printed from printer, with all the fixins, and the bar is a lot lower than you would think. If that's all you want.
Yeah, I think it's what do I want to say? A foothold in the that you've done something in physical sense, opposed to just a video sense. Like
Yeah,
you know,
but
I
what
think
I'm getting at is that doesn't mean anybody needs to buy it from you. But what I'm saying is that if you
No,
would
no,
just like
no.
it to exist, if you just want it to exist, it is
I think
100%
personally,
doable.
yes, it's a personal thing. It's
Yeah.
more than it is a public thing that you're telling somebody something they really don't know.
Yeah, but
Because
that's why
everything that you know is basically told on this show or whatever other shows you do. You know,
yeah.
I
just think it's become
why
an
would you
interesting-
hold back and not put it online and keep it for a book? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Unless it
it's
was
to me-
really, really pertinent. So
to me, I'm trying to understand the value proposition to the purchaser. Because right now the cost on storytelling, Eric, is not super high. Like realistically, you want to hear stories. Like there's plenty of people who shared story. Eric, we got a whole industry of podcasts. What do you think
Yes.
people are telling? They're telling stories.
Right.
You ask them a question, they tell you this story, they tell you that story, they tell you,
mhm.
Eric, that's free.
The written word has gone.
The
you know,
pen is mightier than the sword.
yeah, the written word has gone the way of the dodo,
Yeah.
and we now have all technology,
Mhm.
and you could just flip on a camera and do an Instagram live and tell them about what cup of coffee you're having at Starbucks this morning. All right, but
Blonde roast.
yeah. So, but even with today's technology, with YouTube or Instagrams or podcasts, blog, I mean, all the different things that are out there.
Mhm. Yeah.
The written word is still romantic to some people.
Yeah.
It is something that's tangible. We can't hold this
Is it-
4 hours.
Is it self-romanticizing though?
Yeah.
So real quick, I want to. So I don't have a problem with what Eric's saying. So guys, do you understand me? So Eric, the reason I said it's 2.5 is because I'm not being as judgmental as I could be. I could be a lot meaner about this. I'm not.
Yeah, you're
What I'm
actually pretty
doing, what I'm
passive
doing
on
is
this one.
I am posing a question,
So
and my question is, in this current day, we've got so many avenues with which to disperse and distribute. Because again, if it isn't scholarship, if you're not bringing research into this, if that's not what we're talking about, we're not talking about a reference material.
Yeah.
We're talking about storytelling, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with storytelling. I appreciate and enjoy some good storytelling.
right.
But again, if you're
Would
not
you buy a
illuminated-
book for that when there's so much
Correct.
online?
That's what I'm
that you
at.
can- yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. We supported Victor's work because he put some research into it. He was trying to develop a thesis. There was a
I didn't
concept into
support
it.
I didn't support it.
Yeah. And he showed proper appreciation to the
I didn't
hobby goats, not Eric.
Yeah, Eric was left out, so he doesn't.
Yeah,
want to
not
be
Eric.
part of that.
He's not a hobby goat. But the
Carlos
point
got
is, like,
mentioned. Yes.
absolutely, totally. And then Bobby right after Family and God. So that was good.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the point is that, the
was
point that I'm
third.
making though, is that look, you could make the point that there is a reference to it. He's actually trying to make a point. He's actually trying to develop a thesis, and the book is the thesis. That's one thing. We're talking about storytelling. That's a different thing. Storytelling is its own thing. It's a narrative. It's a series of narratives. It's stories interwoven. Everybody's got stories though. What I'm getting at is, if you're not a luminary, what sets your stories apart from somebody else's stories?
I have
Because there's
stories.
lots of people in the hobby of stories.
I got lots of great stories that most people don't know. So, and I'm
Yeah.
sharing them
And
in the videos. Some I'll wait till to do, but
I don't have these stories.
I got lots of great big stories.
I don't have.
And I think I probably still told you guys a few on the side, but there's so many amazing stories that about fines, about other things that went on in the hobby and stuff like that. But I really think that somebody got in somebody's ear and said, you have to publish yourself. You have to understand, when I did my book in 2006, my second one, that cost me $35,000, like, just to sit there and say,
It's awesome.
honey, huh?
That book is awesome.
And it gets 200 in US today. Like,
Fucking awesome.
and then you had 2015, it was a little bit less. I think it was like 28,000, something like that. Just to produce them. Like today, you just like go online and just boom, 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 and submit. They'll print on demand. Done. I had to mail every one of them. I had to print. I had to pick them up. I had to store them. I had to ship them. Oh man, it was a. And today, like, I wouldn't do those. I would just keep the app. I would just go forward with the app. if it was today and we backed it up 20 years, right?
Your app
That
is
kind of
awesome too.
Actually, it's 20 years since the 2026 book came out, right? So happy 20. Like, where the hell did that time go? Somewhere.
Mhm.
I could have put that
So I
in the
just think-
book.
I think it's interesting because the moment you try to monetize it and actually charge money for it,
It's not
you're
much money,
basically-
though. It's not even like, if you
I'm not
think
ta-
how
Bobby,
much
I'm not
you
talking about
really
you.
make per
Bobby, I'm not
book.
talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the actual. But what I'm referring to is the moment. I don't care if it's $1. My point is the moment you charge any money for it,
hmm
now you're basically, you're basically trying to be a published author. You're trying to create that aspect of it. And I'm going back to what I said a few moments ago.
Do you think that's the main point?
What is this where we're at now? Like, is the idea that if you have a platform now, you're almost like, okay, well, here it is.
I guess-
Because again, look, I may not like what Jeremy's doing. I may
Mhm.
not be interested, but at least he's trying to bring to the table the time he's been in the hobby, and he's talked to some people about it. Again, he's got an appendix about auctions, whatever. If the appendix has any information of use to anybody, you could argue that there's some value there. You could
Mhm.
try to make the argument. I'm not going to argue with you. But if we're talking about your stories, narrative storytelling, so I guess the question is, what are we valuing that at? What is the value of a random collector's story?
Depends on the story, but not much really in the sense of it. It's just that we all have stories. Some of us, have been around a little bit longer and know a little bit more about the hobby and the behind the scenes stories. But most of the other ones, I did this for 20 years. Those stories are very interesting, and it's great to have somebody on a podcast to listen to that. But I don't think I would buy a book for that.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. Like, there's a big difference between I'm telling the story on a podcast, I'm telling the
Yeah.
story in a video, I'm telling the story in a whatever venue where anybody can click on it, watch it, and partake in it.
hmm
But the moment I put a price tag on it, that's an interesting choice.
It's almost a minimal price tag, though. Like, what's $7, $8, $10 for most?
Like 20, 25.
Oh, is it? Yeah, with delivery, yeah, shipping, yeah, I guess so.
I just want to finish my thought that
Is this going to be part of the new upcoming publication of the Book of Bougie? Go on.
yes,
Oh, good title.
and it's got
I got this.
the life story of Eric Wade. It's going to be awesome.
Shit.
Yeah,
The problem, Bobby, is that he has so many concussions he doesn't remember it.
16 chapters are dedicated to
The problem is most of the stories are actually somebody else's that he kept thinking it's like, and that is how I invented penicillin. You did invent penicillin, Eric.
it was invented in Canada, actually.
You can't.
But any which way.
I may have.
Bennett, anyways. But
I
you're gonna have 16 chapters dedicated to what was it?
Crashing my bike.
Well, that would be the other 16 chapters. They would be what was it? Clubhouse.
Yeah.
And all those things that happened in Clubhouse that were so cool.
I met a lot of nice people. And
So Eric's gonna have an entire chapter on Clubhouse.
I
And
think
he'd be like,
I
and
said
that is
16.
when one of the Clubhouse members admitted that he's actually the one who committed the killings, and OJ was actually innocent. Wait, what?
that was the big day.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Brian Gray's the one who said it.
I think Clubhouse was
Allegedly.
exciting for those who
Allegedly.
were in it.
Allegedly.
You can
Look, Josh is right. For legal reasons, we ixnay on the Brian A.
Yes.
I met a lot of really cool people. I met a few assholes, but most of the people were really cool. I still have relationships with them. Look like Amanda, for example, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
Yeah. Well, not this Josh. We don't tell this Josh to shut up.
Wow, look at
He'll
you.
sue us.
I didn't know which one.
He'll sue us. The other Josh,
Oh.
no, totally shut up. But Timmy Two Hats. I mean, I have these relationships.
Now that's a story we could tell.
There's some
I was
stories.
gonna say, like your book,
I can tell-
16 chapters of your book is like, and then Tim did this, and then Tim
I
did
could
that.
write a book on Tim. Let me tell you.
Well, our introduction to Tim and how naive he was at that time in his early years.
and where
early year, I
I
guess.
mean, he did tons and tons of podcasts and interviews and things, and his story is interesting. Could he write a small book about, how I got into the hobby? Yeah, and it would be it's pretty interesting story.
Eric, I could write an entire chapter about him in the pour-off.
Yeah.
He was one of the legendary, Bobby, speaking of legendary stories in the hobby, the pour-off between him and what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. Eric Myers. Yes, thank you. Yes. The pour-off between Tim and Eric Myers, stuff of legend.
Eating out of garbage cans, pizza, and
I've watched Tim eat out of a garbage can. I have witnessed it. I watched Timbits out of a garbage can.
Write it down.
Haven't we all?
No, we haven't all, Bobby.
No, Timbits. In Canada, we have.
No.
You don't throw out Timbits.
Well, somebody did, and Tim ate the Timbits.
It's okay.
Yeah. So just to be clear,
he's still alive.
So chat, I'm not going to judge you. All I'm doing is asking you a question. So some of your questions are valid as well. So here, Brendan Ryan's saying, from the individual, not much, but as a part of the hobby hold prices, that's fair. And look, that might be your answer. I am asking a question.
Yeah.
If I take a rank and file collector, and they may have stories, and they may have stories they find tremendously interesting. They may have stories that other people find interesting. What I'm getting at here is that we're in an era where a lot of your stories can be parlayed into different forms of media. You can be like, well, I elaborated more on the story and I added all these other, it's like, okay, fine. And your story might be interesting for me to hear it. Do I want to pay for it? That's what I'm asking. Is that if you're not a specific
content is free, right? So
that's what I'm alluding to, Bobby. So we're kind of this era, like, is the memoirs of a random collector who isn't a specific hobby luminary, what's the value of that today? That's an open question. I'm not prescribing a number to you.
For the most part, probably not much. Yeah.
And to be completely honest, time will tell, right? The author will realize at some point whether it was worth his or her time, and whether
it's always worth their time if they've written it.
But
because there's a sense of pride in writing, obviously. But I had that when I did my books too. But
the gut if no one buys it.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, people will.
It doesn't matter. You're published.
Look, I preface this. I remind you, I preface this by saying that because he does have a following, there are folks that are going to buy the book as a means to be like, I support you. So I'm going to buy this book regardless.
Yeah,
I will buy it, and I will give you a little bit. So in fact, I'm basically giving you this money. I will take the book. Thank you. Sign it for me or whatever. And that's great. And you're showing appreciation. What I'm saying is that because you at least have that platform, you are going to be able to sell a couple of books just on the basis of that, just people supporting you in general.
Sure.
Whether the book is good or not is a different conversation. You have to read it to find the answer to that question. Yeah. But what I'm saying is the actual content inside of it is like, this is podcast content. This is YouTube video content. This is stuff that today is available in these avenues, in these venues. Monetizing it inside of a book form, I don't know. But it's not for me to decide. But also, key point here, the barrier to entry is lower than it's ever been.
Sure. Yeah,
you can pay somebody on Fiverr to design you a front and back cover to a book relatively inexpensively. I'm saying this from experience. Again,
and you can get ChatGPT to do your grammar. And
well, that's what Keith is talking about here. Could AI be used to turn videos into book content in book form without actually writing anything? You could. Honestly, you could.
Yeah, it's not that good, but it doesn't speak hobby very well. But anyways, yeah.
And look, again, I'll speak from experience, Eric. You can hire somebody on Fiverr to write you entire chapters with very little prompt, and they'll do most of the ghostwriting for you.
Yep.
Again, the barrier to entry is shockingly low. You'd be surprised how little it takes. And you can, and by the way, you can go buy that book and there'll be a physical copy there for you.
Mm. Yep. Well,
way cheaper than you might think.
For sure. So.
Yeah, way cheaper than you might think. And the book will be perfectly fine. Like the actual typeset and the front cover and back cover, it'll look fine. It'll look fine.
Yep.
And it'll get the job done. And your cost, again, minimal.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have to sell as many copies as you think to break even. But the question is, what is the value then to the people buying it? What are they getting for their money? is the stories there worth it to pay for it?
Or
20
is
or
it
$25 or whatever.
or is it the publisher who wants it?
There's no
or-
publisher. There's no publisher.
I mean, I'm the guy who did it himself, who wrote the book, the writer, publisher, whatever. Is it for him or is it for others?
Well, if it was just for him, Bobby, you could literally just print out 2 or 3 copies, give it to your family, and be done with it. You're not trying to
No.
sell it to other people.
Yeah, no. I think people try to sell it as something that it's, I've seen people's books before, and there's been a lot in the hobby, and you sit there and go, okay, yeah, interesting stories, but did you really even need to publish that? I don't know. It's tough. It's not like there's secret information in behind books. There's opinions. It changes. And now we have the internet, and it's changed everything. That I'd rather save them for the information rather than writing a book than put it online in a video form. I think it'll be more appreciated. If you want to make money out of a book, it's tough. It's very tough. It's hard. Even at my cost, it was still, getting most of your money back from advertising was good. And then you still have the publishing. So did I make any money? Yes. But, if you average it out, it's like a penny an hour if you did your time and what have you into it. So was it worth it? Yes. Because I did it back in a time when it was different. Today is different, obviously, from then. So would I do that today? No, not at all.
Well, I'm glad you did, because that second book, especially the Playboy edition, is the best book I've ever come across in the hobby. Now, why do I think that? Because it is 100% my interest. There's other books in that have been made in the hobby that do not interest me as much, because they don't connect to me as much. When I found your book years before I ever met you, at the show, I'm like, like a whole world opened up. I saw stuff in that book that I didn't know existed.
And you can't find online for the most part, which was good at that point.
Right. So I was happy to give, what's his name skipping my mind, our mutual friend down here that sells all the Bruin stuff,
Him, yeah.
Yeah. And I gave him $75 because I'm like, you willing to sell this? And he's like, yeah, I got another one at home. So $75. I'm like, fine, here's $75.
Mm-hmm. Did I get $75 for the book?
No. But I'm just saying, some books will connect with some people differently.
Sure.
If I handed that book to a 15-year-old kid who comes into the shop tomorrow and wants the newest, yellow unicorn, atomic refractor, bullshit, rainbow, he's going to be like, what the hell? I don't want to look at this stupid thing. Right? He's going to spend $400 on that unicorn rainbow, out of 2, but he's going to throw your book in the trash. Where I'm just the opposite. I'd rather have the book than this stupid, rainbow unicorn refractor.
Mm-hmm.
So there's somebody out there that will appreciate reading stories of the hobby. Are there going to be 1 million people? Is it going to be a New York Times bestseller? I wouldn't think so.
I think
okay. So Eric, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
With stories, are we not at this point?
Let me ask you a question. You just said there's some people. Okay, fine. I already covered the scenario where you're supporting the author directly, but as a way of supporting the author.
Yes,
I've covered that angle. Let's remove that from the equation. Okay. So there is an audience for hearing stories in the hobby. Okay. What's the maximum you would pay for stories in the hobby?
No, it isn't about what I want. I don't.
$95, obviously.
So the answer is 0, Eric. The answer is 0. The answer is 0.
No, but you're asking the wrong guy, because as I've said before, and you guys know this, I don't even watch free YouTube videos about the hobby. You guys have to tell me what videos to watch sometimes before we do a show, because we're going to talk about this, and I got to go.
Eric, I understand, but that's actually my point. My point is, even at free, there's still a struggle to get the eyeballs and the audience to it, even if free.
Right. But I'm saying there's some people that would love to sit down on a Sunday morning, drink their coffee, and read a handheld book about stories in the hobby. Am I one of those people? No, I am not. But I'm sure there are some people out there that don't know the author, that come upon this somehow. Maybe they're hearing about it tonight, and they think that's going to be a great way to spend my Sunday morning. I don't think a million people are going to buy it, but maybe a handful, and would really appreciate sitting there on a Sunday morning, drinking their coffee, reading a book about the hobby and the stories that come from it. And I think that thing is the best book they ever read. Just like I think Bobby's second book is the best book I've ever had in my hands regarding the hobby.
I think Eric is being very generous, and I'm kind of entertained by it. But let me ask the chat. No, I want to ask the chat a question.
His book.
I want to ask the question.
His book sucks.
Yes, that's fine. I want to ask a question to the chat. What would you pay for a book of hobby stories from a hobbyist, a generic hobbyist in this case? Because I have to remove the specific supporting the specific author. In this case, there's a hobby book. It's filled with hobby stories based on someone's experiences.
There's
they're not any
hundreds of them
specific
out there right now.
They're not anybody.
They're
not anybody specific that you know. What's it worth? What's it worth to you?
You can get a Tony Esposito book for $5, like something he wrote, personal memoirs, or whatever.
But Tony Esposito at least is a hockey player. I can't even go that far. I'm talking about a generic person.
Yeah.
Well, if his book is only $5,
yeah. I want to hear from Larry Esposito.
80s, then
I want to hear from Larry Esposito. His third cousin twice removed. His third cousin twice removed. I don't want Tony Esposito. I want Larry Esposito.
Do people want subscriptions? Do people want to pay for books? No, because there's enough free information that will satisfy the status quo.
Yeah. And Keith, I don't want to say anything, but Eric bought 40,000 copies.
Not true.
Yeah.
Lying.
Made the monies.
No,
just saying.
I think it's a personal accomplishment. I think more it's like I said, self-adulation. You know, we want to realize that we've been in the hobby for a long time, and we think that we have meaning to our lives, and we want to share that with other people. That's fine, and I think that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. You know, everybody wants to be somebody. That's why we have so many. The algorithm is crazy, but you know, that's why we have so many people online thinking that they're going to do something different than anybody else can do, or maybe they're more likable, or maybe they have more stories. I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. You know, my content, what I digest in that is very low in the grand scheme of things, because I watch something for a minute and it's like, okay, I'm moving on. But I'm a little different than most, but I don't know how you guys are, but you really have to catch somebody on a good video. You know, it's funny listening to certain people I like better than others, but most of it's just repetitive gruel that I've never, you know, I don't really even care about at this point. So you really have to catch me on something. So how is a book going to really grab me? I have no idea. The title, I don't know.
So Eric, look, all I got to say is what this is doing is it's inspiring me. I'm thinking chapter 1.
Yes.
How the YouTube Hall of Fame screwed me.
Oh boy, here we go. I knew there was something underlying on this. Okay.
Chapter 1. No, Bobby, that's only chapter 1.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. Then we move on to chapter. Listen, if we can publish generic stories about whatever we want, if the self-indulgent stories are a genre, Eric, I'm in.
I think chapter 1 is 2024, and then you go to 2025 is chapter 2. Yes.
Oh, listen, it's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be incredible. It's like that's it. Like we're bearing everybody. Chapter 2, the secret Marcel none of you knew about. His love affair with mayonnaise and Eric's denials. Chapter 2.
And his morning demeanor.
When I talked to him earlier today, he did not mention mayonnaise once.
Eric.
That's Willie. Stop making fun of Willie.
Guess there has to be a collective interest before valid can be signed. Yes. Chapter 2, rule number 1. Exactly, Rock.
That's it.
You're getting this. You're getting this.
We got it. We can publish a book
Oh,
on
Bobby,
our
listen.
rules alone.
If this is the bar, I can get something
It's not-
published. Don't even
Yes.
worry about that.
Mhm.
Y'all want to hear some stories? Let me tell you some stories.
Yes.
Zach says, I've heard small stories about the early days of card shows. I'd love someone to write a really detailed book on the evaluation of card shows, talk about 70s, 80s. Wouldn't care who writes it. That's fair. See, there is
Yeah.
a niche here. There is a niche here that
Yeah.
you could, if you were someone who was around during these times and can speak at some length about this.
Sure.
Again, it's a niche, but I can see it. I could see an angle where you could make this work. I do see an angle.
There's
That's what
there is some way of accumulating that is through a lot of published price guides that used to be like bulletins, and they used to hand out actually you could send in for price lists, but they did little articles and write-ups within there, and there's some great information in there, just incredible stuff that you would never even realize that's there. You look at it, it's like 1956, what is this? And then you start looking and reading and what was going on at the time. It's like, wow. And that was the beginning of the
but Bobby,
hobby.
though, what you're talking about though is a compilation.
That's different.
That's a research compilation.
It is.
A research
And I
compilation
find more
is a
value
different
in
conversation
that than there is in somebody else's secondary stories or hearsay.
Yeah, what
or-
exactly?
Yeah.
What I'm talking about here is I'm talking about a personal story.
Sure.
It's not a research compilation. It's not the same thing.
I don't know whose personal story. I would listen to a few,
That's what I'm getting at.
but
That's what I'm
not
referring to.
many.
That's
But
what
I'm at
saying.
a different, point than other people are. So maybe to other people who are maybe less involved, maybe they would enjoy that. My dad likes reading books. He likes reading about, if Keon issued a book or whoever, he likes reading books. He still does. So
The thing is, there's a place for memoirs, Bobby, but the memoirs are generally written by people who have a story to tell. Like they have a profile, like a public profile, and you write a memoir. That's a memoir.
that's a different story, sure.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
anybody
That's
to
not what
do
I'm
it,
talking about.
why does anybody want to do it? Because I think they feel that they have a memoir that needs to be.
Yeah, like I will read the Len Potty book, Why I Hate Eric.
Dude, that'd be a good
I'll read
one.
that.
Everybody
I'll read that.
that I am famous in Canada,
Oh, you are.
and I am going to be writing my first book. It's going to be released in Canada only because no one in the United States can give two shits. But because I am famous in Canada,
Mm-hmm.
I will be writing my first book and publishing it for the Canadian readers.
What would you call the book?
Bougie.
Mm,
To be bougie or not to be bougie? That is the question.
God damn it! I
that is
already
Eric.
gave you.
That is Eric, not the question.
I already gave you the goddamn title. It's literally just Book of Bougie.
Yeah.
Book of Bougie. Period.
Chapter 1.
That's
chapter
it.
2.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah, we're certainly
Laura said.
in a different era of how we get information out there, or even information or just talking or what have you. It's totally changed the landscape of writing a book, but people still do. So their
It's-
motivation behind it is what I said before. Otherwise, I can't see it being anything else. And maybe people are naive enough to think that, maybe their stories matter, and some do, but maybe many don't. I'm not sure. I've read a lot of stories where I just fall asleep. It's like, okay, yeah, we know about the 90s boom. We know about what happened there. I get it. But if you have a different angle, maybe you were a dealer back then. Maybe I'd want to hear your stuff. Sure. But just for a regular memoir, I used to walk the shows, and I don't know. Tough call. Would I pay for that? Is the question, is what you're asking, and I don't know.
That's basically it. Yeah, that's
what we have
that's the
now.
question I've been asking.
$5, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. On a discount table, maybe. I don't know.
Walking around the show holding their phones on a stick.
That's exactly what you're talking about right now. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, well,
And the guy gets a lot of hits, though, doesn't
The
he?
difference is, Eric, though, the difference is that the cost for that, for the person who wants to watch it right now, is zero.
Right.
Yes.
So, like right now, the price has been established. The market has established the price at zero. So Laura here says, when the solar flares take out the internet, all that will be left is books. It's true.
Really?
Brendan Ryan, chapter 3, it's all Dan's fault.
I
Falling
like
down.
that. I
I
like
thought he
it.
said he was. I thought I thought he said he was gonna title it Because I'm Famous. I was hoping he could do that and Carlos could sue the crap out of him for ripping off BIC. It's true. Actually, Eric, I almost feel like, almost to make a point, I would almost want to spend a couple of dollars and self-publish like the most mundane version of this. No, Bobby, but no, it would be
the grandiose title.
No, but the grandiose title, but the stories would be like, and then I started walking down the aisle and I realized I was hungry. And then I went to go get a sandwich, but I realized there were a variety of different sandwiches. And literally the book would just meander about all the minutia, not even talking about the cards or the hobby, but it would be set in a card show setting.
Yeah, yes. I went to the expo and I met with some
and we held court and had pizza.
Eric, and 37 pages, Eric, would be the entire deliberations deciding what to eat in the food court.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, you have three choices.
But they had pretzels. And then I was trying to decide what beer to have. And I was like, but I had Heineken last time. But then they've got Moosehead Lager. And then, but if I go
better with pretzels, though.
Bobby, this is what I'm trying to say. These are the important details. People need to know about this.
Without the mustard, though. Sorry, Eric.
People need to know about this, Bobby. 37 pages. Just on this.
I might buy that.
No,
but
just saying.
You know, I got change jingling my pocket on that one.
Yeah, just saying.
Yeah. Still sick.
Look, there was an entire Eric, that right there is drama. There's an entire epic. These decisions have import.
Is it gold, Jerry? Is it gold?
Let me tell you. When we start talking about, and then towards the end, it's like, well, we're approaching the end of the day. And then they had the trade night. And then I was like, is it let's fucking go? Or is it time to have lunch? Is it time to have dinner? Should I go and get the sub sandwich outside? Ooh, but then outside, if I walk across the parking lot, then there's Firehouse Subs. Ooh.
You know, actually one chapter could be let's go. That'd be one chapter.
Yeah,
because that is really everything in the hobby right now.
I am so sick of hearing. I hear it at work. You get people, breaking, boxes on the daily at work, right? Whether it be coworkers or whether it be.
You get let's go a lot. Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh my God. These 20, 30, teenagers, 20 somethings, maybe early 30 somethings.
They're very creative.
Let's go. And it's like,
Eric, look, I'd love to hear you, Eric. I would love to hear you judging it, but I know for a fact that after you come back from Dunkin' Donuts and you open up the chocolate stick, you're like, "Let's go!"
That's probably where it comes in.
That's different. Chocolate sticks are way better than cards.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Ask Yannick; he'll tell you.
And the chocolate milk.
We would continue the story, but I don't want to spoil chapter 4. This was the beginning to chapter 4.
Yeah.
So hopefully you enjoyed the audio version.
Hobby.
The audio version. Hopefully you enjoyed a precursor to the audio version. So-called hobby indeed.
And why do I publish videos? For information to keep supporting the hobby. That's it. There's no money involved. I'm not going to get enough hits or subscribers, so it doesn't matter.
So Eric, my takeaway at the tail end of this, my favorite part is that I challenged the chat multiple times and no one wants to say no one wants to commit to anything over there. And Eric, for the record, look, I want you to actually answer this question honestly.
All right.
Did I not pose the question in the most neutral way I could? I'm literally asking you guys to tell me.
You were pretty easy on it. I'm surprised.
Like I'm trying. I have a much stronger opinion that I'm letting on.
You are a man of peace on this one. I have to give you.
You can kind of gather it, but I'm asking the chat as neutrally as I can. I'm like, no, what do you think?
They're not participating. So you know something? If they're not going to participate, let's shut it down. Let's shut it down and go to bed because I want to get up.
He wants to go to bed.
I want to get up at 7:30 tomorrow.
Wait, Eric, before you continue, hold on. I want to set the scene. For literary purposes, I want to set the scene. So Eric is trying to get out of this rather than early, so that he can go to bed. Now, Eric, what lame trash are you going to bed for? Why do you need to be up in the morning? What are we doing?
There's a bike race that starts at
Cycling.
8 a.m.,
Mm-hmm.
called Strade Bianche.
Started Bianche?
Please
And-
tell me that's not you making some bullshit up. Please tell me that's an actual thing.
That's a real thing, and I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna watch it. And if Mom is still watching this, she said that she wants to watch it with me. So I'm gonna go downstairs tomorrow morning.
What is like something Bianchi? What is this trash?
It's a cycling. It's a cycling race.
Okay, follow-up question. Why is all the cycling things the dumbest shit you could possibly come up with, and that's what comes out of your mouth?
And that's why they don't write books about cycling. Anyways,
They write tons of books about cycling. Are you?
Does anybody read these books?
I don't know. I pedaled hard. I pedaled
Wait, Eric.
fast.
Wait,
I
Eric, do more people read the books about this bullshit or a hobby memoir?
I don't know.
Listen, we all have different things that we like. All right, I got Yolanda Neff autographed jersey right over there. All right, I get up at 8 a.m. so I can watch Strade Bianche, and I'm really
Strade
excited.
Bianchi?
Yeah.
And I got Puck Peterse's book coming tomorrow.
If Puck Peterse wrote a book, I would have it. But she has, to my knowledge, she has not written a book. However, if you are all interested, you can go on
Her memoirs.
HBO Max
That-
and you can see the documentary about Evie Richards that is on there. She is a British female mountain biker, and they did a documentary on her, and it's on
What's the
HBO.
documentary? Why are you doing this dumb shit, and why is Eric watching it? Is that the documentary?
So
Because she's a vegan or something. I
I
don't know.
haven't had the time to watch the Evie Richards documentary.
What?
but
You haven't even watched it?
Oh, it's only been out for.
But you should go and watch it.
Mom and I are planning to watch it when we get a chance. I've been very busy.
What are you too busy sorting your 66, 67?
Maybe. Tall boys, 60.
Well, if I wasn't
the
forced-
57s.
if I wasn't forced to sit here with you two and
Forced.
nonsense,
You
I'd
during
be
this entire time, Eric, you could have been sorting the goddamn cards. You could have been done by now.
no. Instead, I have to give 4 hours of my life to this crap, and I should be watching Evie Richards documentary.
And you should be writing your own memoirs.
I should.
I think that would be key. Who's
Brandon Ryan is correct. This isn't a hobby cycle I'm familiar with. Mhm.
something?
We all like what we like, man. All right. My favorite sport is women's mountain biking. What do you want me?
Coincidentally, only women's. Do you enjoy
Yes.
women's biking
Women's
for the articles?
soccer, women's.
You enjoy women's biking for the articles?
Mhm.
There's no articles during a race. What's wrong with you, man? You just watch the race.
How do you know there aren't articles, Eric? Where are your eyes looking?
At the races to see who's going to win, like any other race.
What do you do, Eric, if you find out that all the way around the screen, aside from the section that you're focusing on, there are articles all the way around?
Around the spandex.
Can you specifically prove that there are no articles?
I know there's no articles.
Sure you are.
Sometimes there's a ticker, and sometimes they do put up little things in the corner that tell you what place the people.
Bobby,
are in.
I like to think that the coverage is basically like a fever dream. Eric is trying to claim he looks at the whole screen, but in reality, it's like, why is there a man in a chicken suit? Has he
Yes.
been there the entire time?
In the Tour de
Mhm.
France, there is a man in a devil's costume.
Same thing. Same difference.
There's a German dude who dresses up like the devil on the highest
Wait.
mountain stage.
They all do.
Wait,
Jumps
wait.
up.
Don't.
Did you say
German.
German?
And German.
No, he
Together.
did. German.
Yeah.
There it is.
He dresses up like the devil, and he's been doing it for like 40 years. He's getting a little older now, and he jumps up and down like a maniac at like the highest points of the Alps and the Pyrenees.
Is this the part where you say the German man is you?
No, the German man is not me.
Oh.
His name
You
is
seem to know an awful lot about him, though.
his name is Didi.
It's not Dita.
No, Didi.
Bobby, do you see how
You can look
for
it up.
free?
You
Bobby,
can
do you see
Google
how
it.
for free there
The
are
devil-
layers, there are plot twists? Do you see what's happening here?
Everyone can write, just grab the Google box and write Tour de France. That's D France, D-E, Tour de France, devil, and you'll the
Tour
whole
de
thing-
France.
That's how you spell it. So you type in Tour de France devil.
So anyway, so Bobby, do you see now how we had a plot developing? We had
Mhm.
rising action, like
Mhm.
all the hallmarks of a narrative, one dare say. Do you see
It's
that?
hard to
And a
believe we
plot
got
twist?
an hour out of this, but anyways, yeah,
It's a plot. Did you see the plot twist though? There was like a
It
whole
was good.
plot
It
twist
was
there
very
at the
good.
tail end. Like,
it did come around. Yes,
Bobby, I should have been charging for the shit. I should have written it down and charged.
I think so.
I feel like-
memoirs. I think it would
I feel
work.
that
Yeah.
that I've left money on the table, and this is very disappointing.
Mhm.
I really have. This
Yeah.
is
Big
rough.
money.
It's a rough
Yeah.
scene.
How much money do you think these casual writers are making? 80.
That literally looks like an AI generated image. Bobby.
It
That
does.
looks
It
like-
is.
That
It
looks like
has
an
to be.
AI generated image.
No,
Gotta
That
be.
100% looks AI generated.
it's not. That's Dee Dee.
Okay. So folks, again, feel free, clip away. I posed the question. So to conclude, if you want to support this endeavor, go for it. Y'all do you. I question it because I'm sitting there going like, we're in a world where you can share narratives in a variety of different ways. If you want to publish it for your own purposes,
Have at it.
you're literally, no one's stopping you. You can just do it. But if it makes you happy, go for it. If you want to support it in that means, and that's the way you want to support it, I'm certainly not going to stop you. Feel free to send us cash on an unrelated note.
Mhm.
We got to hear a story. We got to hear a whole story
Yeah.
about a man named Didi who dressed in a devil costume.
For the Tour de France.
Yeah. So that was
Mhm.
a thing. And then earlier tonight, hold on, to finish off, we also got this. So we also got the story of a man, a revolutionary.
Oh yes, Mike.
That was the whole story. There you go. And you got that shit for free.
Damn.
There you go. With illustrations and everything.
Mike
It's
goes
pretty
on.
darn good. Not gonna lie to you. Pretty darn good. All right. So that's it. Feel free to hit the like button on the way out. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you to Dan, it's Vintage Baseball, for joining us. Thank you to Big Scott 35 for joining us. I'll include a link in the description to the T-Pott conversation if you want to check that out. It was a good conversation. We had a nice discussion on a couple of things. And then also include a link to Sammy Thunder's live. So if you want to check that out, a little bonus coverage. I'll see if I can put together a video this weekend for the Geoff thing. If I he had thoughts, and I might make fun of those thoughts. Although maybe I should just written it in book form. Maybe that's what I should do.
Yeah. Well, you got the
That's my
notepad there.
mistake. My mistake
You
is
got the
I should
notepad
have
right there. I saw it.
just written it down. Oh well. Anyway, that's it. Longest running episodic, whatever it is, to episode 282 in the books. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one.
Thank you, authors.
Go Dee Dee.